Hey everyone, happy Wednesday. I almost forgot what day it is. Today we are just going over one of the videos that I signed up for, which is episode 595. I'm trying to share it. Give me 1 second. Hopefully, we can get our eyes on this video and see if there's anything that needs to be pointed out, and put in the wonderful spreadsheet that the other Mary Bean made. I didn't want to put too many. We're going to see how we get through this episode, and if we get through this one pretty quick, we'll go into the next one. I signed up for 4 of them. I figured today I had a doctor's appointment this morning. Shout out to the wonderful Moni G who gave me a ride this morning. But let's see how far we get. Let me fix the screen. I have it set to 1.5. Hopefully that will be okay. If it seems too fast, I'll slow it down. So.
Welcome to the Weekend Live Show.
Show it. It's a genetic. You can follow the Turtle Boy Facebook page. Just Turtle Boy, get on there. That Hanson might just post some clips on there. I don't really know. I don't really like using Chinese spyware, but fuck it. Okay. All right. So anyway, so that's that. Also, if you're new here, guys, why don't you go ahead and smash that subscribe button for me, because we do this every Tuesday and Saturday night at 9 p.m. sharp. Now, like I used to come at crazy times. Now I get here at 9 o'clock sharp. We're doing it all year. It's my new year, new turtle. So make sure you smash that subscribe button and hit the notification bell, because you never know when we're going to do an impromptu live. I went to Canton this week. I did an impromptu live from there. And I definitely have some more trips to Canton coming up, I think, in my near future. I think that's definitely in the cards. So you're going to want to check that out. So make sure you hit that notification bell so they will tell you exactly when we do go live. We are streaming the show not only on YouTube right now, but we're also streaming it on Rumble. For those of you unfamiliar with Rumble, I see 132 people over there. That's cool. You see Ready to Rumble Southie one in the comments. Spammy's there, Tur, and DAA261. So I like Rumble more because I'm going to put the link right there. Rumble is a free speech platform. A lot of content creators are leaving YouTube to go to Rumble because Rumble doesn't censor. And Facebook, I apologize, YouTube does. I think the quartering, I saw that he left, and Tim Dillon, I believe, left YouTube. Like, they're just done with it. Russell Brand left. A lot of people left YouTube because it's just censorious. We've lost like 10% of our shows. It's horrible. So Rumble pretty much does the same exact thing. I don't know how the interface is. I'm usually doing the show, now watching the show. So I don't know what the live feature's like, but it looks like we got some people over there. 145 people. I put the link there. If you're not on Rumble, just create an account and like it anyway. Who cares? It takes 2 seconds. Make an account and do that. All right. And watch out for D&E Pizza. It'll get you every time. Okay. 8 o'clock on Tuesdays, no good. You can't do 8 o'clock because the kids go to bed, especially in the summer. They're up a little bit later, and I like that 9 o'clock buffer. Sorry if that's too late for you, but you can always check it on the replay. We also have all these on podcast form, on Spotify, a couple other platforms. It's all in the bio below, so check it out. If you guys like the program and you want to donate to what we do here at Turtle Boy Daily News, you can't donate with the super chat because we're not allowed to have that, because 2 years ago we had the wrong opinion about President Dementia's vaccine mandate. I didn't think it was fair that everybody be forced to take an experimental vaccine that clearly didn't do that much. So, but you're not allowed to have that opinion. So they demonetized us and you can't donate to us that way. But fear not, we just built our own platform. It's called Turtle Chat. If you click on the link at the top of this chat, that brings you to a donation page. You can donate whatever amount of money you want, and you get to leave a message when you do that. I will get the message in my email and I will read it out loud to the class if that happens. You can also, and they don't take 40% like they do on YouTube. So that's pretty cool too. You can also cash at me at $ Uncle Turtle Boy, and I will get the notification on my phone and we will do it that way. So, okie dokie. So we got some stuff to talk about here, guys. I've been busy doing mowing my lawn. I'm a lawn guy now. If you guys know that, I have a lawn. I take good care of it. It's been raining a lot, so it's been growing like crazy lately. So I spent a lot of time on the lawn today and also doing family stuff. But so I haven't caught up. If anything's happened with Kendra Lara in the last, hour, the last like 24 hours, like I missed it. So we're going to have to get caught up. So we're going to get to some Karen Read stuff. So that I haven't talked about yet. So 2 things. Carl Dugal, the Boston detective, made a post yesterday that was shared by Paul O'Keefe, Kerry Roberts, and Jen McCabe. They all shared this post. Like, it's the way do you see it? We need to break it down how stupid and ridiculous it is. We just need to laugh at this guy because Carl is a joke, and I can't wait to see him in court again. I'm going to grill this guy up and down about what an absolute retard he is. Like, he's fucking retarded. There's no other way around it. Oh, sorry, the word offends me. Well, he is. I don't know what. I can't think of another word to describe Carl. I can't. Like, moron does not do him justice. It doesn't. Like, stupid is insulting to stupid people. To group Carl with them. I don't know what else to say. I don't understand how someone like him is functional, quite frankly. So, I am going to get to that. I'm also going to get to, let's see, what else are we going to get to? We're going to get to, so Jen McCabe must be drinking right now because she messaged me. She messaged me on Facebook about an hour and a half ago, and things got weird. Things got real. She sent me some intimate pictures. I shit you not. I wish I was making this up. She did that. Oh, and Kevin Reddington's on our page. He's been hitting the sauce again too. So we got a lot of stuff to get to. I haven't even covered yet. So yeah, I swear to God, Jen McCabe sent me intimate pictures about 90 minutes ago. I think she's been drinking. People sent us pictures from her house today. I think people posted it in the group. There appears to be another party going on.
I'm enjoying actually watching these videos. I mean, it doesn't even feel like work. This is fun to go back and watch, but knowing the seriousness of this, man, I hope all that we can do, helps him. But just right here, hearing that Jen McCabe messaged him on Facebook, like, what?
Her house, always having parties, and I don't know that somebody maybe egged her on, but she decided to send me some weird pictures, and we're gonna get to that.
Weird pictures.
Speaking of weird intimate pictures, we got to talk about counselor.
I'm taking all kinds of notes.
Kendra Lara. So let's talk about her real quick.
If anybody's watching with me and here's something, point it out so I can write it down. Appreciate ya.
It's sweet to hear this shit, but I don't even know where to start, man. So, oh my God, this broad. So we can get to some of Kendra Lara's greatest hits. She was an Elite 8 finalist in Ratchet Madness this year. I thought she had a chance to win the whole thing. She's a Boston city councilor. She was a #1 seed. She ended up losing in a very close matchup with Audrey AJ Robinson, who ended up being the runner-up.
Hellfish says it's wild because I don't know if you know, this is my county. I live in Norfolk County, unfortunately. I knew you lived in Massachusetts. I didn't know if you lived in Norfolk. It's all the people that I met through this wonderful community. It's crazy. The stories that I hear, even besides what's talked about with Turtle Boy and everything else and the Karen Reed case, it's crazy. And I feel so horrible that this is the shit, you guys have to deal with, knowing that you can't even trust your own police. And that being said, it's kind of opened my eyes a little bit more on paying attention to other things online where it might be coming out. I just saw something that happened in my own state, in my own county, that happened 5 years ago that I didn't know. It just ended up in my algorithm about a cop who was fired or given the choice to resign because he bought and admitted to not only buying narcotics on duty, he also got caught on his video cam in his cruiser, calling people in his neighborhood the same kind of things that Proctor was calling people. I was like, what? And then this big story 5 years ago came about showing this other city in Michigan hired the asshole. And I'm like, and this happened 5 years ago, and I didn't hear anything about it. And this is the sad shit that goes under the radar because nobody wants to report on it. I will put it. Yay. Thanks, Lori. Always pull up the blog that corresponds with the content too for your notes. Oh, that's a great idea, Hellfish. Thank you. I'll do that over here. I appreciate you. Sent a pic of John Cuomo in a Canadian Speedo. That's what she sent him? Oh my God. I didn't know that. See, I didn't follow Turtle Boy back then. And Lori says, Hellfish, at least you can vote Adam Deitch. True. Most definitely be doing that, Lori. Great. I am in Essex. So Lori's in Essex County. And that's wow. Hi, most talkative, by the way. Sorry. I was so thrown back by that's the picture that was sent to him. Oh my gosh. Wow. And I got the blog pulled up now, so I'll make sure to scan through that too. That's why you hear him say she sent a nude to him of John. Oh, I got you. Yeah, Essex is where that's where Kelsey's home was, right? Where all this happened was in Essex County, right? That's everything that's happened over there. Ugh. I'm so sorry for all my Massachusetts peeps. Here we go.
Michael Fucci in the end. So, she was pretty solid. And in general, like, it's not a good thing if your city is being run by multiple people in the Sweet 16 of Turtle Boy Ratchet Madness, which the city of Boston currently is. She was in it. Tanya Fernandez Anderson is in it. Councilor Craxilla there, who's suing me. Julia Mejia is in it. And that's not good. So, okay. So this tool bag took his tweet down, I see. So some guy named Nick Schmidt, and Jamal vouched for this guy. So if Jamal vouches for him, then I trust Jamal. So, but he says he's not a bad guy, but I don't know about this guy's motive. So this guy works for the BPDA. He's like a traffic guy. He's big into bikes. And if anybody knows bike culture, like in cities, like bikes have quickly become like a symbol of left-wing activism. Like anybody who wants bike lanes and it's like they're just anti-car and they think they're like they think they're Captain Planet. They think they're saving the earth because they ride their bicycles around and do wheelies once in a while. And this guy takes a picture outside of his house of a car accident on Center Street, which is in Jamaica Plain. And it's a busy street too. And it appears to be a Civic, just went right through the fence. And as it turns out, the driver was this one, Kendra Lara on the left there. And next to, like, this picture is so perfect because, like, that is exactly that, whatever, they thing. That thing is exactly what I picture every Kendra Lara supporter looking like. She used to be called Kendra Hicks. And then because it rhymed with 6, she's the District 6 counselor. And then she conveniently got divorced right afterwards because she didn't want to, use that whatever anymore. But this is like, she's a proud socialist. She's a, one of these BLM activists on the ground, like a child, basically.
Not Norfolk.
Her ideas are foolish. And 10 years ago, she would have got laughed out of the Democratic Party.
Pretty bad too. I mean,
but their party has gone so far to the left that people like her now are getting nominated everywhere. Like AOC kind of started this whole thing. Like AOC, Ayanna Pressley, these guys didn't dethrone Republicans. They dethroned other Democrats who weren't woke enough for them. They weren't young and fresh and what are the words they use? Bold. They're not bold. They don't have climate justice tattoos on their ass. And this is what Boston has become in the last 10 years. And quite frankly, I mean, I don't want to shit on people like us in Boston, but what are you still doing in Boston? Like, you got to get the fuck out of there. It's okay to abandon ship sometimes. It's not abandoning. It's a tactical retreat. You can't live in enemy territory. You can't do it. Your quality of life is going to suck. And then you're going to complain about it and you're completely outnumbered and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, people like this don't get elected by accident. They get elected because the majority of the people want them.
Fast. Anybody, please let me know and I'll go down to 1.25 because right now it's at 1.5.
Democracy works. And so Boston, somehow in the last 10 years, had just become flooded with people who aren't from Boston, who are just, gentrifying. A lot of these people are white and they look like this purple-haired thing. And they want bike lanes. And they want to just completely change the city. So the people that have lived there their whole lives are just outnumbered, outgunned, and there's nothing they can do about it. Kendra Lara beat a woman by the name of Mary Tamer for this seat. And because she thought that the other guy, O'Malley, used to be the counselor in that seat, he wasn't sufficiently like pro BLM enough, like wasn't radical enough. So she wanted to primary him. He ended up dropping out. This woman named Mary Tamer who was kind of like a leftover from the Menino years. And Menino, like him or hate him, but like he ran the city effectively. Like, there was not many problems, I feel like, in Boston when Tom Menino was mayor of the city. At least I don't know. I mean, I didn't pay that much attention to Boston politics, but I never heard of any, like, he kept that shit in line. Like, I couldn't tell you any Boston city councilors, and that's probably a good thing because he kept them in line. And Mary Tamer worked for him. She was on the school committee during that administration. She's a grown-up. And of course, she got her ass kicked because this one comes along with the purple head supporters and they go door to door and talking about Green New Deal and everything's racist as you go. She got endorsed by Ayanna Pressley as Markey and freaking Tito Jackson, all these other slobs. But anyway, she's a full-blown ratchet. She is driving around Boston yesterday with a revoked license. That in and of itself is ratchet. Like, not like she forgot to renew it or anything like that. Revoked. How the fuck do you get your license revoked? Is a bunch of speeding tickets that you're not paying? Who knows?
Mitchell says another YouTube I watched had chat use the little alert sign to alert host of turtle intent. That sounds great. That's what Lori said she'd put. So if anyone hears anything, put that little red alert sign. Sounds perfect. Thank you, guys.
Full blown ratchet. Like every time a ratchet gets pulled over, they don't have the license. It's like a guarantee. And this woman's running the city of Boston. She's got a boy named Zaire, of course. He is autistic, and she has used him several times as like a crutch in her activism and actions as a counselor. And I think he's like 6, and she doesn't have him in a booster seat. Like back in my day, I know like 4-year-olds were riding shotgun, but you can't do that anymore.
Yes,
It's a big
they
no-no.
were.
It's against the law. You gotta have a booster seat for him. And the kid wasn't in a booster seat, and let's just read the police report about what happens here. It says at 4:27 on Friday, we responded to a radio call for a motor vehicle accident with injuries at 803 Center Street. Upon arrival, officers observed blah, 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 blah. Okay, the sequence of events indicated that the vehicle hit the fence outside the home, then crashed into the bushes before ultimately colliding with the left side of the porch, causing significant damage to the home. Now, I'm sure she doesn't have, car insurance. I'm willing to bet she doesn't have car insurance. So who's paying for this shit? Do you think she cares? That's the thing is these people, her and these Michelle Woos of the world, they hurt people. Like Michelle Wu got in an accident 2 or 3 weeks ago. She wasn't driving, a Boston cop was. For some reason, she has a detail. They went through a red light and crashed into innocent people, a woman and her child, and then blamed them for it. And then had known to Commonwealth written in the report. The Boston police constantly cover for these people, which is why I don't believe a word the Boston police say sometimes. Anyway, upon further investigation, officers proceeded to check on the driver of the vehicle and her child, who were inside the ambulance when officers arrived. The driver, identified as Kendra Lara, stated that she was traveling inbound on Center Street when another car, make this bigger, when another car swerved, when another car suddenly pulled out in front of her from the right side. The driver stated that she swerved the car to the left in an attempt to avoid collision with the vehicle and was unable to hit the brakes fast enough before colliding into the home. That makes no sense. Like the driver is pulling out and then you just crash. Like that means you're going too fast. So you made no contact with the other car. Okay. The driver explained that the other driver of the other vehicle did not appear to check their mirrors or assess the situation before pulling out. How do you know they checked their mirrors? Officers observed blood on the left side of Kendra's shirt by the shoulder area, presumably originating from her child. So that's good. Kendra appeared to be physically unharmed and reported no injuries at that time. EMTs later told Officer Zayas that the child suffered injuries, including bruising around the left eye and a deep laceration of the left eyebrows, resulting in profuse bleeding from the wound area. The officers also spoke. Did he have like a bunch of scratches on his right arm? Maybe Alexis hit him. I don't know. The officers also spoke to the driver of the other vehicle, who stated that he was barely out of the parking spot and barely in motion when he noticed a car driving down the street at a high rate of speed. He stated the car passed him quickly and then suddenly turned left, crashing into the home of 803 Center Street. He emphasized that he was not close to hitting the car and believed that the other driver was speeding. He confirmed that his vehicle was not damaged or touched by the other vehicle. The owner of the property arrived on the scene while officers were there and informed the owner of the property with the damages and incident. The owner was instructed by officers to contact redacted. It should be noted that Kendra Lara stated that both she and her child had their seatbelts on at the time of the accident, with the child seated behind the passenger seat. It should also be noted the child was not in a booster seat, which is a violation of the law, as children must be secured in a booster seat until they are 8 years of age or meet the minimum height requirement of 57 inches. As a result, a 51A was filed due to neglect and failure to use a proper car seat for the child's safety. It should also be noted that it was discovered that Kendra Lara was driving with a revoked license. Additionally, the vehicle she was driving was found to be unregistered. Of course it was. Of course it was unregistered. What did you expect? Well, as it turns out, the car was registered to a man by the name of Owen Thomas. And people didn't believe this tweet. When I put this tweet out today, this is the actual headline of the tweet. And people are like, what? That can't be a real headline. No, it is. It's a real headline. This is the most accurate reporting of this whole thing. Boston City Councilor Kendra Lara crashed into a house while speeding with a revoked license, injuring her son, who was not properly restrained. She was driving a car belonging to a BPS teacher who filmed her naked with her son after having anal sex. Everything about that tweet is 100% accurate. Like I've never seen people like, this can't be real. No, that's an exact retelling of what happened. The car belonged to a man named Owen Thomas. And about, I think this was in January, we broke this story. And of course, no other media outlet bothered covering it because they're not gonna, report anything negative about Kendra Lara. And this guy apparently is in some sort of relationship with her. 6 months later, she's still driving his car around, and of course it's unregistered and she doesn't have a license, but fuck it, who cares? And he took a video of them having anal sex and then did a post video bragging about it. And she's in the background doing something to her child while wearing no pants for some reason. Like this is not hyperbole. Yeah, but fuck it. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me play this.
Yo, what's up, y'all? I'm just chilling. Definitely just looked Kendra in the eyes. It was crazy. Yeah.
He goes, she accidentally put it in there, she says.
Yeah, look.
Like, what is happening right now? Why? Like, there's no
Oh.
pants. There's not even like a G-string there. Nothing. And it's a child. She's doing something to a child.
Look.
Like, what is the child doing? Like, what is happening right now? Why is the child in that room?
Yo, what's up, y'all?
Are they in a bathroom? Is that a tub behind them?
Look Kendra in the eyes. It was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, look.
That's definitely a shower curtain. But for some reason, she's not wearing pants in the video. And when I posted that, of course, nobody writes about it, whatever. And right after we reported on it, this guy, Nick Schmidt, takes it down. I found it interesting that his account only had 300 something followers. But one of them was Michelle Wu,
years ago.
and he's big into like cycling, which I can guess what his politics
Oh,
are.
boy.
Just guessing. Oh, they took this down. Oh, she took this tweet down. Did somebody get a screenshot of this tweet? If so, send it to me because I want to embed it back in the tweet. Yesterday, she posted a tweet, or 2 days ago, she posted a tweet of this guy, a character from the Wild Thornberrys named Donnie, who I didn't know anything about him.
She just got
But
charged
this
for
character
it.
is basically raised by orangutans. So he's like a wild animal. And this is who she compares her son to. Zaire is in the back seat. No shirt, no shoes like Donnie, though. Also, no booster seat. No booster seat as well. But apparently she compared him to an animal. And
Got charged.
here she is when she ran for office, putting him into a car seat, pretending to be like a good mom. And she can
Go back
just
and
accused
check
Tamer,
out
who's
this thing.
Syrian,
I mean,
who's
the
not even
stuff that you
American,
can find
of
out
being racist, of
watching
course.
Turtle Boy back in
She
the day. I
also,
tell you.
what else did she do in this race? Yeah. Oh, by the way, it was determined that
Great.
she had never even voted before. Like in 14 out of 20 elections, she hadn't even voted.
journalist.
I'm telling you, a lot of these people don't even vote. These ratchets, they
I'm
don't
not
vote.
sure who he's talking
They're
about.
like, yeah, voting's
I think
gay.
it
I'm not
was
voting.
in
And then, like, yo, let me run the
January
city. Vote for me. Okay.
This video, sorry, I should have given the date. This video is from July of 2023. This is the one that she's talking about is, I don't know, that's Kendra Lara. Her name is Kendra Lara. I don't know who she is. If someone does know who she is and is watching, let me know because I don't know, but I do know this is from July of 2023. And the name of the woman he's talking about is Kendra Lara. And I think, were you talking about when you said Monica Cannon Grant? I did see Turtle Boy's coverage on that this year when he went over his prior coverage of her and all the shady shit she did.
So she kept this one up about keeping the kids in school. I guess she doesn't really like seeing her kid, but she's constantly virtue signaling about bikes. And I don't even know how she paid for this bike or got it. I guarantee this is like a gift. And she rides the bike to work and she shows it off and blah, blah, blah. But just like Michelle Wu, when she needs to get somewhere quickly, what does she do? She takes a car because that's what grown-ups do. They take cars to places. The same woman earlier in the week, I was going to do a blog on this ridiculous post. She wrote this whole thing. Remember this out? We talked about this last week on the show. That South Boston apartment where 4 children were found at a dildos, trannies, drugs, and dead bodies
Monica
party.
Cannon Grant. That's the one.
Because somebody overdosed in that house. We later found out who this person was. They were a 26-year-old dude in drag, and firefighters reported finding all sorts of drugs there, and they referenced that there were men in wigs. And Kendra Lara got really mad. You should see the videos of this shit, of the virtue signal. Actually, I got a couple of these videos. Let me pull them up.
I'm gonna
see these
search
videos.
who Kendra Lara is. Let me find out. Who is
I'll pull them up.
Kendra Lara? Okay, so she previously served on the Boston City Council for the 6th District.
This is what she had to say about that. Yeah, because that's like
for
an obvious concern
of the
that a bunch of kids at
Democratic
this party with all these,
Party.
I don't even care about the transgender aspect of it. I think that's
She was
focusing
an
on the
elected
wrong thing here.
official
Because
in
just listen to this one. This
Boston.
one, okay, so this is Counselor Gabriella Coletta, and I'm pretty sure I wrote about her one time too. She had some bad tweets. Let's see, Coletta. Okay, this is a February 2022. Oh, look at this thing. First of all, just look at this headline. Okay, just this is how they really are when no one's looking. When they're not running for office, this is what they say. Pasty bitch ass trigger. Now, granted, it's 2008, but stop it. I've never posted the N-word on social media. I feel quite confident in saying that. So this did not stop her from getting elected to the city council.
Helfish says our government officials often put their family on staff. See, that's sickening. That's just sickening. And these people go into politics knowing they've have these biases and are sometimes racist and say these horrible things and get elected, and then they whine and cry when people point out their bigotry and bring up their past behavior. Like they only did it once. Yeah, right. Ooh, it was a one mistake thing. I'm so sick of hearing that thing. Ugh.
So she's a city councilor now, and she's woke. But back then, she was dropping N-bombs left and right. Oh, she got, good. The child molester, the rapist endorsed her, so that's good. What did she say here? I told him I'd personally make it for him, but he's being gay. Ooh. And your gay white coach wristlet. Ooh, okay. Pasty, bitch ass trigger. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Kind of gay. All right. So anyway, so that's Gabriella. What's her name? Gabrielle Coletta. That's her name. Okay. So here's what she had. Now she's woke. Now she's a city councilor, so she doesn't use language like that anymore. She uses language like this.
I did not say something. Obviously, it's been said it was a tragic incident that happened at Mary Ellen McCormick, and my heart does go out to those who were affected and their loved ones. While no one really has the full set of facts right now, I have been on the phone with folks from the fire department and trying to just basically understand what happened. BHA, it is currently under investigation, which I think is the bottom line here. It's currently under investigation. So I will speak on the rhetoric of what I and many others saw in the media, what my staff saw. Transgender individuals are parents, they are children, they are siblings, they are our neighbors and friends, they are our staff. They deserve dignity and respect. And so when comments are made to insinuate deviance or predatory behavior, especially in the
deviance, they're doing drugs in an apartment with children. We're not insinuating deviance. This is deviance.
Gender expression.
Oh, gender
They know
expression.
better than anyone this is done to harm their existence.
Oh, right.
So when hateful words are spoken, hate crimes go up.
Yes,
We know
that's the
that trans
problem.
individuals die.
Oh, they died. Okay.
They saw this.
So when we point out that maybe these, BLT 123s shouldn't be having drug and dildo parties with children, where one of them is dying, that we're killing trans people or something. That's what this individual is saying here. This is how ridiculous these people are.
Take a dark turn, twisted and glorified to incite the lowest recesses of public fear. They see that and wonder if folks really care about their public safety.
Yes, yeah, they're the real
And
victims.
so
The people
I
that the
think
kids
it's
think.
incumbent upon all of us,
This
as many
is
others have
horrible
mentioned,
shit,
as elected
man.
officials and public officials, to give them the dignity that they deserve, the privacy,
The privacy.
understand the impacts of our words and our actions, to not try to appeal to the lowest common denominator.
What?
So again, I don't know everything. That's why I'm limiting my comments to the aftermath.
Okay, so what else we got here? Hold on. Catherine sent me these. All right, let's see what else.
Will be assigned to the Committee on Public Safety, Criminal Justice.
Actually, want to get to the
Anyone,
one.
point of order? Council Royal, you have the floor.
Thank you, President Flynn. I think I wasn't given the opportunity to add.
Well, this is
mine,
Kendra Lara. Listen to her
speak
talk.
to my council colleagues if they're going to be taking a vote and make my case for why I'm doubting the ruling of the chair and why I would like to make a motion to have it assigned to the Housing Committee.
You can make your argument. We're not taking a vote. The chair recognizes Council Lara. Council Lara, you have the floor.
We have to move the vote.
No. Council Lara, make your argument, but the chair is going to make a decision.
Do we freeze?
We're
Are
not
we
having a
freezing?
vote. We're not going to have a vote.
Pursuant to Rule 4 of the Boston City Council rules, I can
Do we freeze? Hold on.
doubt
All right.
the ruling of the chair, and that vote needs to be taken. There needs to be a roll call vote taken here on the floor about where it gets to go
All right. So this just goes on and on.
in collaboration with the chair if
Such assignments on that subject.
to this committee.
Okay. So anyway, she just whines about how it's whatever mean to transgender people, and she puts out this whole statement. Yeah, I'll share it. Go back to her statement here. No, wrong one. Get rid of that. Oh, I'll get it. Hold on.
Hey, Zach. Thank you.
All right, here we go. So this is what she writes about. I'll read this to you. This is all she has to say about the fact that, a bunch of kids are endangered, which makes sense that she doesn't care about endangering kids since she drives around with them unrestrained properly. This is what she says in her thing. According to Boston Police Department, who she now trusts somehow. Let me make this bigger so I can read this. All right. How can I zoom in? You can't zoom in? All right. According to Boston Police Department, on January 27th or June 17th at 11:11, officers responded to a call of an unconscious person and 4 children who each had a parent present. And the parents, alongside the officers, took the necessary steps to avoid having the children see the deceased, who died of a drug overdose, by the way, died of a drug overdose. It's a heartbreaking situation, no matter the circumstances. Well, the circumstances matter. As elected officials, we are responsible for handling these tragedies with respect and dignity our constituents deserve. Instead, in the days following the incident, I saw from 3 members of the Boston City Council behavior that lacked empathy and respect for the facts and stoked the kind of homophobic and transphobic rhetoric that puts our most vulnerable residents at risk. This is what they always do. You point out something bad that they're doing, and they're like, oh my God, you're making me You're making me, I'm going to die. Someone's going to kill me because you point out something bad I did. Oh, no. Our colleagues have actively misgendered the trans women involved. So that's the real crime here. That's the real crime here. It's not that a bunch of children were found to be at a party filled with drugs and sex toys and stuff like that. The real crime is that somebody misgendered them. So they called the guy with the dick a dude. Our colleagues have actively called them men in wigs, which is what it's like the definition of what a trans person is. I mean, would you like men with women? Would you prefer women with dicks? Like, what's a better one, men with wigs or women with dicks? I think men with wigs is a little bit nicer, but we can call you women with dicks if you'd like, because that's what you want. In direct contradiction with the statements of BPD, and again, this is why the BPD, what they did is so fucking like, dude, you gave fuel to this piece of shit. They've miscategorized the conditions of a constituent's home, miscategorized it, and spread stories about sex toys and drugs. They died from a drug overdose that are unsubstantiated. No, the guy admitted it. He admitted it. Furthering the false right-wing narrative that our trans siblings are sexual deviants who our children need protecting from. Well, they do from these ones. Although our colleagues voted favorably for a resolution celebrating Pride Month.
Yeah, they need protection from parents that are going to do drugs and other shit in front of them. And they're focusing on the wrong thing. Wow.
Maybe next time they shouldn't. They have shown no respect for the community, opting instead of scandalizing a tragedy to garner press attention and political points with the extreme right in our city under the guise of public safety. We've seen, okay, and then hate crimes are going up and Human Rights Commission and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So she wants, she wants these people, they're the real victims here, not the kids or anything like that. It's the people with the dildos and the drugs. They're the real victims. Okay. This same woman, she ran on a policy of abolishing the police. Like in 2020, she was saying this, and abolish prisons. Well, she has to date someone. So what else do we got in her? Oh, this is her at a protest urging people to push the police. So that's her. I mean, that's your city councilor right there, urging people to push. Nice. She also wants to not only defund the police, but replace construction detail officers with convicted felons fresh out of jail in order to achieve racial justice and equity. More recently, the same woman, if you'll recall, in what was it? What the hell month was this? We exposed her. Okay, so last September, back when Ricardo Arroyo, the city councilor who was running for district attorney, got accused by multiple women of sexual assault, and the same people that told us believe all women no longer believed these women, although many did, and no longer endorsed him anymore. But she stood by him, and in doing so, she accused the other city councilors of, you guessed it, racism for wanting to get rid of Ricardo Arroyo because he's a sexual deviant. And she especially she hates Erin Murphy because she's white. She's a city councilor who's white, a Democrat, but she's white. And she's got a sister named Dara. And Dara frequently criticizes Kendra on Twitter. So Kendra wanted Dara to be silenced. She asked Erin Murphy, can you get your sister to stop criticizing me on Twitter? And as a pretext of doing that, she made up this ridiculous lie about what's been happening to her.
I know what it means to be a woman of color on this council. I have to show up to events in my district with security.
Oh, yes.
Death threat that's come to me.
Oh, death threats,
Every
right.
day I
Death
get an
threats.
email that calls me a nigger whore in my
What?
inbox.
The N-word.
That was a result of an attack that was mounted up by Councilor Erin Murphy's sister, Dara Murphy.
Well, yeah. Council Laura, can you finish up, please?
Absolutely,
Can you finish up, please?
Absolutely, President Flynn. I can finish up. Thank you so much. Well, President Flynn, I went, excuse me, thank you so much, y'all. I really appreciate it.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
She brought a bunch of rats
Please
with her
not
too.
interrupt my colleague
Who started a riot.
Whoever's speaking.
Thank you, President Flynn. I really want to finish up so I can stay to the minute that you gave me. I went through the proper channels. I spoke to President Flynn. I said, President Flynn, I am under attack.
I'm under
I'm a
attack.
single mother of a 6-year-old kid. I have no idea what to do. Can you please ask Councilor Murphy to either speak to her sister or publicly condemn the racist, volatile attacks against the councilors of color? And President Flynn, rightfully so, spoke to Councilor Murphy, and Councilor Murphy said she would not.
She would not. So like, I mean, what is this? Is this middle school? Oh no! Tell your sister to stop being mean to me on Twitter because I'm getting death threats, and every day I get emails calling me the N-word whore. She said that every day I get emails calling me N-word whore. Well, the thing about emails is they're public record. So we went and pulled them, and she got notified about this. That somebody did a records request. She's like, I stood up at last week's city council meeting and talked about the daily hate emails I get, how I get called a N-word whore. Well, the very next day, someone, me, FOIA'd my emails for the exact phrase. I can only presume it was to see if I was lying. Yup. These people are depraved. Yeah, we're depraved because we want to see if public officials are lying, which, oh yeah, as it turns out, you were. You were lying because we got back your emails, every email that said the N-word or the word whore. And the only email that ever came up was from my buddy Jamal, who sent an email to the entire city council that quoted somebody else. And even put the N-word in quotes. And Jamal's black for what it's worth. So, and he's not calling her the N-word. He's quoting somebody else about a political topic he's working on. So there's that. Okay. So after Arroyo's loss, Kendra Lara immediately, of course, blamed it on racism, while ignoring the fact that, 2 women accused him of sexual assault. Oh, yeah. She also lives in, she's been evicted from more places than I can count because she's a ratchet. She has multiple judgments against her. And she's living in public housing that she no longer qualifies for. Cancel rent, please. Yeah, I bet you like that. She no longer qualifies for because she voted to give herself a pay raise to $120,000 a year, or maybe it was 115. I forget the exact number, but she no longer qualifies for that. So anyway, that is that. Now, I'm told, people are telling me, I've not seen it yet, the whole thing, but I'm told that she has been charged with a crime. Let me see if I, so city councilor, I'm going to send this to myself. Oh, it's WCVB. Oh, we'll see what happens. Copy. Because again, doing family show all day, so I haven't had time to read about Kendra Lara as much as I like. Let me see if I got this.
Hey Zach, and you guys before well, the ones that I have here watching with me, I know that everyone else is basically looking at for anything that proves his intent. I've already made a couple little notes. That's why I'm watching the entire thing, because I don't want to miss anything. But if anyone knows, like I just wrote down, like even this story that he's doing right now shows that he did a FOIA request before accusing this person of lying. It proves that he does his due diligence before he makes an accusation. So to me, that's noteworthy. So I made a note of that. But does anyone know if that's stuff that they want as well? If you do know, please let me know.
Okay, so let's see. A member of the Boston City Council, it says, was driving a car, blah, blah, blah. Her office confirmed her son was also in the car. Okay, so they do mention City Councilor Lara. She will be summoned to court on several related charges, and DCF was contacted. Why wouldn't DCF immediately take the kid? According to a police report from which all names were redacted. Is that true? Holy shit. Oh my God. They really did this. Check this out. This is the new police report. Check this out. All right. Oh, Jesus. So they don't even put the names. They don't put the date of birth, the race, the sex. That's it. That's it. Are you kidding me? It's a child present. They do have that.
Good, Katie.
Let's see what the report now says.
Sweetie.
Upon further, the driver was identified. Oh my God. They fucking rejected
Katie,
her
if
name.
you can hear, do you have an
Everything.
email? I need to email you
Wow.
something.
Wow.
I don't know how to reach out to you.
It doesn't even say who the vehicle is registered to. They even redacted him. Should be summoned to West Roxbury Court for the following. So
I
when she
think
going
it
to
might
court?
just be Karen Witness
say?
related. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So she's
too.
being charged with Operation.
Let me pause this real quick. And that's what I know. They specifically need something, anything that shows intent, but I didn't know if it's intent only that what, but or something like this showing that, proof that he does like his due diligence, like he requested that FOIA to before accusing that this leader or this official of lying. He FOIA'd her emails to prove that she was lying. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm just wondering. Help is just sorry, helping to get Munchie packed. She's staying at mom's. I'm going to see Yellow Card and NFT. Great, no worries. Thanks for being here, Healthfish. And again, a big shout out to Healthfish. You came on my channel yesterday. We talked some mental health. And I can't wait to have him on again. And tell the little one, Emily, that it was nice to see her and meet her. And I can't wait to see her again, too. Yes, just Karen stuff. Okay, got it. You want me to put my email in the chat? Wait, you have my email. Remember, I emailed you at FNL weekend. Oh, you did? Yes, you did. Good. Thank you. I will email you back. I will email you today, so check it a little later. Thank you for reminding me. See, my memory is bad, you guys. So bad. I'm so sorry.
Of a motor vehicle after suspension, operation of an unregistered motor vehicle, operating an uninsured motor vehicle, allowing, and the other guy will be summoned for allowing unlicensed operation,
And
allowing
Katie, Did you know that you can message each other through and I wasn't it's funny you asked to put in the chat. I was actually going to tell you to send your email to me in messaging through Facebook or not Facebook, oh my god. Through YouTube cuz now you can message people privately through YouTube, which is kind of a cool thing. It's new. Someone sent it to me and I was like, "Whoa, what's this?" But an awesome thing. YouTube is hopefully getting their shit together.
Operation of an unregistered motor vehicle. But I don't see anywhere on there about child
every
endangerment
30 seconds, I basically
Why-
live in my
or anything involving a child, which she should be.
Well, Katie, you're the opposite of me because I only go in my email when I absolutely have to. It causes me so much anxiety. Oh, watch this. I'll show you. Give me 1 second. We're going to pause Turtle Boy for 1 second and I'll show you guys something. This new thing that YouTube has is pretty cool. So if you go to, like, if I go to Katie D's page, yeah, Katie, oops. Where, okay, maybe, I wonder if you have to have like a channel. Hold on, let me go to some, how do I do this? Let me see. I know how to do it on my phone. I haven't done it on the, let me go to the other Mary B. The other Mary B is one of the ones that showed me this. Let's see. I wonder if it's only on the app and maybe not online. Oh, see right here. Oh no, that's a search. Wait, let's see. When you go, if you're on your YouTube app, when you go to your YouTube app and you go to the channel, there's a little messaging bar now at the top. I'll take a picture of it and put it in my Dropbox. Give me a second. It's pretty cool though. Oh, hi KLB. KLB says not every country supports the email through YouTube. For instance, you can't do in Canada. Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. But I just took a photo of it, how it shows up in the app. So you guys, I'm just going to show you. If you have access, this is where it'll oops. Share my Dropbox. Okay. Let me show you this. It's pretty cool though. If you have it, it's a pretty cool thing. You can send each other videos and stuff. It just saves you a text message or having to share it. So I'm pulling up this picture for you, KDD. Hold on. You can see this little lovely little box. Come on, open. See up here, you see my right there where there's like this little text messaging thing? Isn't that cool? Do you see that? You can click on it and send messages, and then what you can do is search for a page, and then you have to email them or text them for them to like approve you to be able to message and stuff. I was going to try and send you one, but I can't see how to do it on the computer. Let me see if I can do it from my phone. Says invite others to message, get a link to start a new chat. So let's see if I can find. Oh, I can send you mine. I'm going to email it to you, KDD. Hold on. Email. Ah. You see it? Oh, okay. So hold on. We're Katie D's in she's in Michigan with me. And Lori says, cool. Yeah, it is cool. Oh, and you see it. So it's on the homepage from the YouTube app. Yep. So like now I can send you a link. So I do this plus and then send it through mail, copy. I think I copied the link. And then I'm going to send you one. I just got to find your email. There it is. Got it. Paste. Tell me if that worked, because I don't think it posted the whole thing. Sent. Oh yeah, it did. It sent you. I just sent it to you. I just sent it to you in an email. Tell me if you got it and if it works. All right. While we're doing that, we'll get back to Turtle Boy.
Licensed operation, allowing operation of an unregistered motor vehicle. But I don't see anywhere on there about child endangerment. Like why, or anything involving the child, which she should be charged with.
Oh, sweet. Let me fix
Or
this
speeding.
page real
I don't
quick.
know.
I need to get out of the chat.
It doesn't say much. Oh, look at this.
Video, there we
Relationships
go.
addendum. Like a child was seriously hurt during this.
There we go.
And this is, oh, okay. I mean, at least there's more than one charge. I thought I was going to, exactly. Unbelievable. So let me read the rest of the WCVB report. They really redacted this woman's name from the goddamn report. That is wild. Yeah. Her son Zaire suffered injuries in the crash and was taken to Boston Children's Hospital, where he received stitches. His injuries, including bruising around the left eye and deep laceration on the left eyebrow. How do you get the kids back? The officer who wrote the report noted that the child was not in a booster seat in violation of the law, and a report was submitted to DCF. The report states that she was driving with the revoked license. Like that immediately is like, you have to resign. She's not going to. She ain't going to resign. I cannot wait until the inevitable, like, oh, white supremacy did this to me. Oh, look what white supremacy did. It made me crash my car. Because she will take no accountability for this. People like her are incapable
I think this slowed down.
of any sort of self-introspection or admitting that they're wrong or admitting that any of their failures in life are a result of their choices and not racism. Like, this is insane that this woman is a city
we're
council.
looking for specifically.
Okay, full statement. Oh, so she issued a statement. Lara and Zayt
read stop. I think
around the revoke license.
fast forward through this.
She says,
Not
Haas, do you
please.
know it's really
What
Jen Messer?
time?
We hope you like the turtle gear. We probably understand there's a little bit of a delay there. Okay. So if anyone else would like to donate, the link is at the top. I will read your message out loud of the class, or you can cash at me at $, Uncle Turtle Boy. That's how you can follow me. Get it up.
You're not a nosy.
Okay. Why don't we do a little thing right now before we get into Canton?
I didn't know it wasn't. With YouTube, you never know if it works in all countries. I just assume something like that it would be available to anyone. That's dumb. But then again, YouTube is weird like that. I mean, how many people have had problems with YouTube and StreamYard these last couple of months? It's been crazy. constant problems. I mean, look how I didn't have my YouTube emojis. And for anyone out there that maybe still doesn't have their YouTube emojis on their YouTube app, what I had to do and found out from someone else, and I've tried to let people know when I see people saying they still don't have their emojis, you literally have to manually go to the app store, because for whatever reason, YouTube, if you have your app set to auto update, YouTube wasn't auto updating. So I had to go to the app store and manually update it. And my emojis, my YouTube emojis came back.
Thing called Where You Reppin'. Let us know in the comments right now. Franklin Hansen Dansport in Avon Hall, Moscow, Russia. That's a no. Seabrook Dedham reads them over on the Rumble. Abington, Lauderdale, Holbrook, Abington at the EG. I forget who he directed the first one at, but the second one he directed at fellow officer Brian Albert. So I'm going to have Sean on here. I'm going to bring him up in 1 second just to talk about his thoughts on this, because I'd like to hear from more law enforcement about this kind of stuff. And yeah, just like, I mean, I feel like the more cops that speak out about this, the better, because every cop I speak to is disgusted by this. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to bring up Sean right now. Let's see. Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. So welcome to the show.
Thank you Ray, for having me.
Thanks for coming. So you're a former DEA, right?
That's correct.
How long did you work for the DEA and when did you leave?
Okay, so I started the DEA in 1986, retired down in Bogota, Colombia in 2011. But prior to that, I was a police officer in the DC area. And I worked 3 years specifically in crime scene investigations, which this case caught my attention.
Are you from, have you heard of Turtle Boy?
Zach, if you're lurking by any chance, KDD is wondering if you are still here.
Before this case or?
Not before this case, no.
Okay. So you're not from the Massachusetts area, or you are?
No, I was born and raised in Dorchester, Mattapan.
Okay. Where do you live now?
Moved to Canton.
Oh, you lived in Canton?
I did. I went 4 years in high school in Canton.
Oh, you went to Canton High School?
I did.
Oh, how about that? How about that? So I read your letter, I think on Tuesday. I believe it was Tuesday.
I think it was Saturday night. Yeah.
Saturday night. Okay. So what are your, I'm not going to repeat the whole thing, but I didn't share you one that you sent to Brian Albert. What would you tell Brian Albert right now? How would you send that?
The obvious, I mean, he's putting his family through torture. He's torturing his family. If he had.
KDD says, fun fact, I found out about the Karen Reed case from a post of Sean's on YouTube that randomly came up on my feed. Wow. I literally did not know who Sean McDonough was until a couple months ago when I had Kazi on and we watched that shit. I just got a message that I didn't want to see. More money I can't pay right now. It's ridiculous. Anyways, I saw a video I had Kazi on and he asked me if I'd seen a video of Sean McDonough basically going nuts. And I was like, no, I don't even know who he is. And we played that video. I don't even remember. He was just like losing his mind, like going off. It was kind of crazy. Just like whenever anyone was like, oh, we'll give him Sean McDonough, I'm just like, I would pretend I knew what people were talking, like, okay, it's funny. Yeah, okay. I had no clue. But now I do. And I didn't know that Aiden had him on his show before. No Mercy Monday. One of my favorites from him was interview with this lady named Donna that knew the O'Keefes. I wish I could watch it again, but he took down the channel. Oh, that channel. Oh, gotcha. Because he's gone through 1 or 2 channels. I only learned that later on, too. Hi, Katja. Thanks for being here, you guys. Oh, and just an FYI, I got a jury summons in the mail today. I went to the doctor's this morning and I checked my mail. I don't check it very often because I don't get much mail. It's mostly junk mail. And the first thing it says is, dear prospective juror, this is not a summons for jury service, but at some future time, you are going to be notified or by district court as to the time, date, time, and place of service. Your name has been drawn by random selection for jury service. The full cooperation of every citizen is necessary if our system of justice is to function fairly and efficiently. You are required to complete your online questionnaire within 10 days of receipt of this notice. Refusing to answer or making untruthful answers could result in a fine, imprisonment, or both for contempt of court. Failure to complete your questionnaire does not excuse you from jury service. So I completed my at least initial service by doing the questionnaire this morning as well. If I get called for actual jury duty and what date, I will let you guys know. I've been called before, but first time I was ever called for jury duty, I was 8 months pregnant. I tried to get out of it, and they said nope. Being 8 months pregnant wasn't good enough, apparently. So I went down there, sat there all day, pretty much, and then was sent home. And then another time I was called for jury duty, I sat there, and then they let us go for lunch. They called our names. I was coming back into the courtroom. Maybe it was before lunch. I don't remember exactly, but I know we were dismissed for lunch. We came back in the courtroom. We were waiting for the lawyers to do the questioning to decide if you were going to be on the jury or not. And after several hours of sitting in the actual courtroom waiting for that, the judge dismissed us, saying that a witness didn't show up, that the case was being postponed, and sent us all home. Ironically enough, I found out what case that would have been later that night on the news, because they showed the inside the courtroom. They showed the judge saying exactly what we had heard, saying that, case is postponed, jury selection is being postponed. And I was like, woof. And it was a murder of a liquor store in Westland. KDD knows Westland, but it's a city in Metro Detroit. So it's crazy. I was glad I don't want to be on. I as much as I'd love to be on a jury, I really do want to be on a jury one time, just to know what it's like and to really experience it firsthand. But it also would scare me to never have been on a jury and be on a murder trial. Like, I just couldn't do it. I don't know. I mean, obviously I would do it if I was chosen and it's my civic duty, but it's scary. Katie says, I never watched him. I had no clue who he was or even is. After I saw his video, I just went to Law and Crime and watched every single pretrial hearing there was at that time. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I knew who Karen Read was from, like, kind of, because this way back before her first trial, I was watching Lawyer and he would talk about it. He covered it, but those were actually the only cases back then, or the only case back then that I didn't watch that he was covering. And so I never watched the first trial, never got into it. And it was right before the second trial that I really started, and what got me into it was watching Lawyer talk about Turtle Boy. And I'm like, who the fuck is Turtle Boy? So then I went digging, and then I was hooked. KLB says, I only discovered him through watching Jimmy. Yay. Lori, I watched that. That was actually a great video. The Donna video, if it's gone on his old channel, you can't find it. I wonder if someone ever went over it where that's available. Huh. I was his first member. He was good, but after you look back, he actually did not make any sense. Hi, Christy Bacon. Scarlett, I'm lurking while I do some chores that I have put off. Hey, I know what that's like. I do that kind of stuff all the time. No worries. Glad to have you. Yes, I wish I could find that Donna. I wonder what she feels about the case now, but it made me cry. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. So I wonder if anyone went over that video where it would still be available. I might have to do some research there. Never been called, and it's my literal dream to be on a jury. Oh. Well, you don't want to go down to Wayne. Like, I had to go down to Wayne County's court. All 3 times that I was called was downtown, and going downtown sucks. Mitchell says, I did jury duty twice. Both times requested and got closer location. There you go. See, I don't know if they do that. Like, I didn't know. I thought I was back in Wayne County, but apparently I'm not. I'm on the border of Oakland County. So I got served for Oakland County, which isn't that bad. So Lori says, I've been called a few times, but then it comes to the day of court. And then they tell me the case was solved or canceled or something. It is my dream too. I think all of us that are in true crime really would love to serve on a jury. That's true. Because we just, can't get enough of it. Plus being able to like experience it firsthand. But I have to admit that like it's a scary thing. Especially on an unaliving case, because you have someone's life in your hand. And then I'd worry that I'd be too, I don't know, what's the word, critical of the state's case, knowing what I know and seeing what I see in all the true crime that I watch. You know what I mean? Like, even though I think I wouldn't be biased, would there be a subconscious bias? Like, I would worry about that because I wouldn't want to tank anything. I wouldn't want to screw anything up. Hi, Scott. There is a hearing today about Colin. Oh, there is at 3:00. Oh, is anybody covering it? Does anyone know? Gosh, I've never been called. Both my kids, the year they turned 18, and my best friend this year got called for regular and then federal within a month of each other. Wow. I was just going to say, aren't you in Oakland? But yeah, you're like in the area where the cross. Yes, exactly. Literally across the street, because I'm at 8 Mile and I'm on the north side of 8 Mile. And this is Oakland County, and across the street on the south side of 8 Mile is Wayne County. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm literally on the border. I was called, but I had just got divorced and moved out of the country, or moved out of the county that the summons was went to. It was sent to my ex-husband's house. Well, it used to be my house too. Yeah. Aw. See, and that, it sucks because, like, most of us that want to, it seems like a lot of people in the true crime community and those that would really enjoy being on a jury, we're not the ones ever called, My dad was on 3 trials. He's always, like, it's crazy how many times my dad's been called for jury duty. Like, he's been called a lot. It's crazy. Katie says, Kasha, why don't they want us? Oh my God, federal, they don't have to pay me. I'll do that for free. Yes. Oh, Melanie Little's covering it in 30 minutes. All right. Awesome. I would play it here, but if Melanie Little's covering it, I'm obviously not gonna snipe her video. But if you guys, I'm gonna continue doing this. I can catch Melanie's later. If you guys go see Melanie and want to fill me in, I'd love that so I can hear what happens at the hearing. Hi, Blessed Texas. Says, I've served on a jury several times and even served 18 months on a federal. Whoa, 18 months? Holy shit. That's a long ass time. What kind of case takes 18 months? Holy shit. I didn't even think a case could take that on a grand. So grand jury. Oops. Hold on. KSB just texted me back. She's got the dolly flu, overslept. Miss Baker's live this morning. So how do you do a federal grand jury? Is that one case or all? Like, how does that work, Blessed Texas? I'm curious. No, my flashlight won't turn on. Ugh. I'm in St. Joseph County, so we don't have a lot of schmurdery crime. If there's is one, it's probably going to be bad. Yeah. Livonia, I don't know if you guys in Michigan have seen them. I don't know about Western Michigan if they carried it. We just had a quadruple homicide in Livonia the other day. Really, really sad. It's on the border of Redford and Livonia. Some guy went crazy. I don't know. It was really sad. I watched the breaking news alert. I've been trying to find more info. I watched the guy's arraignment, and they really didn't say much. So it's just really sad. Law Girls are covering it, but not showing it live. Gotcha. Thank you, Lori. He sounded a little salty about it too. Wait, who, what? I get so lost. And I'm sorry, Akasha. I'm like, wait, who sounded salty? Oh, grand jury covers all cases. They're the ones that send cases to trials. Oh, okay, I get that. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. I wasn't even thinking. I said grand jury, but it like wasn't registering in my brain. Okay, so if you get assigned a grand jury, like you're just on the grand jury, being presented a bunch of different cases for that total of 18 months. Oh, Baker, yeah, because KSB, the other Mary B, missed the link. Yeah, I think he's messing with her. I tried to tell him in the chat that she has the dolly flu. You should have seen the picture she sent me the other day of her literally passed out on the couch. Poor thing has been so tired. I suck at following local crime. Another reason I should get jury duty. There you go, because if you get on jury duty, that means you haven't heard of the case then, right? No problem, Katie D. See you when you get back. That would be so cool. Yeah, like if I get on a jury, I'll be really excited to actually get on one this time. I really will. And especially since it's Oakland County and it's not, it's not federal. It's district court. I'm just interested. I don't really care what kind of trial it is. I'm just interested in serving on a jury and seeing how everything works and experiencing it firsthand. But I will keep you updated. So. All right. So if anyone does go watch Melanie Little, come back and fill me in if you can on what happens in the hearing about Colin Albert. And let's continue getting through this video.
Has nothing to hide. Why is he hiding?
Okay. And you, like, from your experience in law enforcement.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so Blessed says, yes, you only go in as needed, usually once or twice a month, sometimes more. What sucks is you are at their beck and call. Oh, yeah. Because you have to call you're basically their whore. Like, get your ass down here right now. We got a case for you to hear. That sucks. But it would be, I think it would be fun in a sad way. Must be fascinating is a better word. Definitely fascinating. Ooh, that'd be nice. See, I don't my brain doesn't think like that. I would love that. You can sequester me in a hotel. I'd have no problem with that. You can take my phone and my TV and all that. Just give me some puzzles and, you know, crosswords and shit. I'd be good to go.
in the past. What do you think is the shadiest part about this whole story?
Well, obviously, the lack of searching that residence. That's the prime thing. That's why I'm saying crime scene investigations, ground zero for any investigation is the crime scene. That house was a crime scene. And I know there was an interview conducted inside the home. Why couldn't they just ask to search the basement?
Yeah. Lank was in. Well, so let me devil's advocate here. So if it wasn't alleged at the time that the incident took place in the home, it was like you got a woman outside allegedly confessing to this. So is there any circumstance in which they wouldn't search the home?
No. Well, here's the thing. You have a woman outside who said, I would imagine, I don't know.
Now
dropped
I'm
this
going to
man
beg
off
for
to go to
that
that
too,
house.
Akasha.
The man did not have a coat on. It's in the teens. He's beaten, pulverized, and there's no blood to justify the injuries. What is a reasonable person? Forget about law enforcement. What is a reason? What would you think?
Yeah,
Forget
and you know
law
what?
enforcement officer.
I would also think that because of the broken cocktail glass, my first thing would be like, did he get that inside? But there's a broken cocktail glass here.
Exactly.
Wouldn't you assume it came from inside the house? Wouldn't you want to know why it's broken on the front lawn?
Yeah.
And
Okay, so in case you guys are just coming in, what we're doing, looking for intent, his intent in doing what he's doing. And people are putting this little red alert emoji. If you guys hear anything that you think is really important that goes along with intent, put that little thing and a timestamp and I can write it down. And I'm keeping notes as well. But that way we can have, you know, 10 times as many eyes on it in case one of us missed something.
that's certainly the lack of blood. Any officer, I'm sure a lot of these guys have come across car accidents or wherever that people have lost significant amount of blood, especially with a huge gash like that in the back of their head. It would be everywhere. We've seen the pictures of those solo cups. There was not much blood in them.
Exactly. But interesting, what I have to say, interesting about that, there had to be a theory early on in, for whoever the police officer was, to collect that blood. There had to be a theory that there was some kind of altercation that caused those injuries. Because somehow it changed from the guy collecting blood to a hit and run. I've done many hit and run.
I'm gonna write that down. So talks about theory.
Investigation.
Exactly,
before I came to DEA.
Akasha.
It's very rare that someone would collect blood at a hit and run scene. You have a victim,
Oh, really?
he's bleeding, the cars don't bleed, right? So why would you
No.
collect the blood? You collect blood to determine if there's another suspect. True?
Oh, yeah. Because that's what you're going to want to find, right? Is the other, like, that's
Exactly.
that's
So what I'm saying,
another-
Aiden,
yeah.
here's the thing. That's why the crime scene had to be preserved. But one of those cops, one of those officers at the scene, and I know it was hectic, had the presence of mind to collect that blood. Why did it change from an apparent assault to a hit and run?
because this is what I think happened is that the initial plan was to say that she smashed him over the head with a glass. I think that was the initial plan. Like Karen Reed, woman of strength, smashes him over the head. I don't even think the running him over was the plan. I think that they audibled that when they saw the broken taillight and were like, let's go with that.
Okay. So just now I'm glad you brought that up. If that was the case, right, the broken glass, what you're saying is that Karen would have had to come out of the car to physically approach John.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Let me ask you a question. If that was the case, did they take fingerprint samples from, did they do any search of her body? Because most people get into an altercation, they'll check the hands. Clearly,
yeah, I'm sure Proctor looked at her hands and was hoping something was there, but
I searched almost every document that I could find. I didn't see anything that suggested that they suspected her after that as a person that physically attacked him.
Well,
and that's why I'm saying the confusion.
In the initial report, it was suspected by Canton police that he was hit with the glass. That was their initial theory.
So let me ask you a question, and this is incredible. So if that's the case, where did the alleged altercation with the glass occur? Outside the car.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Does Nagel not see?
Very true. He doesn't see.
I mean, he's
anything
literally, let's face it, in the legal definition of the word presence.
Mitchell says this is intent to learn information. Yes, and I wrote that down. And I have the timestamp at 101. intent. And then intent to learn why they went from thinking altercation. Intent to learn about the murder. Intent to figure out why it changed from altercation to hit and run. Okay. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you,
He's
guys.
actually surveilling that car coming down Fairview. Think about that.
Yeah.
All right. It's not what he saw. It's what he didn't see. He didn't see Karen outside that car. I
True.
mean, he's following that car down the road. It's not that far from Cedar Crest down to 34.
It's not.
He didn't see anyone outside. He didn't see John, but he definitely didn't see Karen outside. How long would it take for Karen? I've never seen her. I've seen her on the TV, but would take to come out of her car and approach a 6'2" guy, 215 pounds, and pulverize him and stab him with glass. Does that make sense?
No. And then after she did that, I mean, first of all, what was the plan then? Like, so she's going to kill him on the front lawn and just think she's going to get away with it. And then she's going to leave an incriminating voicemail on his machine, calling him, I hate you. How can you do like the most incriminating voicemail possible after knowing she just killed him?
Yeah. Like I said, none of the initial reports sync up to the ultimate condition of the body. I question, can they recreate that scene right now? It's been a year and a half. Can they take sketches? Did they take sketches? Did they take measurements?
No.
I would imagine
You saw the pictures the next day. There was no
Right.
yellow tape at all. People
Right.
just walking
Right.
through the
I
crime
mean,
scene.
Yeah. You never allow a crime scene to be unsecured, not protected, because you don't want it contaminated. Right. But think about the theory. All right. So my question is, and this is my last thing about this. So, and I thought about this at 3:00 this morning because I haven't slept because this is consuming.
Really? Really? Okay.
3:00 this morning. I'm saying, okay, the scene is kind of chaotic, right? EMT, the fire department, moved John to a hospital. Now think about this. The working theory had to be she hit him with the glass.
Yes.
All right. What is told? No, this is the theory. What was told to the receiving end of that hospital, like the nurses, the attending physician?
That he was hit by a glass. Right? Isn't that what,
Bingo.
that's what it says in the
Bingo.
report, right?
That's it, huh?
That's what it says in the report, that they told them at the hospital that he was hit by a glass.
I
Right?
don't know. Did they? I don't know. I didn't read
I'd
that. I
have to
didn't
go-
see one affidavit. I didn't see one affidavit that alleged that.
I could
think
have sworn that was what the Canton police initially said in their report. I have to go read it again.
so
But
when
I'm
they,
pretty,
so they alleged what? They alleged a physical assault. I thought
I don't even think the Canton police accused her of doing it at first. They just said that it looked like he got hit in the head with that glass.
Okay.
I think that was, and I think that's what
Right.
their plan was. Staging the body was like, let's make it look like she hit him with the glass, because they couldn't count on her having a broken taillight. That was a stroke of luck that
Yeah,
happened later on.
it didn't appear they looked for other subjects. It
Well,
was always
with-
her. It was always her, the target. It appeared that she was always the target.
I mean, they dropped her
Right.
off where they saw her sitting.
Right.
They put her there for a reason on purpose.
Just keep this in mind. Nagel is the gem. Nagel will break this case wide open.
Really?
Wait,
Why?
wait.
Just because he's the eyewitness. He's the best witness, obviously.
He's the only one that can put Karen in that vehicle, and he's the only one that can say that Karen never exited the vehicle and never saw John in the back of that vehicle.
Yeah.
How long would it take? Think about it. John gets out of the car. Right? He didn't go to the back of the car. He went toward the house. All right? True?
Yeah, no, that's what
Right,
like, that
okay,
she dropped him off at the entrance on the driveway, and he just made a beeline for the door because he doesn't have a big winter coat
And
on.
you don't think Nagel or the two other people in that truck? Remember, a truck, it's up high. The lights are on him. And in fact, he's so specific. He says that the brake lights were always on, that the car was in drive and the brake lights were on, that she had her foot on the brake pedal, according to his statement. Be that as it may, it's what he didn't see. And what he didn't say is what the state now is alleging.
And that's that she hit him with the
Erratic backing up,
Yeah.
the mysterious black box. What's that going to say? That she backed up? How
mysterious-
long did it take for Nagel to drive down the street? I don't care if it was 10 seconds, 1 second. I don't care if he's still at the top of the street. Don't you think some kind of erratic movement would be noticed by at least someone in that car?
Yeah, because there's two other people in
Yeah.
that truck as well. And
And
like,
he leaves the scene staring at what he said, a woman with the dome light on, 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Yep.
And the cell phones corroborate what he says.
that's very true. The cell phones do corroborate what he says.
Right, so here we go. Who did it?
Hey,
Yeah,
Melissa.
Didn't happen there. No blood justifies the injuries to John O'Keefe at the outside of that house. And why? They had probable cause. I don't care. I debated this with numerous police officers, numerous agents I work with, numerous Boston police officers, trained police officers who've done the job. They all said no blood to justify it, and everyone goes back to the right arm. Everyone.
No blood to justify what? Probable cause for
No
Karen Reed?
blood to justify that the incident took place outside.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, right, okay. Is it possible the blood could have? I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. The blood gets contaminated in the soil. I mean, it's a liquid, right?
There was at least an inch, 2 inches of snow on the ground.
Yeah, there would have been.
And,
Yeah.
and here's the other thing. All right. So did John become a ghost all of a sudden? No one sees him. No one sees him leave the car. Clearly, no one saw him go in the house, right?
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you believe that he couldn't, that Nagel possibly could, that John ran so fast into the house that Nagel didn't see him?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So
Absolutely.
that's a
It happened
believable
that
theory.
quick.
Okay.
The kid,
Yeah.
kid had no shirt on,
Mhm.
right? I mean, I'm sorry, he had no jacket.
No
on,
jacket,
just shirt, right?
right.
He's not going to saunter like he's in 95-degree weather and just
Right.
walk casually to the house.
Mhm.
Is it reasonable to think that he gets out of the vehicle and he's going to run to the house or quick step it?
Absolutely.
Right?
I would.
What Nagel doesn't say, he says he doesn't see what the state is trying to let everyone of us to believe happened that night, that day, that night.
Mhm. Well, according to Matt McCabe's statement is that he looked out the window and he saw Karen Reed sitting there. And then he looked out X amount of minutes later and he sees the V-shaped tire tracks. So that means that according to Matt McCabe, this happened after Ryan Nagel left, which also makes no sense because John O'Keefe is nowhere to be found. So are we to believe that what he ran, was he hiding in the car? Is that what they're saying?
I think the cell phones, I think if you match up the cell phones, right?
Yep.
When Karen left and how fast it would have taken her to get home, right? At the time Nagel left, it's almost consistent they left at the same time.
I'm gonna ask you something. No one's heard the 911 call. And I believe that's going to shed a lot of light on this. Is that normal for like the 911 call not to be released?
We're
Like
hearing 911 calls instantly these days.
Yeah.
Why isn't that released?
because Jen's on the phone and you would hear if there was on that 911 call, she's on the line for 4 minutes. If Karen Reed is in the background screaming, I hit him, that's going to get caught
Absolutely.
on the 911
Right.
call.
Absolutely.
And we would also be able to hear certain
And we
clues
all know
about
it
like
didn't.
how authentic they sound. Does
Heard
because
that
I've seen this
call
before many
many
times, like how
times.
authentic the caller sounds. Like, does Jen McCabe sound like she's in a panic? Because she should. Like any natural person that would be in a panic. Does Karen Reed sound like she's panicked?
Right.
Who sounds more surprised that a dead body has been discovered there?
It seems like Karen Reed's
Karen.
actions, right, on that day, described by the police officers,
Remember,
consistent
Jen
with any
McCabe
person
just said
finding their loved one
there's
dead on the
a
ground.
man
the other two
passed out in the
It's like
sun.
going up to the body, trying to revive it, trying to give it warmth, trying to attend to his injuries, giving him CPR, resuscitation.
Yep, and looking for
Very
blankets.
consistent.
And I think Jen didn't even get out of the car. She called as soon as she hung up. It must have been instantaneous.
Right.
You look at her call record. 6:03, she calls 911. Talks to them for 4 minutes. At 6:07, she calls Nicole Albert. So it was like she must have not even gotten out of the car to make sure she right before giving the heads up to Nicole Albert. Don't come out of the house. I mean, that's all she could say in 7 seconds. Is Karen's here? Stay inside.
Yeah,
Or else-
and the thing is this: I mean, you query any homeowner, forget a police officer, any homeowner. And let's face it, they had to be
Evaluates
EMTs on the
Hold
scene,
on.
fire trucks, whatever. They said
111. Evaluates time frame. I'm just keeping a couple of extra notes too, just in case. 911 call. Okay. Hey Danielle.
the whole thing. Cops. Was Chloe barking?
must have been right, unless he was
Was
locked in the
Chloe
basement.
barking? It's a watchdog, right? He says, I can't let it out. You don't think at 6 o'clock in the morning with all that traffic on the lawn, Chloe's not barking like a crazy dog? Think about
Unless Chloe was like hidden in a crate in the basement or something, right?
it. Possible.
and-
But
yeah.
my dog, all three of them bark at everything, anywhere.
Yeah, of course.
but-
Yeah, of course.
but The question, if Brian ever does take the stand, I don't see how he can take the stand if this goes to trial. I can't see it how it goes to trial. Brian, you're a police officer. By nature, we are inquisitive human beings.
Mhm.
You've been notified that a Boston cop that you drank with for 4 or 5 hours, that you invited or had someone on your behalf invite him to your house. You're told he's out there. You don't come out.
That was one of the things you stressed in your post. Is that do you believe that anyone could possibly believe that he just slept through it?
It's impossible.
It's impossible, right?
It's impossible. It's impossible.
And it's
I
just
mean, or he can have, listen, he can say that, but I mean, come on.
What do
He's
you- like-
former military. I mean, he's a police officer, high alert all the time, high alert job. No, it's not going to happen.
what do you think of if you were a Canton police officer? What would you be doing? Like, would you speak out? Like,
Oh, Lori says, copy from Max. Breaking update on tonight's hearing. Counsel for the O'Keefes have all enlisted in the military. What? Hey, Side Eyes. I wish Sean of the Gulf would have stayed just crazy enough to stay on our side. He's so fun. Yeah, I'm truly enjoying this interview because he's saying here. He's making a lot of sense here. Truly. Like, this isn't the Sean of the Gulf that I've come to know. Truly. I hold on. I gotta look up this breaking news on X. Give me a second. Yeah, I kind of turned into Crawford. That's for these. This is why I've talked about TBDS is really real, people. All right, so where do I find this breaking news, Lori? Who posted it? So I can read it to you guys. It was not a Zoom, it was an in-person last-minute change. Huh. It was Kevin from South Boston. Okay, so let me go to that one, at least read what it says to you guys in case you're interested. And Akasha says, off topic, but I just had a PA for tramadol, which shouldn't need prior authorization to begin with. PA stands for prior authorization, just in case you didn't know. Get denied because the visit note is more than 90 days old. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Akasha. This is what we talked about last weekend. Talking about healthcare and the pharmacies, and it's fucking ridiculous. I'm so sorry, Akasha. Hopefully your doctor can help you with that. Yeah, exactly. Established people only have to be seen every 6 months for meds. And the rules are kind of different everywhere. Like over here, even though it's not the law, but any doctor here now, when they switch those medications to all controlled substance level, what is it, 2 now, where you can't even put refills on them, they don't give you, they make you come into the office because they see it as a money. They're like, money, money, money. You got to come into the office, even though it's a 2-second appointment for basically writing a script to an established patient. It's ridiculous. And Lori says, I saw that from Kyle Sharkey, but Kevin from South Boston, which is not real, posted the first one. Okay, so let me go to Kyle Sharkey. Let me see what I can find. Because I do follow, I did start a new X account, but it's strictly for this kind of stuff. So I can message people and keep up with news stuff. Kyle Sharkey. All right, so it says per clerk last minute email of no Zoom as is an in-person hearing. Okay. Then he says, let's see. I don't see. Oh, he did just post Melanie has a live feed on now. Huh. They have it on CBS. Hold on, you guys. I'm going to pull it up real quick. They have it on CBS Boston. Oh, right here. Oh, you are the person who helps with that. Oh, gotcha. I'm sorry. So it wasn't for me. It was for one of our patrons. I actually had 3 prior authorization requests for tramadol this week, and that is super weird. I don't know what they're doing. Like, seriously, whatever they're doing. I mean, tramadol isn't. I mean, yes, it's an opiate, but it's the lowest pretty much of all opiates. And why you need a prior authorization, especially on patients that have been taking it for quite some time, is absolutely ridiculous. All right, here we go.
Yes. Anything else? Do you have other motions that are coming? Yeah, we do. We have a motion to compel that's coming. Again, next week. I think the opposition is due early next week. I'll be filed with you shortly. There's one pending motion from plaintiffs, I believe, seeking additional information in response to interrogatories. That's it, I think.
at the moment, I believe that's accurate.
Okay, well, see if you can agree amongst yourselves as to a date to have another hearing the week of June 29th on those motions. Well, soon to be filed, all right? You don't need to do it right now. All right, anything else?
Can we address one topic at sidebar briefly, Your Honor? Thank you.
Sidebar. Ugh. Damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Is that Jen McCabe there on the right this time? Is that Chris Albert? I can't tell. My eyesight's so bad. Oh, good. Yeah, zoom in. Zoom in. Yep, that's Jen McCabe and Chris Albert, right? Where's everybody else? She does look extra black. I noticed that too, Akasha. I'm sorry, but Jen McCabe looks like a tablecloth with that flower shirt. And Karen Reed looks very pretty with that pink suit. It does look like her highlights are growing out, though. Unless she wanted it that way, almost like an ombre. Oh, there you go. Akasha has me on the big screen so she can see. Yay! Aw. YouTube just kicked me out of the stream. How rude. That is rude. How dare them? So amazing to see Bill Reed and, you know, just being there for his daughter. Everything, everywhere. It's awesome.
So we have next Monday, and after that, we have 9:45 on the 26th for a status.
That's still by Zoom, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you on Monday.
All right.
So Monday, okay, let me rewind so we can see what we missed.
2026 at 3 p.m. in person for the hearing on this motion. Thank you all.
Let's see what we missed. Let's see.
Yes, sir. When is Mr. Allen going to be produced for deposition?
He appeared for that deposition on the 28th pursuant to subpoena, and then he is.
Hang on, let's lay the groundwork.
Yeah.
You agree you accepted a deposition subpoena?
He was served a deposition subpoena for April 29th.
And you talked about taking it off. It didn't go forward. When's he going to be available?
At this point in time, Your Honor, I'm not sure. It'll be sometime in the fall. He's got 10 weeks training.
Not going to happen.
He's in basic training right now. We have 1 hour a week communication with him.
And I don't dispute what you're telling me, but I'm not going to simply rely upon a statement in court that a witness can't be produced until the fall. So go find out when he can be produced before that.
Okay. I will, Your Honor. Try. We won't be able to talk to him until Saturday. I'll talk to him Saturday briefly and see what we can figure out.
But it's not a matter of figuring it out. It's a matter of you saying to him, there's a duly issued subpoena. As I said in one of my pleadings, in this case, which you weren't involved in, a subpoena needs to mean something. Just as an attorney agreeing to continue needs to mean something. And it shouldn't end up in front of me in these circumstances.
I appreciate that, Your Honor. We're in a situation where we learned on the 20th, and we let them know the same day. I know they say there's games here. We informed them the same day that we found out this information, that he had been accepted into the military and had a shipment date of June 2nd. We said, please take his deposition during this period of time. I know you want to take it. At that point in time,
Let's not put aside the fact that you represent him in another case.
certainly,
That
and
was
he's,
called, that was filed not that long ago.
yes,
So certainly, maybe a party that's going to prosecute an action such as they have alleged should stay in touch with their attorneys and let them know what's going on.
certainly. And we know what he's going through his first 3 weeks school. And then when this ends, he'll go to 10 weeks basic training. We're not sure where that will be. The Army will assign him that location of where his 10 weeks of basic training will be. He'll be on, like I was saying, Your Honor, he'll be on leave in the fall. So in terms of I appreciate it.
Let me just make it clear. We're not waiting till the fall.
Okay.
All right? Discovery.
I love
ends
this
in case on
judge.
August 17th.
Okay.
So you're going to go find out when he can get back up here and be deposed.
Okay.
Now let's talk about the status of any discussions between the attorneys as to the scope of the production. I agree with Attorney Tuxbury that the scope of the subpoena is excessively broad. And I know there have been discussions, but I don't know where you're at now. Have you had any recent discussions?
No, the discussions are what are laid out. And if Your Honor is inclined to ask us to, we can continue to work on the document side and report back to you in a few days.
Great.
Yes, I mean, we made our proposal, Your Honor, with respect to, issues about what this case is about, which is the death of Officer O'Keefe on the night of January 29th, 2022. He searched for all communications with law enforcement for the entire period of time, looked for other ones. We never heard back. We got this motion in response to that. I mean, we're happy to look at other stuff here, but I think to your point, the asking for private conversations, communications, really from our perspective is a non-starter without being tied to this case.
To you, Attorney Rosenberg, collectively, let's keep in mind, okay, that I know there's the other case, but you're talking about a non-party.
Understood, Your Honor. And I don't know if you would want to, but I'm happy to get some thoughts from you about because what Mr. Tuxbury is referring to is the extremely narrow two categories that they said, we'll search for these and we don't have any documents. We'd search and we don't have any documents other than the text chain that's already public record. So I think that is certainly too narrow, but I also take your point to me that as it stands, that the subpoena is too broad. There is obviously, as you are aware, Your Honor, there's more than wrongful death alleged here. The false narrative is part of the claims the plaintiffs have brought in this case, and that obviously relates to much longer than January 28th and 29th, 2022. So to the extent, there's burden.
I don't know that it extends 4 years.
And I'm not trying to argue it because I don't understand that you want to decide that as a fact right now. All I'm saying is it's broader, and this is kind of my point. I think it's broader than what Mr. Tuxbury and his team interpret it. You're telling us that you think it's narrower than what we interpret it, and that's taken, which is why I suggested we have a conversation about maybe meeting somewhere in the middle, and I'm fine doing that.
When can you have the conversation?
Tomorrow?
Sure. Yeah, I'm open to a call anytime. Just call me. I'm available tomorrow afternoon. We have a meeting for something else tomorrow afternoon.
It's not me that has to call you.
I understand. It's anyone. Damon can call me. I never know who has to call me because there's allocation of attorneys, so you have to know who you're talking to. But yeah, I can have a conversation about that. But obviously, as you know, this is a wrongful death case with there's an intentional infliction claim based on a false narrative. In many respects, that false narrative claim is the other side of the coin of the wrongful death, right? If she has said things that someone else did it and they show she actually did it, a priori false narrative. It's not the defamation case. This is not the harassment case, the criminal harassment case that's proceeding with respect to Mr. Carney in Norfolk County. And so we're happy to consult with them and look for more stuff. I think there's a disconnect because there's a different view of what happened here. And so I think they're frustrated when we say we don't have any documents because he simply doesn't have any. He searched. We're willing to consider searching for more and expand the time scope of that search. But, in likelihood, the answer is going to be the same.
I understand you stand before me representing a non-party.
Yes.
But we're all aware of the other case in which certain allegations have been made. So you're going to have to do some of those searches sooner or later.
Of course, Your Honor. I think what I'm just trying to do, I think, following the guidance of this court. This case is the wrongful death case. We're going to do discovery, and we're doing discovery in the defamation case, and we're going to get document requests, I'm sure, that will be broader than that. That's a different case here. And so the issue I have, Your Honor, as a third party here in this matter, is resource issues, right? It's quite expensive here. We're going to have to do this in the defamation case. That's going to be different and separate apart from this one. So all I'm trying to do, Your Honor, is kind of ensure that not needlessly harassing a third party here in this action. I appreciate what you're saying, Your Honor. We're going to produce those documents in response to the RFPs when we get them, right? Obviously we are. We've already gotten one set of RFPs from Ms. Reed in that case too. So I do appreciate it. I'm standing here as a third party, subject to the protections of Rule 45 in this matter. And my client in this instance is also a party to a defamation case originally filed in Barstow County, now appearing before Your Honor. But I think in terms of like the scope of discovery and forcing him to kind of like do duplicative discovery, that's a little excessively burdensome. And so I think it's appropriate to keep our focus on what they want for this case. Yeah, like I mentioned before, it's not before Your Honor. We had thought that consolidation for discovery purposes might make sense to avoid this kind of situation, and it was rejected. That's fine. I'm not asking you to address it, but
Well, then why are you bringing it up?
Hospitality defendants would really want to.
I will tell you, Your Honor, they actually said okay. I'm not to speak for them, but they said okay to it. But that's these issues that I'm dealing with, Your Honor. I appreciate what you're saying with respect to the defamation case and discovery in that matter too. But that's why here, I think the appropriate scope for this case is, as you've laid out before, which is what happened to Officer O'Keefe on that night. And on that point, as we put out in our briefing, Colin Albert simply doesn't have a lot to say.
He's just going to start arguing.
Yeah, we'll consider Bert. No,
What depositions are scheduled for Monday? And I should know because I asked you for the calendar, but sorry, I don't remember.
You know that Monday.
And why did he go into the military? Huh? If he has nothing to say and he's not trying to hide
Monday is
anything,
Nicole Albert,
timing
but
is
that's gonna
awfully,
be subject. That's a
you know,
subject of a separate motion to compel. That's
interesting,
pending
isn't it?
via 9A. That's going to be filed hopefully early next week.
Great. So hate to ruin your weekend, but you and your team can review what you got today. And the two of you can talk. We can all come back Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock. Talk about this again. Does that work for?
When you said your team, were you talking to Mr. Buck? Okay. Let me just make sure.
Zoom or in person, Your Honor?
In person.
Perfect.
Yes, that works.
I will not be available, Your Honor. I think I mentioned this at our Rule 16 conference. I'll be gone for a while.
Maybe you have someone that could report on the results of your discussions.
Certainly, I can do that, Your Honor, you know, and that's part of the issue with respect to resources. Obviously, I have my colleague Kieran Murphy, who's here with me, pro-hopped into the defamation case. It costs money to do that. It's not cheap, so I can try to find someone in my office to respond, or he can respond without appearing before Your Honor, and then we can figure out.
We have no objection to making that easier, however we can.
Say that again?
To the extent there's a way that Mr. Murphy can appear, we're fine.
But we'll let him appear. All right?
Yes, I mean, I'd asked today. I understand that he's not pro-hopped into this case. That's all.
We have no
Tell
objection.
anyone, okay?
Keep it a
Enjoy your
secret.
vacation. After you talk with Attorney Rosenberg.
Yes.
Anything else? You have other motions that are coming?
Yeah, we do. We have a motion to compel that's coming.
Yeah, just in case you can't hear the judge, Katie says can't barely hear the judge, and he is very, very low. He's not very close to the mic. He just asked if there's any other. Oh, hold on, I'll tell you.
Yeah, we.
Anything else? Talk with Attorney Rosenberg.
Yes.
Anything else? You have other motions that are coming?
Yeah.
You just asked Attorney Rosenberg if there's any other motions coming.
We do. We have a motion to compel that's coming. Again, next week. I think the opposition's due early next week. Be filed with you shortly. There's one pending motion from the plaintiffs, I believe, seeking additional information in response to interrogatories. That's it, I think.
At the moment, I believe that's accurate.
Okay, well, see if you can agree amongst yourselves as to a date to have the another hearing the week of June 29th on those motions, soon to be filed, all right? You don't need to do it right now, all right? Anything else?
Can we address one topic at sidebar briefly, Your Honor? Thank you.
All right, that's it. Because we saw the rest of those. They go to sidebar and then they dismiss. The next hearing, I think he said, is the 26th at 3 o'clock. Hold on, I'll play that at the end. Give me a second.
So the next day we have, what is this? Monday. So we have next Monday, and after that, we have 9:45 on the 26th for a status.
That's still by Zoom, Your Honor?
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you on Monday.
Wait, so he says next Monday. So next Monday, and then he said the 26th at 9:45. I think he said. I'm gonna play it one more time.
Thank you very much. We have 9:45 Monday. So we have next Monday, and after that, we have 9:45 on the 26th.
He says we have next Monday. Then after that, we have the 9:45 on the 26th. If anyone knows what the hearing Monday is, what time, let me know. But I wrote this down. So we got next Monday and then the 26th at 9:45. I just came back. What are you watching? Oh, this was the hearing on Colin Albert's deposition. Basically, because he joined the military, is trying, I think, my opinion, he's trying to get out of this deposition. His attorney said he doesn't really have that much to say. Oh, really? Then why isn't it done? And then why do you ship him off to the military the minute it needs to be done? And the judge is basically, Colin's lawyer basically said, well, he's in basic training for 10 weeks. Deposition will be sometime this fall. And the judge is like, no. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to just take your word by saying that it's going to happen sometime in the fall. You need to get a date set. So his lawyer said we can only contact him once a week for 1 hour. He said he's getting in touch with Colin on Saturday, and we'll make the court aware, I guess. It's pretty sad. This whole fucking thing is sad. I don't think he's going to make it 10 weeks of basic training, but again, that's just my opinion. All right, so that's all that happened today. Now we're going to get back to Turtle Boys episode 595. Where he talks to Sean McDonough. Sean of the Gulf. He's mid-interview. And then also said that he's going to end up talking about some pictures that Jen McCabe messaged him on Facebook. Hi, Bolstrom. I always say Bolstrom, like the R before the O. Is it Bolstrom? Bolstrom.
What's the culture?
It says, the list is where the cool kids are. Yes. We're helping the turtle. This is episode 595 from July of 2023. We are midway through an interview he is doing with Sean McDonough. And we are asking for any and all that that shows Turtle Boy's intent. If you are listening and want to help me take some notes, I'm taking lots and lots of notes so I can update the wonderful and amazing spreadsheet that the other Mary B made for us. If you hear anything that you feel has to do with his intent, people are putting this little red like alert emoji thing so I can write a timestamp and a brief explanation. The more ears we have, the better. Here we go.
So I've stressed this in a couple of posts. The roll calls have to be so tense in that station. Has to be, because I believe there was a time frame where everyone thought this was just going to disappear, right? There was a lag time. I believe, okay, so this happened in January of 2022. The bells didn't start ringing, right, until September, when the defense attorney started questioning now more, and then say, she's not taking a plea. I truly believe the murder 2 charge was up to force her to take a plea. All right, she was confused. She's making inconsistent statements. Aiden, do you realize, okay, so you know why cops don't put in the paper, the news, all the details surrounding a crime or a murder or a robbery? They want to hold things back so they don't have these people come in and to confess to a crime. Because if you did the crime, you should know how you did the crime. But here's the thing. Let's say Karen Reed just said, yeah, I killed John. Do you know? And they didn't do any investigation because they still need evidence to tell a judge so a judge can accept her plea to prove to the judge that she did the crime that she's confessing to. That's a good point.
Is what?
Wait, he can't take the plea of guilty until the state can actually prove beyond. You got to convince the judge beyond a reasonable doubt, because that's the standard, that Karen Reed is pleading to something, right? You have to prove the case. You have to prove the case.
So you think they upcharged her in order to take a plea? Like,
well, let me ask you a question. How would they prove intent?
Oh, I think they would prove intent.
Kill someone. Is murder
I think that they had no choice but to up it to murder, because the Lexus 2021 LX is so sophisticated. And
how ironic that they're literally talking about proving intent in the Schmurder case.
I just start driving one. They don't let you hit people. It's not like if you wanted to back up into someone on purpose, it would take premeditation and willpower. It does not happen by accident. It beeps so loudly and intentionally stops you. You have to keep hitting the gas in light of that. So I think that the manslaughter would make no sense, and they had to upgrade to murder.
Okay, but I think it was also an inducement. We have done it in our jobs before, and also charge the highest crime. So you induce a plea or induce a cooperation, but in this case, it's different. But let's think about it. Do you think any of the evidence will be believed at all? Do you think? Let's test the reasonableness. The Canton police officers did, according to this statement, 2 hours worth of searching for evidence. Snow blowers, leaf blowers, you name it, right?
Yep.
In favorable conditions, right? That's the whole
earlier on, it was favorable.
Right. I don't think it was perfect conditions, because I've heard that there's wind, but still. It beats, okay, I'd take 2 inches of snow any day than 18 or 19 at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right? You're talking almost 12 hours later. Right? Well, here's the thing. If one jurisdiction searches for something in favorable conditions, but yet another jurisdiction comes back.
And I do have this set at 1.5. If it's too fast for anybody, let me know, and I'll bring it down to 1.25.
Miraculously finds the evidence to support. Now the new theory
a shoe and a hat were also found later on that were not found.
Right. So now they support the new theory, right? We've gone from Karen pummeling John, right, stabbing him or breaking glass, you name it. I'll give it everything. It's like, all right, pick the cards. Is it a domestic assault? Is it a hit and run? Well, I guess they stuck with hit and run, but they had one problem. They needed evidence to show there was a hit and run. Now, here's the thing: is the jury going to buy that? Do you think Alan Jackson is going to allow any of that for 12 jurors to say, ladies and gentlemen, think about it. What is your common sense? This is all about common sense. It's all about common sense.
Well, what I'm worried about is what will and will not be allowed to even be said in court. Like the way
you have to present evidence. So
they're not letting them. They're not letting them. So
I'm talking about the state's evidence. The state's evidence. Can anyone trust that evidence? No, I'm not pointing the finger, but I got to tell you, Alan Jackson and Yannetti are going to say, people, think about it. The Canton cops were the first ones on the scene. They had the best possible chance to find what the state police found 12 hours later in 19, 20 inches of snow. Is that going to pass the test of reasonableness? That's the standard.
Right.
Will they believe that? Will they believe
Yeah.
that?
I'm
Now,
just, I
now,
guess
here's
they just,
something else, right? There's the conflict, right? All this conflict. If the Canton police says there was a conflict of interest for them going down the road to continue this case and do search warrants or whatever, okay, well, let me ask you a question. Why did that vehicle come all the way back to the Canton police station? You had the barracks, you had the Dighton police, you had the Dighton station, you had, I don't know, 3 or 4 barracks, you had the Middleborough barracks.
and
Why,
they're all,
why closer to the crime scene?
especially
about
since the Canton police were no longer in charge of the investigation. So why would they bring it all the way back to Canton?
Right. And no, it's not all the way back to Canton, closer to the crime scene. And isn't there a contestant now of a window of time? being disputed?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So that way he could be, so it's a really,
Now,
short
listen,
script.
listen.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I would suggest anybody to look at Vinnie Politano's expression when they broke the exclusive on Karen backing up into John's car
Who's Vinnie Politano?
for Court TV.
Oh, okay.
They broke that exclusive, and his associates is explaining the case, and he said, "Okay, I want to stay neutral."
You didn't know who Vinnie
And he says,
Politian
well,
is.
"Wait a minute, there's evidence here that she backed in, and they did the slow motion, and you can see
It moves. It moves. Yep.
All right, Aiden, listen, you know that rant you did Tuesday night on your show? The
I
rant,
do a
the
lot.
rant?
I
I
do a
must
lot
do
of
that 3 times a day. My wife is going to strangle me because I say, "Why are we here today?
Oh, the rant about how
Why are you
stupid
doing this? Why are you doing this?"
Yeah, they're treating us like we're stupid, and we're doing all. And the defense is having to play freaking Encyclopedia Brown and go around and solve this goddamn murder on their own, which they don't even have the resources, obviously, to do. And they've done a remarkable job of it. To be honest with you,
Key points, key standard police practices. Why were interviews conducted? And I call it kumbaya. Everyone's holding hands, singing kumbaya, right? I know.
friends and family meeting.
Friends and family, right?
Yeah,
That's pretty good,
family.
right?
Yeah.
All right. Everyone's sitting down once, twice, then once called back, and then Proctor does the same thing. Why? Why was Brian Albert given a pass?
And just assumed to have nothing to do with this
Well,
immediately
two
from the beginning.
cops go in there and say, "Brian, listen." I said this to him. I said, "Brian, listen. You know we have to do our job.
Yeah.
This cop talk. This is what we do.
Yeah.
Brian, listen. Don't take offense. We know we have to do our job. Do you mind if we go down and just take a look around, just to make sure everything's fine?" Brian, he should say, "Fine, go, have at it."
Exactly.
If not, now we have an issue. Now we say, "Okay, we can apply for a search warrant."
Did he? That means he must have told. Like, I'm sure Lank, when he was in there, must have asked him, like, "What's going on here?" Like, there's no way Lank didn't know something was wrong here. Surely Brian must have confessed to Lank and Proctor what actually happened. He had to, right?
No, I don't. Listen, I don't think Brian's that stupid. I mean,
Well,
listen,
then why else wouldn't they ask him, like what you just said? We got to do our job, Brian. I know you're
because they
okay.
conflicted. Because they conflicted.
So there's.
All right, here's the deal.
If they assume Brian had nothing to do with it, what's the harm of just saying, Brian, just to be,
Well,
we
that's
gotta
what
do
I'm saying.
Hi,
This
Lefty.
is what I'm saying. At that hour of the morning, if they're collecting glass and collecting blood, they had to think that the glass played a part of the. I'm going to call it an assault. That's what they had to think. They didn't think it was a car accident or a hit and run. There's no way they could have, because there's no broken glass from the car, right?
Right. Yeah.
They
No.
said it was a bottle. They said it was a drinking glass. All right. Listen, they didn't know what we all know now. They didn't know the allegations that people were leaving bars with glasses and going to other bars with glasses and people taking glasses out of the thing. I've done 1,000 times in my life, but they didn't know that. They were told at the scene, "Hey, we had a party right at that house. I dropped my boyfriend who's dying right in front of you at that house. He doesn't have a coat on." These bells should have been ringing to any reasonable police officer. We trained for this. Okay. And here's the thing: you're already in the house, right? Lank and Good are in the house. They're collecting the people to come in the house. What would have been the problem to say, "Brian, listen, this kid's not going to make it"? She's saying he was here. We're duty bound to at least do a search. And guess what, Aiden? This is the other issue. Had they just done that and found nothing, well, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. True?
Yeah,
If they searched downstairs and smelled, because I got to say, I would have to believe they had to clean up the blood. There's going to be the bleach smell had to be awful, right? Right.
That's true.
Or maybe they didn't start the cleanup. If the incident happened where theoretically people are, the kids didn't see it, the party goers didn't see it, theoretically it probably happened downstairs, right?
Of course.
Okay, go downstairs. Let's look for the coat. I mean, cops carry guns. Maybe they could have said, "We don't have his coat. Maybe he had a gun in there. We have to find the gun."
Yeah. And another reason.
I carry my gun everywhere.
Another reason to search the house is to say there's only one shoe. We need to find the other shoe, right? Like, is the other shoe in the house? Because if it is, that's a problem.
Like I said, I'm getting revved up again. All right, I'm getting revved up. I mean, and there's just so much. Now the allegations that are, back and forth. What time did the car get towed from Dighton? Seriously, when was it called? You got this kid saying there's videotape. I don't know. But like I said, they had to show that the accident now, the new theory, somehow changed.
Yeah, I love
right?
that.
Now, and also, this is what I found. This is what I misread, and I didn't catch it until 3:00 this morning. Jen forgot something.
What would you forget?
She forgot in the initial Kumbaya session in Albert's house. I forgot to tell Lang that when we were driving around with Karen, she's saying, I think I hit him. Did I hit him? That was forgotten in her.
Well, she recalled it. Yeah. I think what happened was they're all,
they left.
yeah, I think, and then Brian Alberts, and then I'm like, dude, you got to tell them she was doing this. We got to, because that's when they were really accelerating. Like, we got to blame her. You say it was her. She's fucking crazy. She doesn't know what's going on. She's drunk. She doesn't seem to remember a lot.
She's dazed. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's just fucking putting on her.
Right,
maybe they won't go hard on her, and they'll think it was just a fucking accident, and she'll get fucking probation or something like that. And then everybody wins, and nobody gets.
Let's go back a few steps. And this is the part that kills me. It really does. All right. I believe I'm going to go right out there and say I believe it happened in that house. I believe that kid, Colin, someone on that side. And this happened in a nanosecond. You walk in, you shake hands, whatever. You know, the FU bombs back and forth. It doesn't take long to get in a fight. I've seen fights, punches here, punches there. Next thing, everyone's on the ground. In 2 minutes, it's over. No wonder the kids didn't see anything. It's downstairs. Why didn't they just say, all right, we have a problem. There was a fight. There's drinking going on. Call the cops. Save poor John. Save him. Why can't that family, John's family, see through the smoke screen?
That's a great question.
Listen, I'm here in Naples. I'm retired now, 12 years. I left my police, crime scene investigation stuff back in 1986. And I'm telling you right now, I've recreated that whole scene in my brain the way it should have been done.
Mm.
All right? The way it should have been done. So a fight happens. We've seen it, right? The guy didn't die of his injuries. He died of hypothermia.
Mm.
And here's the hardest part for me I'm telling you right now, it's the hardest part for me to accept that at least 2 law enforcement officers, one who knew and worked in the same department, were that cold to take his body and put it out to literally let him die like he was trash. Because the arm, Nagel's not knowing, not seeing what the state is trying to tell you, does not suggest that it was a domestic assault by Karen. Come on, let's face it. That's crazy. That's fantasy. And the hit and run's fantasy because Nagel is there. I'm telling you, Nagel's right there. And guess what? You're looking down. Maybe he's texting the girl, whatever her name was, the sister, your sister. He's looking down. Boom, boom, boom. John gets out of the car, right? He doesn't see John. You know what he sees? He sees Karen in the car. He sees the car not backing up. He sees the car just kind of staying there 10 and 2. Maybe she's waiting for, John to say, I'm good. All right. There's all kinds of, there's so many holes in this case and I get frustrated. I'm ready to do a rant.
Yeah. Like, so I guess my question
why are you and I now? Listen, why are you and I? Someone's going to tape this. Someone's taping this. This thing will be available. This little conversation.
Oh, I know. This is good.
All right, so here's the thing. All right. You and I are talking about this. Why are we talking about this?
Instead of, as opposed to who?
How can Morrissey and Lally think right now when they see this? They're going to see it.
Of course they are.
That they're going to get 12 jurors to believe their case. It's impossible.
And that's what I was going to ask you next. Then why are they going forward with it if they know they can't win?
My opinion, they know they're not going to win. Karen gets another. I mean, I'm hoping. I pray to God. I'm a spiritual. I pray to God that they dismiss those charges with prejudice, so that she can get on with her life and never have to look at it. With prejudice means it never comes back.
Can't be brought back. Right.
And not come back.
Well, that's not going to happen. At least with this judge.
Well, they have to because ego's involved now. Egos. And now they're going to have to recreate a scene that they can't recreate. They can't recreate it.
They haven't even.
The house is gone. The basement's gone.
The basement
God knows where the dog is at.
The basement can still be luminol. Like there's no.
Why isn't Chief Rafferty knocking on that door and saying, the lady you talked to, Mrs. So-and-so, what's wrong with that? Listen, you know that there's a person got killed in your property. I'm sorry. Why can't they send a crime scene guy over and ask for
that woman? I met her. I talked to her.
Yeah.
She would allow that to happen.
That's it.
We talked to her.
You should have done it. You should have done it.
I know. No, but I really like. I kind of kick myself for not asking. Like the worst she could say is no. I feel like she was so nice. She was so nice. This woman.
I don't know why. Here's the other thing. I don't know why we call them knock and talks, right? You do it, knock and talk, right?
Yep.
We do it. In my job as an agent, we have a suspect. We know he's not really the main guy, but we want to tickle him. Knock and talk. Hey, so and so, listen with the DEA, whatever. We'd like to ask your consent. We have probable cause. We don't want to really tear. We don't want to tear your place up. But you might let us in. If you don't have anything to worry about, we're not going to ruin your place. Here's my question. Okay, now I know this is kind of far-fetched, but it's not being done. The house across from the police station. There's an allegation that pooled the. Why can't they just say, hey, listen? But they can't. They can't because they can't go against the state's case.
Well, because Canton police are no longer investigating,
right.
So they're not.
Well, okay, but
it would be up to the state. It would be up to the state police.
Yeah, but they had a cop do some kind of specialized work on that vehicle in the Sallyport. All right, they bring the conflicted.
Yeah, you know which cop it was. It was Michael Proctor.
No,
it was
the cop that worked in the car. How about a Canton police officer that owns an auto body shop?
Well, let's just say there's pictures.
Okay, all right.
There's pictures, so we'll just leave it at that.
All right.
There's rumored to be pictures out there of a certain detective that we're all familiar with. That's what I'm told by my sources. Right. But because a lot of this stuff can't even be. I mean, this is so rare that the defense can't put evidence into court documents because they're worried about how the prosecution will lie about that evidence. Like they don't want to even give away too much to the prosecution, which is insane that they have to even think about that. They just assume that everything they can put out is going to be manipulated and lied, that they can't even give these people advance notice.
No. And Aiden, I don't understand, seriously, if the Canton police did the handoff to the state police because of conflict, you know what the conflicts of interest were? The brother,
Kevin Albert being on the
he's a
police
police officer of the, maybe a suspect, right?
Mhm.
The town selectman, right? Do you know that they have to, they report to the town selectman?
He was not a selectman at the time.
Oh, he was, okay.
No,
All right.
so he got elected after the fact,
All right.
after the murder.
I
Why
want,
knock
does
on the door
anyone
of
know
the new
real
one?
quick, does anyone know who Sean McDonough was talking about right there? Now, we all know who was by the car in the Sallyport now. This again, if anyone just joined, is from July of 2023. They're talking about, you know, having to provide evidence for their you know, for their case, which they obviously didn't have. Who is the cop I'm wondering he's referring to that owns a auto body shop? Does anyone know? If they do, please tell me.
Owner, Luminol could be, you could light that place up.
Oh, totally.
And why knock on the door of the other guy across the street of the pool? The other brother, right?
Oh, the Tim Albert house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, there's no PC. There's no PC. They're not going to do it. But guess what? Knock and talk. Say, Tim, you mind?
Yeah,
What did you check out?
What did you think about the images that we took from across the street from 31 Fairview of Kelleher's house? How perfect was that view of what would have happened?
That would have been the case right there.
And if they wanted to prove that Karen Reed did this, all they have to do is find one video of her with a taillight out between 34 Fairview and One Meadows. There are hundreds of houses. Most of them have Ring cameras on them.
Yeah,
They
isn't
just
that what he
need
said?
one.
Tasha, didn't he say a Canton cop? Because he said, because when they were talking about being conflicted out, but so it went over to the state police. We all know, you know, what happened there with Proctor and why they took, and the big issue of them taking her car back to the Canton Sallyport. Already an issue when they bypassed two other Sallyports. But him bringing up a Canton cop who owns an auto body shop, I don't know if that's something that's been talked about throughout the thing and I haven't seen it or haven't heard about it. I'm just curious.
Not only did they not have one, we found out from that other guy at 499 Sherman Street, they didn't even look for it. They didn't even knock on doors because they knew what the answer was going to be. So they didn't want to see it.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, they theorized she went back the other way, which we know she didn't.
Well, yeah, and that's they pursued that theory because I know they knocked on doors on Dedham Street and on Cedar Crest. I know that as a fact. I've talked to people who had their doors knocked on by Yuri Buchanan from the state police, his partner did. So I also bring up, you brought this up in the group the other day, and I think it's I did not know this was public, but I did hear about this. The wrestling video. There is video from the waterfall at about 11 something, I want to say, right before they all
right before midnight.
Right, and it appears to show Brian Albert and Brian Higgins fists in the air and pushing each other. Right,
but the key is when
Let me see. I'm gonna go back Akasha real quick because I want to know. Hold on. Let me see exactly what he said. Matt timestamp 135. So let me go back. It was. Thankfully, I'm writing all these timestamps down. 132.
But they had a cop do some kind of specialized work on that vehicle in the Sallyport. Right? They bring the conflicted.
Yeah, you know which cop it was? It was Michael Proctor.
No,
it was
the cop that worked on the car. How
You're
about a
gonna say-
Canton police officer that owns an auto body shop?
Well,
He says a Canton police officer that owns an auto body shop. I have never heard that before. Kasha says no idea, but someone knows. Write that down. I did. I timestamped and everything in my little notebook. I'm writing tons of shit down, even more than just intent. So, yeah, I got it. Canton cop who owns an auto body shop. Huh. All right, let's go back to where were we? 135.
And they end up at the waterfall, right? All right, they're not high-fiving like they just saw each other because they've been with each other all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
John leaves. I mean, it's far-fetched, but it's an argument. An argument could be made. This is how we're going to mess them up. This is what we're going to do. I mean, it's a stretch. It's a stretch.
Yeah, I don't know if I think it's more just it shows the meathead mentality. I mean, these are men in their 50s. What kind of men in their 50s go to a freaking bar and be like, put your dukes up and let's like, how old are you? Like, this is like, it just goes to their meathead fighting mentality that these people have with everything. Like, it's just the way of life. We know Brian Albert has punched other Boston police officers
Yeah,
at functions.
And I gave him a pass. I really did, because I did talk to a bunch of cops that were, and I will say this, apparently on the job, impeccable. I talked to a detective down here, famous homicide detective of the Boston Police Department. He said, Sean, listen, anytime we needed him, we had his unit, go ahead and collect our guys. He was professional, always available. But then he goes, but, you get that but, something's coming, it's like an apology. I'm sorry, but. No, you don't say but. You're either sorry or you're not sorry.
What is he talking about?
You either like the guy and he's good. Okay, leave it.
Hold
When
on.
you ha-
I
when you hear a
missed what
but-
he's talking about. Hold on.
Homicide detective of the job. It's a stretch. It's a
Yeah,
stretch.
I don't know if not know this was public, but I did hear about this. The wrestling video. There is video from the waterfall at about 11 something. I want to say right before they all
Right before midnight.
right, and it appears to show Brian Albert and Brian Higgins fists in the air and pushing each
Well,
other. Right?
But the key is when John excused himself to go to the bathroom, to go to the men's room. They did
Oh,
this. They've been together all day long, right? They go to a funeral down in New York. They go down there, have a couple of cocktails after the funeral. Roadie's coming back up 95, and they end up at the waterfall, right? All right, they're not high-fiving like they just saw each other, because they've been with each other all day, right?
Mhm.
John leaves. I mean, it's far-fetched, but it's an argument. An argument could be made. This is how we're going to mess them up. This is what we're going to do. I mean, it's a stretch. It's a
Yeah,
stretch.
I don't know if I think it's more just it shows the meathead mentality. I mean, these are men in their 50s. What kind of men in their 50s go to a freaking bar and be like, put your dukes up and let's like, how old are you? Like, this is like, it just goes to their meathead fighting mentality that these people have with everything. Like, it's just the way of life. We know Brian Albert has punched other Boston police officers at functions.
And I gave him a pass. I really did, because I did talk to a bunch of cops that were, and I will say this, apparently on the job, impeccable. I talked to a detective down here, famous homicide detective of the Boston Police Department. He said,
talking
Sean,
about
listen,
Brian
anytime
Albert.
we needed him, we had his unit, go ahead and collect our guys. He was professional, always available. But then he goes, but.
Yep.
You get that but, something's coming, it's like an apology. I'm sorry, but. No, you don't say but. You're either sorry or you're not sorry, right? You either like the guy and he's good. Okay, leave it. When you hear a but, okay, here it comes. But in this guy's case, I don't know why they haven't dismissed the case. He said, I can tell you, I've done 1,000 homicides in my career, either a patrolman, I've investigated, I went to school to training. Those are not abrasions. Those are lacerations. And then the theory was that now the new theory, right? Because the old theory, for some reason, the stabbing with the glass and Karen's like a Wonder Woman. She beats the shit out. I'm sorry. She beats the crap out of her boyfriend, right? Pummels him, right? Pummels him, because there's no injuries consistent with the car. Where's the injuries to the legs? Where's the injuries to the abdomen? And that medical examiner, when I would investigate a case, the body goes to the ME without any theories, because the ME is going to do her own independent investigation and say, okay, did they say, okay, this guy was hit by a car? When it eventually went to her office, the ME is supposed to develop the actual cause of death and interpret the injuries upon the body. I'll just briefly on that. My son is a doctor in let's put it like this, a very well-known hospital in New York. He's a critical care unit specialist, and I sent him those autopsy photos. He doesn't know anything about this case. This was maybe 6 months ago. I said, hey, I said, what do you think about these pictures? He gets back to me. He said, Dad, one or two things happened. I said, what? He said, either that guy got beat up very badly, or he took a fall down. He took a fall downstairs. I said, could it possibly be that he got run over by a car? He says, no, it's impossible, because if he got run over by a car, where's the burn marks from the tailpipe? There's no burn marks. There's no
There would be burn marks? Okay.
I mean, the car was on for 15 minutes. You know how hot that tailpipe would be?
Yeah, that's true
Think
too.
about it.
Well, unless he gets run over on the other side of the car with the tailpipe.
Right. I was
Okay,
just
good.
thinking that.
So why
Why is he 12 feet from the curb?
why are two hands injured, right? But only one arm injured. It doesn't match. It doesn't match up. When it matches,
That's why they went with the cocktail glass theory. They're like, well, you could hit him with the head and then shatter the glass and then cut up his fucking arm.
Karen gets out of the car, because obviously it didn't happen in the car. So Karen becomes Superwoman, right? Little Karen, 100 pounds, and she bangs on John, 215 pounds, a trained police officer. But then that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
So then they have to go with the 3-point turn. Well, I'll tell you right now, Nagel's the guy.
Yeah, Nagel's
It's not
the
what
guy.
he saw, which was a lot. It's what he didn't see. And what he didn't see is anything remotely possible that the state is trying to allege happened. Right?
Now, yeah, and keep in mind, Julie Nagel came out and told him, I'm all set, I don't need a ride. So that means she must have knowledge of what was occurring in that house as she came outside. Why else would she suddenly change her plan when it came to that?
And, a lot of
And
people-
because she's a liar. That one is, she's not some innocent woman. First of all, she's dating Brian Albert Jr. and she's on the hockey team with all the Alberts and all that stuff. And so she was interviewed by Proctor a year afterwards. It took him a year to interview her and Sarah Levinson. And she told police, if you read her narrative, that she saw something dark on the lawn, aka, so she is now the only person who is suggesting that there might have been something on the lawn because they know what we know, that there had to be, one of you motherfuckers had to see something. And so now she's kind of putting it out there that, oh yeah, I might have seen this shadowy thing on the lawn, which makes me think like she's a year later. So
Yeah,
she
a
wasn't
year
interviewed until
later.
Like she wasn't even interviewed. And like Brian
But the
Albert
interview
Jr.,
label.
who was in the house the whole time, still has not been interviewed. Caitlin Albert has not been interviewed. None of these people have been interviewed.
And the
Except
ones
for
that were interviewed all together.
All
Under
together.
the watchful eye of the trained police officer in the house, Brian Albert. And then Higgins, that whole thing with Higgins is a whole nother story.
Yeah, I don't even know if he was questioned, but he got grand juried and he clocked into work, I believe it, around 1:30. I FOIA'd those records. They have 2 weeks to get back to me on that. We'll see what they say. I do want to bring this up because you brought up his family, John's family. So a turtle rider, Paul O'Keefe talks a lot. And this is what a turtle rider just messaged him out of the blue and he wanted to talk. And so he asked him, Paul, I have a question. What's that? So as an outsider looking in, I've seen many things I'm sure you have seen as well. I'd like to say sorry for the loss. I know you are waiting for this all to play out in court and trusting the system, but after seeing everything that's coming out, do you honestly believe that Karen Read did this? 1,000% she did. People are below what they read, or believing, I think you might say, which is one-sided. I was there that morning and know a lot more than a blogger that is making money off of my brother's murder. So right away, he's immediately dismissing all the evidence and focusing on me and my motive for doing this, which is like completely irrelevant to anything here. And so she goes on to say,
Right.
why would
doing this right here?
So the guy asks the
40
questions and he goes, so
important
what would explain the how long to die in cold?
Right.
And he goes, or the way your brother looked when he was found. And he doesn't answer anything. He just goes, wait until the true facts come out in court. And then he says, so you were not at the house. All this took place. And how can you be 1,000% sure she did it? I'll wait for the true facts to come out. Can you answer the question for me, though, after seeing your brother's arm? If you don't think those are bite marks from the dog, what could they be from? And then he goes on to say, what dog bites? Listen to this. He goes, what dog only bites with its top teeth? There are no marks on the other side of his arm at all. So he's saying that, like, well, the dog only bit with his, like, that is this. This guy also told me when I asked him about I asked him about how do you explain the laceration in the head? He fell on grass. He goes, it was cold out. The ground was frozen. What? I mean, does this guy believe this? Does he believe this?
That's a shame. It's truly a shame.
It's like, and it is a shame, but also like, I don't know, like maybe I'm being insensitive. I don't care. Like, fuck Paul O'Keefe. Fuck him. Like, what kind of piece of shit says something like this? Like, this is your brother who fucking died. Yeah. And this is what you're not taking this seriously. And it's just, it all comes from a deep-seated hatred of Karen Read. That's all this is. And they are unwilling to consider anything else because they hate her so much.
And one thing I will say to you, full disclosure, there's not a day that goes by that I say to myself, if she did it, how did she do it? Right? If she did it, how did she do it? I can't get past the arm. I can't get past the evidence and how it was collected. It does not make sense. But unless they can prove that somehow a car, that the Lexus bit his arm, because that's what it comes out to be. You look at all the dog bites. I got 1,000 pictures.
I don't know who this is that was texting Paul O'Keefe, but it tells you right here when someone's telling the victim's brother, like, dude, you have to admit those are deep cuts. Could have been claw marks. If it wasn't the dog, what would have done it? And his answer is the Lexus. Like, getting hit, and this person says getting hit by a car and landing in dirt grass would cause gashes. Yeah, we all know the theory there. They tried to say that all those pieces of, taillight apparently did that, which is impossible.
I'm throwing them out there. Look at this bite. Look at this bite. Right? I made a joke because I'm trying to stay professional, but I'm just saying this is the car that bit.
Right. So it says, so you were not at the house. All of us look place, and so how can you be 1,000% sure Karen did it? I will wait for the true facts to come out. Can you answer this question for me, though?
John O'Keefe. It doesn't. It does. I made a joke because I'm trying to stay professional, but
after seeing your brother's arm, we don't think those are bite marks from the dog. What could they be from?
I'm just saying, this is the car that bit John O'Keefe. It does not pass the smell test. It definitely does not pass it being reasonable to think. And I got to tell you, Alan Jackson, when he did that video, when he did that little thing that I saw live on TV, it was a game changer. And I can tell you right now, I've seen it 1,000 times. The cops behind him, they're fake.
I wish I had Red Bull.
all of a sudden he said,
I'll be honest, Melissa, I'm out of coffee. I'm out of everything. I got my one Coke left that I got from the doctor's office this morning. There's a little pharmacy downstairs. I found $3 in quarters. So I was able to get 2 small bottles of Coca-Cola because I went 2 days without nicotine and caffeine because I'm trying. I have to save up for my surgery. I literally have nothing. So I understand you there. I need caffeine, but it is what it is. I hope you can drink some coffee for me.
look at this. Judge, you have life experience. You have legal experience. Does this look like a car did this? And those cops behind him, right? All basically.
Oh no, I would not survive. It's only 6:20 a.m. Oh, without coffee. Oh no. Yeah, I have to be honest. You know, I mean, I talk about it quite a bit that I live on a very, very fixed income, and it's okay. But when Boost Mobile, and I forgot my daily fuck you, Boost Mobile, stole so much money from me, you know, these days, what's more important is, you know, I had to put off my surgery another week and a half because I needed to get another paycheck in between, and I don't get paid till Friday. So, you know, I make do. It sucks, but it is what it is. So you can have an extra cup for me. Oh my God, I don't know what I'm typing. Oh, it's okay, Melissa. You know, it's something I'm perfectly happy with my life the way it is. It's just because of my, you know, medical conditions that I live the way I live and work the way I work. I can only work so many hours. I'm trying to get disability. I was already denied. My appeal was then denied. So now I have to start all over. It's going to take a couple years. So, but I'm okay with it. It's just when a company like Fuck You Boost Mobile steals money from me, like it set me so far behind that, you know, it's so hard to play catch up, you know, and it sucks. And so there are times that I deal with out. Like I talk about, I live on mac and cheese when I'm broke because I make homemade mac and cheese and a box of noodles, a brick of cheese, some milk, and butter. You know, that's basically what I afford. And I buy Coke when I can. My Coca-Cola is my caffeine when I can afford it. So, but it's okay. It's okay. I wish if Boost Mobile hadn't stolen the money they stole from me, I wouldn't be this bad. Let's just put it that way. And getting a lawyer right now to go after them for $700, you know, it's not even worth it. It's just trying to make up that $700, and it's not easy. So I appreciate you guys all being here. Yeah, it does suck, but you know, I make do. And that's why I have my channel. And I guess I'm not a good grifter. I always hate asking. I'm always embarrassed to ask. I mean, even my bill for StreamYard, I can't pay. So I may not be streaming as much this next couple weeks as much as I would like to. Keep helping the turtle. With the free version of StreamYard, you can only stream so many hours for the month. So I'm kind of watching that as well. But yeah, I have a Gibson Go that's out there. The link is in my bio. I have PayPal. If anybody can help in any way, I appreciate it. But if you can just hang with me and take some notes. And I did start, if some of you don't know, I did start a merch store with some Boston and Detroit petty merch. I have more merch design, just not in the merch store yet. I'm hoping to get that in there tonight. And I've already promised 50% of all proceeds will go to Turtle Boy's Defense Fund because unfortunately I can't ever donate to him monetarily. So I can at least do this. And I found a way to hopefully help his defense fund in that way as well. So yeah, I'm doing as much as I possibly can. when we were kids, we wished we could live on mac and cheese. I know, right? And the box mac and cheese is so bad for you. I make homemade. My grandma had a great recipe. I still can't, as much as I make it right now, I still can't make it as well as she did. I don't know if it's just because whenever someone else makes something for you, I think it always tastes better. And I think that's all it is. But for some reason, for me, I can't make it like she did. But making I make like a big pot of it. So like I'll buy like a 2-pound box of like elbow macaroni, costs like $2.50. And I make a big thing of it, big casserole dish thing of my homemade mac and cheese. And that I live on that for a few days. And then I make another batch of it. So yes, fuck Boost Mobile. And StreamYard is expensive. Right now I only pay for, when I do pay, it's $44.99, and you get some decent stuff. But if you want everything StreamYard has to offer and are allowed the maximum of everything, it's $88, and it's insane. I like to pay the $44 at least, because I can stream as much as I want. There's no limitations on your streaming. But it is what it is. And right now I can't even afford the $44. So, yeah. So I'm going to kind of, unless something comes up, through, I'm going to try and stream as much as I can until it says you've streamed too much. So someone asked him this morning what people who can't afford to donate could do to help him. Yeah. And this is one of the things we can do. And that's why as soon as Mary B put out the spreadsheet, which she did an amazing job in such a short period of time, I signed up for 4 videos right away. And so I'm starting with this one. I got 3 videos in a row, 595, 596, and 597. And then there's a Q&A video that I signed up for as well. And then if there's anything left after I'm done with those, I'll continue to do that, because this is something I can do. It makes me feel a little useful.
Facial expressions changed because they started thinking. Because everyone thinks when you see those injuries, not one person that I've talked to when I show them those injuries say that this is crazy. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. It's a myth. It's a complete myth, because they didn't do the work that they should have done to prove their case. It was shoddy. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if it was 50 inches of snow. This is a police officer. He deserved. Listen, every
Here's a question. Here's a question. How could they be so confident?
I do have to say, even though it's not a big deal and my smoke shop doesn't, listen to my channel, I do have to say I have some amazing people that I've come to know in my community as well, like my physical community, that on the way home from the doctor's today, I called the guy that normally delivers me my nicotine, my vape stuff. And I told him, I said, hey, I was like, is there any way you can, loan me a bottle of juice, as much as I hate doing that? But I'd already been out without my nicotine for 2 days. And holy shit, when you go without nicotine for 2 days, and then I like this morning when I took one hit of my vape after that, holy shit, did my head go woo-hoo. Like, that tells you everything. Like, holy moly. Ugh. And the caffeine from my little bottles of Coke has helped me so much today. So I'm trying to make, I had 1 bottle this morning, and I'm trying to make that second one last for tomorrow when I stream.
The district attorney's office would play ball with them.
Play ball with the cops?
Yeah, play ball with the Alberts theory. Like,
that's
going
what
after
I'm saying.
Karen,
Right.
how could they be so confident to know that they would get somebody as shameless as Adam Lowley prosecuting this case?
Why? Okay. Well, that's the other question.
That he is shameless.
Why were they in a hurry to charge her? She was going nowhere.
Spanky's worse, though, in my
made them
opinion.
think that they needed to charge her without actually doing a true investigation?
Because a cop was dead, and there was
Right.
political pressure on the DA's office to have somebody charged with it.
Right. So here's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Why didn't they put a tarp, like my associate said the other day? Why didn't they put a tarp? Why didn't they call all the stops like we're seeing now? All of a sudden, I think Proctor had to go for remedial training, because he's now doing the job the way it's supposed to be done. Crime scene tape, tarps, preservation of the crime scene, everything in that case in Braintree, everything apparently that was done on that case was by the book. Why wasn't it done for a Boston police officer? You know why? Because there was another Boston cop that meant more.
You're absolutely right.
That's
You
it.
meant more.
I'm about to go into one of my rants, and I want to, because I do this. Why did Brian Albert matter more than the 4
I have to say, watching Sean of the Golf in this interview is kind of crazy, considering how I learned of him. And the first thing I ever watched was that rant of his. Pretty crazy, because this Sean of the Golf, it seems pretty sane up there, has some great questions, some great points. And it's very interesting to see this side of him.
Why was he given a pass? You're
Because
already
like you said, he's 29 years on the job, done a lot of good work in the gang, with the fugitive unit, and they're like, you're not going to do it. You know what I mean? They're like,
you got a dead cop on your property. You don't give him the respect to, God damn it, come out and to see him and say goodbye to him. You don't say goodbye. And furthermore, did he go to the funeral? That's a question someone asked me.
Oh yeah, that's a really good question.
Yeah, think about that.
Akasha says, TV frustrated the shit out of me the other night when he went off. I understand going off. Pretty sure that stupid email pushed him over the edge. That's fine. Go off. Yeah. And I truly appreciated Will. Kasha, I'm pretty sure you watched that as well. I really appreciated what Will did and said, because it not only pointed out some things that really needed to be addressed. Everybody needs to rant now and then. That's for sure. Everybody needs to get things off their chest now and then. It is what it is. But it is sometimes needed to be pointed out to some people that when they have influence and you say things that are you say things like that, and you get it, you guys that saw the rant and then maybe saw Will, people that have a large following. Now, I definitely don't agree that people are in a cult. I went over this in a stream before about why people that follow Turtle Boy are not in a cult. But you do have some influence, and that has to be understood and then treated with care, if you know what I'm saying. And we all know that there's another streamer out there that is weaponizing her following, and it's not right. It's not cool. You need to accept responsibility for the influence that you do have and then treat it with care. That's my opinion. And I appreciated what Will said a lot. And I also appreciated them two showing how two guys, or two people in general, whether you're guys, females, doesn't matter. Two people who are friends, legitimate friends, can disagree, have a spat, but yet remain friends. Just because you disagree with something that someone did or said doesn't mean that you're disparaging their character or them as a person. And I truly admired that between the both of them, that they both were able to get stuff off their chest, say what they needed to say, but then also know in the end they are still friends. Just my opinion there, but Kasha says, but you have all these people here who want to help you, and all you have to do is tell them what you need them to do. You never tell us what you need us to do. Yeah. And as soon as you told us what exactly you needed, we all fucking did it. Exactly, Akasha. We're all doing it now. But because you told us at the time you were scolding people, it looks like we all just jumped. And if I were Will, I would have been super pissed as well. Exactly, Akasha. You put it perfectly. We are all just sitting around wishing we could help and having no idea how, except for donating, going to court if you can. Exactly. And for us that aren't in Massachusetts, we can't even do that. And so like me, I can't donate. I can't go to court. What would you like me to do? And until now, besides spreading some awareness, I went over the trials just so I could get more knowledge myself. What else could we do? Right. Until someone said, hey, but you're exactly right, Akasha, that it didn't need to be said that way. And it does seem, and this is why people think that Turtle Boy followers are in a cult, because it's like he says jump, we jump. No, that's not true. It's because we didn't have a direction before. We didn't have someone saying, hey, can you do this? We need you to do this. Now we do. But there's a difference, big difference. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for joining. I'm in Seattle praying and donating. That's wonderful. And like I said, I wish I could donate. I just can't. You know, I am strapped to the, you know, it just is what it is. So I'm doing what I can. I can do this. I also, someone gave me ideas for merch that people were interested in. So I started a merch shop, and I'm donating 50% of all proceeds to Turtle Boys Defense Fund, because it's the only way I can do anything monetarily. I always say that word wrong. Monetarily. I don't know why I can't say that word, but he said help, so we help. Exactly. He didn't mean it that way, but that is exactly what it sounded like. Exactly. And like you said, he was in an emotional state. That email and excessive amounts of emails that I'm sure he got, that wasn't the only one, but was just the one he decided to point out. You know, he's probably looking at it like, dude, all you people have this much time on your hands to send me these fucking emails to, you know, talk about a certain person and say why that certain person, you know, deserves their support or whatever, when really she doesn't. And a lot of people feel that way. She's probably like, dude, there's better things you can do with your time. And he probably, like you said, is he's you know, he's facing jail over this shit. He doesn't know how to express all the time what he, you know, may need us to do, this community who is willing to help and do something other than donate, because, you know, they can't donate, but give me something else to do, I'll do it. I am the type of person that says shit all fucked up when I am upset, so I get it. Exactly. And that, me too. And that's where I can firmly attest, when I'm upset or my anxiety goes nuts, that I say things that I don't I don't really say things like crazy, but I'll just say things like, and maybe, I don't know what the word is. It's more that I take things the wrong way a lot of times when my anxiety is out of control. So I'll take somebody saying something to me totally different than how they meant it, and I'll take it a different way. If I wasn't in that anxious state, I would have taken it a different way. And I know this too. And it's a flaw of mine. It's something I work on constantly, but it's not also something that I can't always control in a certain, in a way, if you know what I mean. Yes, exactly. Sick of it. I'm sick of it. Exactly. He says, I don't tell these people what to do, and then proceeds to tell these people what to do. Right? But see, the thing is, and that's where I was saying earlier, is that the people that want to call us a cult or, you know, tell us we're in a cult, like, and that, oh, if they want to say, oh, look what he did, he yells at them and tells them to do this, and look, oh my God, they did it. No, we would have done it months ago too. We would do it months from now too, if we asked. It's because we weren't asked or told or any which way to do something like this before. We all saw he was in an emotional state. We all saw he was upset. We all saw, you know, he's like, dude, I got bigger things to worry about than a bunch of drama. And that's where I'm saying that I appreciate Will, what he did. And then their conversation on top of that shows that, yeah, you can say things out of anger or frustration or out of anxiety or whatever it may be that you don't necessarily mean it that the way it obviously comes across. But you can also then be an adult and take one thing they did and carve that out and say, this doesn't define them as a person. So, yeah, I hope it's helping. I really do. I love to help. I like to help people in any way I possibly can. That is why I super chatted it yesterday on Will's stream. Oh, that's right, you did. I saw that. Exactly. That was a great stream. Like I said, it was great for several reasons. And I hope that what people take away from Will's stream yesterday is that you can say things that maybe you don't mean the way it's taken. You can say things out of anger and frustration, but you can also then talk like adults and say, this isn't what I meant, or this isn't what, even if I still think this about what you said, it doesn't mean I think you're a bad person. It doesn't mean I think I'm judging your character by one instance. And then them two ending that stream on a great note, I felt, just shows that, there's a difference between someone like Will standing in Aiden's corner and then someone like the other person that shall not be named, who only thinks of herself. Her immaturity is probably embarrassing since he trusted her. It's awful. Yeah. And, he's got bigger things to worry about than her bullshit. Side eyes. Says I hate helping sucks. And we all know that's not true, because side eyes and her son, she's raising a wonderful son, helped me out in Tennessee. Great people. Yes, she is funny. I love when people can break in and just make me laugh. All right, let's see where we are. So we are at timestamp 150. So we have about an hour and 10 minutes. So I'm at 1.5 speed. If anyone thinks it's too fast, please let me know and I'll slow it down.
Did he go?
Did any of these people with the Justice for JJ buttons go? Like, I've seen videos of the funeral. I haven't seen the McCabe's there. I haven't seen any of these people there that are allegedly now such close friends with him that they go to every hearing. I'm sorry. Like, if somebody I kind of know gets killed, like, and somebody else gets charged with it, like, I'll go to the final trial, whatever. Like, I'm not going to every hearing. Jen McCabe goes to every hearing, and she barely knew him.
Ryan Albert doesn't.
I have to address this. Side Eye says he's in trouble because the way he left. Oops, hold on, I put the wrong one up. Because the way he left his room before going to sleep at a friend's house, we don't love him as much today. Well, that's a teenage boy for you. As I've raised one myself, he's now 23 and out on his own and doing great. They grow out of that most of the time. Teenage boys are sloppy. They just are. It's like it's almost like, I don't know what the word is. Second nature for them to just be messy. Valhalla tried to help. He was very calm. Yes. I did not listen to that, but I did hear about it. I literally cannot stand listening to the other person's shall not be named's voice. I have went to her stream once, and yeah, it's not for me. It never was. I've said my piece about my personal opinions about that. I'm not gonna go there again. It's just all wrong. Depends on who or what you're sucking. I don't know if they saw it, but I was like, dude, all you have to do is ask us to do a thing to help, and we will do it. Exactly. I have 3 sisters. They are messy as hell. Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that to say girls can be messy, but I only had a son. So I can't, and I mean, I was a teenage girl, and yeah, I was messy at times. But I was also one of those people that would like, I'd be messy for a little bit, and then I'd get to the point where I needed to rearrange my room. So then I would not only clean my room from top to bottom, then I would rearrange my furniture, which is kind of the same thing I do with my apartment now. I don't know what it is about me. People have said that I remind me of things that they do, and they've said, "Are you ADHD?" I've never been diagnosed ADHD. However, I've been starting to do some research, and it's kind of making me wonder. I've only been diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. I was diagnosed in 2009. But it's kind of weird how many people have asked me since I've started streaming and talked about things that I do or don't do or however, or react to things. And they're like, "Are you ADHD?" I've probably had at least 10 people ask me. And I'm like, first I say no. And then the more I get asked, I'm like, well, I've never been diagnosed, but now you're making me wonder. Ow. Yep. I'm cleaner at 57 than at 17. Yeah, see, I have to admit, I'm 47, and I'm definitely cleaner at 47 than 17, but I still do the same kind of thing. Like, I still might let things pile, like my mail will pile up, or just things will pile up or get unorganized, and then a day will come where like, okay, I need to stop and just clean top to bottom, and then I literally clean for hours instead of doing a little bit. That's my biggest problem, is that instead of doing a little bit at a time, sometimes I end up doing too much at once, and then I regret it. But it's like once I start, it's then I don't want to stop until everything is done. So you're the same. Yep. It's just one of those things. I've been like that since I was little. So it is what it is. Same. So, oh, see? Okay, I'm not alone. See, this is why I love you guys. You guys make me feel less alone every single day. Thank you.
Oh, because he's a cop. He's much smarter than her. Don't you agree?
Other cops go there.
Well, not many compared to normally when a cop does, and it's just, I think that Brian Albert is the smartest one in this whole situation, which isn't saying that much.
Of course he is.
But the dumbest ones are the McCabe's, because to Google that at 227, how stupid can you be to Google that? And, because she chose to be involved. At no point did she have a moral conundrum. But that Jen McCabe was in on the cover up within minutes.
Yes, we are.
She called him 6 times from 1240 to 1250, knowing full well his condition at that time. So she had no moral conundrum whatsoever about maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we should call 911. She was immediately in on the cover up. And no problem.
People don't realize how quickly,
but
you have to remember fights on the schoolyard. They're over within a minute, 2 minutes. It's over with. People get on the ground, they break it up. I've never seen a 10-minute fight go on and on and on. It's usually get in, it's over with. People don't understand. They had the opportunity to keep that body out of the presence of the people upstairs, right? I believe it happened downstairs.
I believe it happened downstairs, definitely.
All right. And there's so many things. Higgins surprises me. All right. Now, he's a federal agent. I was a federal agent. Do you understand that my predecessor agency, the DEA, if there was an anonymous complaint, it didn't matter if it was a signed complaint, they have to investigate every allegation against you. Now, I don't know if the ATF, their Internal Affairs Division, are closely following this case. They should.
They should be.
Did they have a sit down with them? Now, listen, I see people coming out talking bad about him. They have to be looking at that. There's allegations mounting up, but he's been mysteriously absent from all this. No
Because he's smart. Him and Albert are the smartest ones in this. Because they're cops. They know, like, stay fucking low.
But he's not making cases. That's what I'm saying. No cases.
Well, we don't know that he's on the job. I mean, there's no confirmation that he.
Right.
The only one we know who is on the job is Proctor, because we've seen him on the job. Because the state police are just a shameless organization. But I've been told by multiple sources that Brian Albert is not going into work, that he's on paid leave, which is like, you know, what, like, it's smart people do. Like, I've seen teachers when I was a teacher. One poor guy got falsely accused by a kid of some shit, and it was bullshit. But while it was being investigated, he couldn't come into work.
Right.
And it's just like, because it's just like, well, it'll be easier on everyone if you just don't come into work right now.
Here's the thing too, and I do know this from not personal experience, but I do know when the United States Attorney's Office is investigating a police agency for corruption, right? And they do find that they're going down the road, right? That's not going to look good for that particular agency with one of their officers or agents, whatever, doesn't matter. That they normally give a courtesy call, especially, I hate to say it, especially the rife between the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Boston Police. I think that's changing, but I would imagine that the United States Attorney's Office, and that's the other thing. I don't know if there's a federal probe going on. I do know the violation of 6E, right? And no one's supposed to be talking about a grand jury because it's sacred, it's secret. But anyways, if there is a grand jury and if it's turning bad, they usually give a heads up to the higher ups of the department and their internal affairs unit to say, listen, you might want to put this kid somewhere. We used to call it the rubber gun squad. So that he doesn't make cases that will be tainted down the road. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you think the feds would have told the state police, like, maybe keep him on?
Yeah, listen, this is not turning out good. This is not turning out good for you guys, right? Now they don't have to obviously notify citizens that may be under investigation, but they sure should. And this is the reason why. You don't want Albert out there making all these great cases, right? They're great cases, and he can't testify to it, and then they get dropped. They get dropped because he's conflicted.
Now, did you see this post on my page yesterday from
Kevin
Redding? And so, by the way, I know
I was allowed in after 3 months.
So I know that Kevin Redding. Oh, this is on my personal page, my Clarence Woods Emerson page.
Yeah,
I know that Kevin Reddington is the one who said that a grand jury is going on. We know it because his client got grand juried, and that's why a woman who hasn't been charged with anything has an attorney in the first place.
He gave that up.
I have to say this, Aaron, definitely. Overall, this community is wonderful. When somebody needs help, there are so many great people that reach out, do things just like now. All the people that have come together to do, do this, to go over videos. There's so many people. You've got Will doing some, even when he was frustrated, he streamed things. And you've got Cyber Chicks doing it. You've got Lauren, Common Sense Investigator, doing it. You've got Ray and the other Mary B doing it. Obviously, all the people that have been in this community for a long time spreading awareness. Baker, Danny, and the Rat House Media, always spreading awareness as much as they possibly can. So many great, wonderful people. And yeah, exactly. The secret grand juries were a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. Especially when they did the upcharging of Karen Reed. Oh my God, just crazy. And yeah, I mean, I constantly say, Rat House Media gave me the first chat that I ever really got involved in was Danny and Rat House Media. And I met some wonderful, wonderful people through his platform, just hanging out in his chat and his Discord. Now, I may not have always agreed with things, and unfortunately, things get turned and whatever it is, but nobody that I have truly come in contact with and interacted with in this community has ever shown me anything bad or horrible besides Jess Machado. And I really don't like saying her name, but I never really liked her. And I've already expressed my opinion about her and the drama. But everybody else that truly focuses on this kind of stuff and wants to spread awareness and help and do good things, they're all amazing. It's just an amazing, amazing community. Yeah, only one bad apple. Exactly. We did it, but he did it by streaming his old streams, probably to be a shit, which I appreciate. Yeah. Exactly. And that's where, that's what I said. I said what I said. I already said it. What I appreciate Will doing all the way around yesterday. Yeah, it Will doing what he did and the way he did it was probably necessary for maybe it to end the way it did, which it ended great with them getting their frustrations, two friends getting the shit out, putting it out there and then resolving it. That's how it's done. You can fight and disagree with people, but yet still know that you're friends. There's no people that are friends aren't going to agree on everything. And that's just the way it is. I miss stupid April and Rat House, but I see her in other chats. Yeah, I don't really know what that is there. I know that she took a hiatus from the whole internet thing. I've seen her in a few chats here and there. So I don't really know, because I know I used to see her a couple times on Baker's stream with him too. So, but yeah, she's always got good. She's quick-witted too, like a lot of them are. I appreciate the ones that make me laugh that much more, just because I'm always looking to laugh and get out of my own head, like Kazi G and Baker. They have this wittiness about them. They have great comebacks. I don't have that in me. My brain is too analytical or something. I don't know. So I always appreciate those that are quick-witted. She's brilliant. Yeah. I'm finally back with coffee. I got lost. Uh-oh. Well, at least you have your caffeine now, Melissa. Yay. All right. Well, let me know when that caffeine kicks in. Same thing with M-Spire when I don't know if anyone has seen me in M-Spire. Because she has a few cocktails, especially when, serious stuff is going on. And it was a while ago. I don't even remember what it was about in Baker's chat, where she's like, okay, I need to have a drink. And I was like, please have one for me. And then the other day when one of Baker's serious streams a couple days ago, I was like, she said she was drinking. I said, oh, can you drink for me again? And then by the time I said that, I said, I might need a double. She's like, oh, well, I've already had 3. I said, oh, then I'm already wasted then because I don't drink. I love when people can drink stuff for me virtually. Ooh, I got to read the text message. It says, who is this? Who is Kevin Reddington? Says, hi, Aiden. A few observations. First of all, Judge Cannoni is what we refer to as a defendant judge. Not that she is not fair to the government, but she is, shall we say, defense-oriented. And that's what I've heard about Judge Cannoni, that she was always more on the defensive side until Karen Reed came about. Okay, so it says, and she is a very competent, respected judge by government as well as defense. In any event, her rulings have been sounded on good law. The Superior Court judges are on circuit. They think about back in the day, they would ride horses from court to court. So she is rotating out of first criminal. Wait, what? Hold on.
By the way, this guy,
that's really good.
I can't believe that this guy is like, one of the most highly sought after defense attorneys, because when he starts hitting the sauce and comes on my page, he starts posting shit like this. He goes, and I thought this was so interesting that he posted.
This guy's a
Hi, Aiden,
defense
a few
attorney?
observations. First of all, Judge Cannoni is
He's
what
gonna
we refer to as
read it.
defendant judge. She was like, she's known as that because, but I say that she's an underdog judge. She
I
favors
did
the
know
underdog,
that.
and in 99% of the cases, that is
Gotcha.
because she's a public defender. That is the defendant,
Which is
But in-
another reason why it's like, it only made it that more blatantly obvious that she was biasing the Commonwealth when she used to be a defense attorney, and she's obviously known by other lawyers and other people in Norfolk County that she's a defense orientated, as this guy puts it, judge. So when she comes out and is giving the Commonwealth everything and the defense nothing, it literally shows the bias. He's one of the best in Boston. Ooh. Got it. Someone might have dirt on her. Well, who knows, you know? At this point, who knows? It's so sad to think that it's possible how many judges, cops in Massachusetts and maybe elsewhere, because we know what happens elsewhere. Maybe not this bad. Hopefully not this bad elsewhere. It's just being like exposed in Massachusetts on a huge level. Probably why the antis say she was better to the defense, right? I don't know how they can say that. I don't know how they can say that in any way, shape, or form. Does anyone know how the hell Jimmy is getting that thrown into his car? I have no idea. We would never in Florida. See, like in Michigan, I don't know if you guys weren't here in the beginning of my stream, close to the beginning anyway. I did mention how doing this and getting more, and the more I get into Karen Reed and the more I get into watching videos on corruption and all this stuff in police departments, whether it's Massachusetts or not, I start coming across things that I should have seen in Michigan, no less, where I live. I saw a video just yesterday showing how a cop was given the opportunity to resign instead of fired after not only purchasing narcotics while on the job and talking to his drug dealer on the phone because his police cruiser on his police cruiser camera. He was also caught saying some very nasty things about people that weren't Caucasian. This came up in my feed, my algorithm, and the video was from 4 years ago. And I never knew this. This cop was allowed to resign and then hired by another Michigan police department. And so this video was showing an interview with the the police department that hired him after the fact and said, why didn't you do your due diligence? And they said, oh, we did a background check. And yes, we saw that he was resigned for duty unbecoming or behavior unbecoming on duty. But that's the problem. How are cops allowed to resign and only getting something like behavior unbecoming for buying drugs and using racial slurs while on duty? No less. And then if you see that and you don't do the research to find out what this conduct unbecoming is, like, you got problems. And that's horrible that these cops are allowed to leave one police department and then just go to another. Yes, it's probably everywhere. Exactly. Because they're idiots. That too. I have been thinking about that since he said he was going to pick it up. I don't even know. I honestly have no idea because I know I've seen Jimmy stream from his car, but I don't even know what kind of car he drives. So I honestly have no idea. I don't know how big the thing is either. I know I've seen the picture of it, Akasha, but I honestly don't even know how big it is. Is it like gigantic? Like and unfortunately, that's another thing too, is like Jimmy, since I've started streaming, I don't get to watch as many videos as I used to watch. And Jimmy is one of the ones that I always have on replay. And then, I probably have like 60 of his videos in my watch later list and haven't gotten to them yet. It's a big car. I think it looks like an SUV, but I'm not 100%. Like I said, I've seen him stream from his car, but I honestly couldn't tell you what kind of car it is, or like even if it's 100% an SUV. Hey, Zach. Oh, be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Talking about Jimmy's throne. Do you know, Zach, how Jimmy's getting his throne home? Is it going to fit in his car? We're all starting to wonder now. All right, let's get back into the text message by this Kevin Runnington lawyer. No idea. No idea. And none of us do, I think.
In this case, Karen Reed is no longer the underdog. She was, she no longer is. Now the underdog is Adam Lally. Because he's like, nobody's on his side. And so she's naturally inclined to be on his side. So it goes on. Not that she is not fair to the government, but she is, shall we say, defense oriented. And she is a very competent and respected judge by the government as well as the defense. In any event, her rulings have been sounded on good law. Of course, you think they are, but the Superior Court judges are on circuit. Think about back in the day, they would ride horses from court to court. We all know that you know that, Kevin. But so she is rotating out of First Criminal. And Judge Dan O'Shea is now in First Criminal. Okay, so we saw that in the rotation. I wrote a blog about this the other day about how there's a new judge coming in, and my guess is that she's going to sub herself in that day because she's kind of like she has the authority to do it.
Oh, yay! Friday says Baker's brothers are coming to help him move too. That's wonderful. That's so nice. Moving sucks, man. I've moved 1, 2, 3. I've moved 4 times since 2020. It blows. Zach. Melissa says, I'll go get the magnifying glass back out. Oh, stop it. He already told you why he doesn't have a truck. Come on now. $10 a gallon? Screw that. We bitch about $4, whatever a gallon. $10 a gallon. Can you imagine? Like, especially if you drove an SUV or a truck that gets like, what, 18 miles to the gallon, if you're lucky. Ugh. We've been talking about moving to Tennessee for years. We just dread the process. Yeah, I can't. Moving sucks. Well, Melissa's in a timeout for 5 minutes. Be careful with that. Do I have to tell you how fast I will yank that wrench? I still haven't come up with a better saying. I would pay $20 a gallon to still drive a truck. Well, I wouldn't be able to afford it, which is why I sold my car in the first place. I mean, I had a Kia Soul. I loved that car. It got great gas mileage. I mean, I got 36 to 40 miles per gallon. I'll be honest, I loved that car. But when I started working from home, it was already overpriced because I had to buy a car in the summer of 2021 during COVID when all the cars were back ordered because of the shortage on chips. Like, it was insane. So I had to let it go. It's only 3:40 in Texas. I think, what was it this morning? I went to the doctor's. I think it's still 4 something, 4:30. I think it's around 4:30, 4:40 a gallon here in Michigan. He gets commie rations, I'm sure. I just like reminding her of my power. I know you do. Melissa says, I want my Lexus hybrid back. That's, hybrids, I'll be honest. I rented a car last year when I needed one for a few weeks. And I rented it off of Turo, and I rented a Prius. And I'll tell you, those cars are pretty nice. The hybrid, that was the only hybrid I've ever driven. And it's, really nice. It's, so you don't have to fully, depend on electricity, especially since, I live in an apartment and it's not like I can get my own charger for an electric car. You don't have to go sit and waste time charging the car, but you also don't have to worry about, gas every 2 days if you're a constant driver. Those are the ugliest cars ever made. Sorry, I can't let that go without telling you. Love it. I loved my Kia Soul. I don't care. I liked it. I don't care if you think they're ugly. It was white. It was gorgeous in my eyes because I bought it myself off the lot. And, I had to be happy with what I got. It was great on gas mileage. I really didn't care what it looked like. I'll be totally honest with you. Zach needs whatever he can get to compensate for his tiny peen. I can finish that sentence for you. I'm just kidding, Zach. TDT's back. Yay. Lots of compensation. F350 diesel lifted with 38-inch tires. Holy shit. Now that's a big old truck with lots of See, that's the kind of truck that, men do drive, and women say, what are you compensating for? Sorry, I just had to put that out there. I rarely drive it. I drive my comfy car. What's your comfy car? You don't know what any Kia looks like? Oh, I can show you what my car looks like. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Mine was a 2022, so let me pull up the right year. I can show you what my car looked like. A lot of people told me they don't like them, that they thought they were ugly, blah, 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 but whatever. I liked it. This is what my car looked like. It was like this one right here. It's like a mini SUV, because it's not, what do they call these? Like a crossover or something? I don't really know what it's considered, just a small compact SUV. But it had lots of space for being a small car, a small whatever. I loved it. It was zippy. I called it zippy. That was what I called it, because it was light and it was quick. It had a quick punch to it. All righty. Bye, Erin. See you next time, sweetie. Yes, I even use the steps. I would say, I think anybody would have to use a step to get in that big old truck. And Katie's asking for a picture. I need to see how high that is to get in. If you send me one, I'll show it, Zach. While we're waiting, if he sends me one, let's get back into this. Here we go. Oh, don't have a pic of my truck. I'm not that obsessive. Oh, there you go. Or just change your profile pic to it. Yeah, that's something you've never changed your profile pic to, Zach, is your truck. And now we know why. Damn it. I'm getting heartburn. And I ran out of Tums. Damn it. Oh well. Hopefully they won't get bad. All right, here we go.
But he's saying that no, Judge O'Shea is on it. It has nothing to do with there's no conspiracy. It's protocol. And O'Shea is one of the most feared judges anyone would ask for. I agree. I've been in a harassment order case with him. I thought he was very good. Even the guy from Cali should recognize that. I'm sure the defense will get a fair hearing. Oh, I didn't screenshot the whole thing. He goes on to say, I'll read it to you. He goes on to say that, hold on one sec.
He said the guy from Cali? That's
Yeah,
let me bomb. He's going to throw a bomb into this case.
Yeah, he goes, and there is no, even the guy from Cali should recognize that. I am sure that the defense will get a fair hearing. And by the way, there is no way they get gagged. So to me, I thought this was there was no way they get gagged. So he says two things here. Number one, that he guarantees Cannoni will not be the judge on that day, which if she is, then this proves now that this woman is corrupt, that this woman is doing things that even Kevin Reddington agrees are not normal. And number two, if she gags them, even he's going to be surprised about that all parties will be surprised about that. So thank you, Kevin Reddington, for that.
That's amazing. I will say one thing. Okay, so there's a federal probe. Okay, when we did grand jury investigations, okay, they don't need to go to Judge Cannone for the cell phone records, right? The first order of business, any agent in a federal probe, is to collect all the data from the cell phone. So you can rest assured, some analyst for the FBI has got a linking chart with all the names when the calls were made.
Call you boring.
You can literally put the case together with the calls made, and those calls can also basically discredit you on your own testimony.
Well, but what about?
I didn't talk to so and so. Well, yeah, you did. It's right here.
Well, what the prosecution is going to say is that none of those things are real. Like that's what their whole thing is. Like everything that they're saying was deleted isn't actually real. She never called. She never spoke to them on the phone. That went to voicemail. Like what? She never Googled that at 2:27 a.m. because she was looking at her kids' basketball highlights.
But what they don't have is the calls between Albert and Higgins, and Albert and say someone on the Canton PD.
Whoever. Yeah.
I mean, those are critical calls because that then lines that goes into the whole theory of consciousness of guilt. That I did a little article on that.
Now, would is it if you were Brian Albert and you had nothing to hide? Would you hand over your phone, or do you just say on principle, no, I don't have to give you my phone because I'm not guilty and I'm not a suspect?
If an agent, a DEA agent, was in my house or was invited to my house, and I spent 6 hours with him, whether he was my best friend or a casual friend, right? I would say, take my phone, take this phone, take my burners, take it all. Search.
And that's another thing. I have seen a lot of cops in the research that I was doing on the Karen Read stuff, even before I saw trial one. A lot of cops went to social media like TikTok, Twitter, whatever, posted videos of themselves saying this exact same thing, that, obviously disposing of their phones, not only disposing of their phones or getting rid of them or upgrading, they literally destroyed their phone, their SIM card, like Brian Higgins, literally putting them in separate dumpsters on a fucking military base. Like, seriously? I've seen many cops say this exact same thing. They would just hand their phone over. Here you go. Like, all of their behavior. This is the biggest thing I have. The biggest problem I have is that their behavior to this day, including the fact that Colin Albert went into the military when he did. Everything they do brings suspicion on them. Their own actions bring suspicion on them. Like, stop doing shady shit. But they can't. Because they are shady, in my opinion. Exactly. Of course they would, but now we know why these ones didn't. Exactly, Akasha.
My house, because I can tell you right now, the kid never made it in. I don't know anything about any fight. That's why I said, Brian, if you can say no fight occurred, that the dog didn't attack, that nothing happened in that house, what the hell do you got to hide? Listen, I know there's the legal theory, but you got a brother. This is the thing. You got a brother police officer, whether he's your enemy, whether it was whatever stuff. I don't care. You still have some kind of humane reason, right, to help solve the case.
That's true.
If someone's asking, I give it up. Now, listen, they're not going to give up personal stuff if he's worried about. No one, he knows that. He knows you go into a phone, because I'll tell you right now, the feds have it. If you're telling me there's an investigation, Reddington just blurred.
The feds have what?
The feds have Brian's phone calls.
You think so? Okay. All right.
So. Here's the thing. Then they're crazy because everyone. That's the first thing we would do. We have a name. We have a phone. We have a name. We have a phone. Why? Because how do people in a conspiracy operate? They communicate. I mean, they're not investigating a car accident. I can tell you that. They're not. I'm not sure if they're investigating a homicide, but they're investigating corruption, and they're investigating a conspiracy. You know,
wouldn't he just go and get some burners? Isn't he smart enough to go get some burners? I mean,
I mean, why not? But I mean, here's the thing: conspiracy, very simple. I actually was on the New England Field Division training seminars back in the.
Hey, Katie D. I wish I could afford it. Buy two, get one free. I really appreciate you, Katie D. I just can't. It's why I went without. I don't know if you were here when I talked earlier about why I went 2 days without caffeine or nicotine. I literally had to get a bottle of juice for my vape loaned to me by the wonderful people at my vape shop. And I pulled $3 in quarters out this morning. And thankfully they had buy one, get one half off at the pharmacy at my doctor's office because that's all I could afford. So I drank one bottle that gave me a little bit of caffeine this morning. I have one 16-ounce bottle of Coca-Cola left. Hopefully last me a couple days because I literally can't even buy groceries right now, but it is what it is. But thank you. I'll have to keep an eye for when I can afford to get a few. And that's why I was saying earlier, like I have, just in case you didn't hear me, I may not be able to stream every day for a while because I owe StreamYard $44 to keep it, above the free or, the paid thing. You can only stream 20 hours a month on the free version. So thankfully, the last few months, people have been wonderful to send me some donations to PayPal and that. But this month, I just don't have any. I don't have anything extra right now. So I still have to save another $150 for my surgery next week. And I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do that yet, but I'm working on it. I'm trying to. I just went through some more stuff of my mom's precious moments to sell on Facebook Marketplace. So that's what I'm going to be working on too in the next day or two, hopefully getting some things listed. If anyone's interested in buying precious moments or wants to see what I have, let me know. Okay, I'm back. Nicola just sent me another video from Greece. This girl is daft. I love Nicola. She's been posting pictures and stuff. I love them. Absolutely beautiful. It is stunning. You should see, if you go to Nicola's page, here, I'll show you a couple actually. We'll take a quick break. I'll show you some pictures that Nicola posted from Greece. They're absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely mediocre acrobats. Way better than me, but like compared to the circus or something. Ah, gotcha. Let's see. I'll show you. These pictures are just gorgeous. That she's been posting. All right. Posts. Look at these. Look at this. I didn't get to see the video that you got, Zach. Tell her to send me it. I want to see it. But these pictures, look at this of the sunset. Absolutely stunning. She's meditating on the beach. I mean, these pictures are gorgeous. I know, right, Katie D? I wish I could. I think she posted on her shorts. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me go. I mean, look at this. Just looking at this picture is so relaxing. That's why I love Kazi G when he goes to the beach, listening to the waves and looking at it is so relaxing. Oops, shorts. Let's see. I see a kitty cat. Let's see. This is Greek goats. Shit. Now my computer wants to misbehave. Hello.
If I speak, I don't know if you would be able to hear. If anybody would be able to hear because it's windy. And I've only got one button. But look, here's some beach life. Because our beach life guy guy's still strong. 4 hours, Cozy G here is water, and Zach, you can understand me. You know everything I'm saying. Don't lie. Cozy,
I know, right?
These waves are different. Yours are better.
Vegan stuck.
There's the moon. Mr. Skinny Moon. I love the moon so much, you see. I'm not a fattest, but I like the moon when he's like this. Well, the moon is, to me, a female, but the moon is, for me, only a maiden to the sun. So, when you see the moon and the planets and the stars, take a minute. There's the moon.
I need another holiday. I don't blame you there. When we were first getting to know each other, she thought I was making fun of her voice and got mad at me. So now I actually do make fun of her, but she knows I love her. Yes. I told her the first time I heard her actual voice was when she called into Kazi G a few weeks ago. And I was like, dude, I didn't understand a word you said, but I loved it. So now when she sends me voice chats, she talks slower. So but I'm getting pretty good at really understanding her now. So I appreciate that she does that. So next time when she calls Kazi, or the next time she sends me a voice chat, I can really understand what she's saying. I'm so jealous. Like us Michiganders are so boring.
Oh, and since that day I seldom have declined. That I've been just not my family.
Yeah. Greek goats, ruins, and rocks.
This is so nifty. These rocks. This is awesome. We have a beach life guy. We have a guy that brings his ocean. There's some ocean. There's Turkey. These rocks. I've got terrible connection. Data, whatever. But I'm uploading these wee things because I think this place is cool and it's nifty. And if you're like a foreigner, like I'm very touristy right now. I've got a straw hat, everything. I've got all sorts of tourist stuff going on. So naturally, I found these rocks and caves and this, but and some mountain goats. Obviously, Valhalla, hats off. Valhalla, also hats off. Yep. So we found this, and there is a volcanic spring here that I've been to. Let's see if it turns my ring a funny colour again. But yeah, please don't ever think I'm being rude. I'm not being rude, I promise. I just have really bad connection over here. Unless you're rude to me, then chances are I'm probably going to be rude back. Yeah, there's the beach. But I need to go and try and find a place that I can get in here. And cave dive.
Just gorgeous. Look at these. Amazing, amazing.
So if I'm here in Greece,
if you listen at some point, I hope you're having an amazing.
It's only a boat journey. In fact, is there not trouble in Turkey? I think there might be trouble in Turkey that I want no part of. I don't know though. Any Turkish people I've met have all been lovely.
Akasha, this is in Greece. Nicola Maxwell's in Greece right now, and she's been sharing some amazing videos and just scenery pictures on her YouTube page, and they're just gorgeous.
Plus, I like their nifty writing. I like the way they write over here. It's a sparkly ocean.
Yeah, of course it's awesome. Yeah. Way better than Michigan, right? Michigan sucks. Michigan's just so boring. I mean, yeah, we have the Great Lakes here, but they're not that pretty. I mean, they're just not. Oh, speaking of, I have to show you guys something that I came across today. Hold on. I would like to get someone's take on this. Because I know there was a Spaces a while back of people talking about mermaids, right? And somehow this video came across my feed, my algorithm, whatever. And I was like, is this serious? Like, is this real? Like, there is a person in Michigan, mind you, a woman in Michigan.
So sometimes companies make very small.
That's not it. I gotta find it. Who literally teaches people how to become a mermaid. No joke. This is not a joke. Listen to that. Like, I gotta go to our page though. Hold on. And I keep screwing it up. Hold on.
Not all of my mermaids stay mermaids. Allow me to introduce you to Bramble, my shape-shifting elf character.
He literally teaches these people how to be mermaids. And I'm trying to go to our page, but hold on. It's kind of crazy and kind of cool at the same time. I'm kind of weird for saying that maybe, but it was kind of cool. She literally has, let me see, millions of subscribers, 1.39 million subscribers. And she talks about, in this one that came up on my algorithm, was about how she doesn't worry about sharks. Here it is. This is the one.
I swim in nature with my feet bound together, oftentimes at night, and sometimes while dressed as a seal. So how do I avoid being eaten by sharks and crocodiles, and how do I deal with the risk of being confused for prey by an orca? This is a concern that many people have when watching my videos, because look at how big that water is.
Oh,
it's
sweet.
pretty big.
Thanks,
there have got to
Natasha.
be a ton of sharks just begging to chew me up, right? Well, actually, no. Is it because I'm a mermaid and they know better than to eat magical creatures? I mean, maybe. That's probably at least a few years of bad luck. But I think it has more to do with the fact that there are no sharks here, and no crocodiles, and nope, sorry, no orca. How do I know? Because everything we film, for the most part, is filmed in Michigan. And as the saying goes, no salt, no sharks, no worries. We don't have any large predators, and aside from microorganisms, hypothermia, currents, man-made pollutants, and the occasional unruly person or pet, we really don't have much to worry about here. I'm pretty much the scariest thing you're going to find in the water on most days. Feel free to leave any questions that you have in the comment section, and maybe your question will be turned into a video down the road. Thanks for watching.
Like, she literally...
I swim in...
It's so weird. Tell me this is weird. Here's this Bramble
So my
one
last
that I
video-
saved to my...
Not all of my mermaids stay.
The one that I saved on my list, hold on. This is the one I wanted to show you. This one is it's just crazy.
Not all of my mermaids stay mermaids. Allow me to introduce you to
Not all of her mermaids stay mermaids.
Bramble, my shape-shifting elf character. She lives in the woodlands of Michigan, caring for the plants and animals of the forest, including a baby dragon who she found and cared for. But that is a story for another day. I want to know how many of you can guess what inspired the name for this character. Her hair is dark, she lives in the forest, purple is definitely her color. Can you guess what may have inspired her name? You can watch her swim or pause the video while you think up your answer. I'll give you a second. Okay, are you ready to be shocked and amazed? Bramble's name was inspired by Bramble, as in blackberries. I love foraging and get so
Look at her
excited when the
dinosaur.
berries start to ripen. And her name also goes really
dragon,
well with the name of her
whatever.
dragon, whose name is Thistle. And obviously, having the name of my dragon and the name of my elf character go together is super important. So there's that. And also, her ears are kind of spiky, like spikes on Bramble. So I guess that makes sense too. Let's just see if you can figure out this next character, though.
Tell me, am I crazy to think that's kind of nuts, but kind of fascinating to watch? Like, apparently I'm not the only one, because she's got point whatever million subscribers. Like, it's kind of crazy, but interesting, I guess. So put the outfit on and get in the water. That's the lesson. Got it. Exactly. Melissa's too cute to be a platypus. Yes. I was going to say this lady is crazy, but with 1 million subs, but maybe she is just brilliant at grifting off others crazy people. Well done. I know, Zach, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, it's weird, but kind of fascinating at the same time. Oh my God, I did. You're the one. Yeah, Tasha, you're the one that got me watching those. I'm like addicted to those things now. Like, seriously, the hair ones, I couldn't remember who told me about it, but I wrote it down and I subscribed. And now these hair videos I've been watching are very addicting. Because I used to go to what is it website? Oh my God, why can't I, my stupid brain fog? Pinterest. I used to go to Pinterest a lot to like find braids, like different ways to braid your hair and stuff, because just with my fingers getting worse and worse as I get older, it's harder and harder to braid my own hair, to like, because I used to do double French braids, like one on each side. Then I started doing Dutch braids, because Dutch braids are less harsh on my fingers. But now even braiding my hair and the entire, like, it's just too much for my hands and fingers. So I always look for like easier ways, or like where you only braid half the hair, things like that. I really like those, but it's kind of weird the hair videos I've gotten into lately because of the Mondo website or YouTuber that you told me about. Kitty says, I mean, it's cold, snowy, and rainy here 8 months of the year. So what does she do in the winter? Yeah, I have no idea. I have no fucking clue. Like, yeah. I mean, it's way too fucking cold. Probably 9 months out of the year. You only got about 3 months where the water's even really warm enough and doesn't have ice somewhere in it. I mean, I guess she doesn't say where in Michigan or where in Lake, she says Lake Michigan, but doesn't say where. So if she's at the northern part of Lake Michigan, it's like, it's even worse. Just because I get handsy doesn't mean I'm an octopus. It's cold here right now, and it's the middle of June. I know, right? Yesterday, dude, last night I had to fucking put my heat on. Like, because yesterday was so nice. I slept with the windows open, and then it got so chilly overnight that I let it was like 57 degrees in my apartment, and I started to get really, really cold. I'm a master French braider if you ever need your hair did. Katie D, yes, please. This is why I wanted you to email me so I could figure out a way to contact you since you're so close to me. Maybe you can take me to Kroger sometime. Yeah, Zach had my number forced upon him and he liked it. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. That made me laugh too hard. I'm sorry. Did you ever see the pic of when my daughter French braided my hair? Wait, what? I didn't see this. Yes, now we need to see it. Oh, you had to turn the heat on too? I have a parrot, so I can't even let it be that cold in my house. Exactly. Like, I don't normally get to the point where I'm too cold. Even if it's chilly overnight, that's why I like it cold at night, so I can bundle up with my comforter and my sheet and blanket. If I get cold, I just throw another blanket on instead of turning my heat on. But when it gets to the point where it's below 60 degrees in my apartment, that's a little too cold. And the heat has to get popped on. Ugh, it was awful. All right, I think I got sidetracked way too much. I'm not being a very good helper right now, am I? But I miss chatting with you guys because if you guys weren't here the other day, I had Helpish on We talked mental health, PTSD, especially in veterans and active duty. I really, truly enjoyed having him on. I always enjoy spreading some mental health awareness. But I'm trying to limit my streaming hours right now because I can't afford to pay for the streaming or StreamYard monthly thing. So, all right. Sorry, I'm a derailer. Nope, never be sorry. That's one of my rules here. Never be sorry. I got to add it to the rules because I always say there's one rule, but there's really two. One, don't disrespect me or my chat. That's really it. Say whatever you want to say as long as you don't do that. But the other two is never say you're sorry for derailing me because I derail myself. I go on tangents all the time. And that's the part I love. I love just hanging out with you guys, chatting about whatever. Sometimes we talk about one thing. Sometimes we talk about 30 things. And I love it. All right. So I forgot where we were. I just got to pay attention to the timestamp. I just want to make it through this one video today. And then I'm going to stream again tomorrow, probably at 2 o'clock. I'm probably going to watch one of the videos on my own tonight. And then we can watch another video tomorrow. And see if there's anything else we can do after that.
In the 80s. Conspiracy is the bread and butter of every federal agent because it's the easiest thing to prove. All you have to prove that 2 or more people agreed.
By the way,
agreed.
If Zach said I'll be right back, but if he's still by any chance listening, we need to see that picture of your hair French braided. So hopefully he's going to get that because I want to see it. Oh, Melissa says you're so lovely to listen to, so I'm happy that I'm here. Oh, I'm happy you're here. Thank you. I appreciate you. I just met, like I said, I just love hanging out with you guys and chatting about whatever. And when I can do something like this to help someone else, I'm going to do it. But in starting my channel, it's always been my dream to just talk mental health, psychology, however that fits in this community. Well, really in the anti-community, because we got a lot going on there. So I'll be addressing some of that stuff soon too. But thank you, Melissa. Glad to have you.
Not committed, agreed to commit a crime, and you can prove one overt act in the furtherance of that crime. So real basic. You got 2 people, they agree. They agreed to dispose of the body that ended up killing John Keefe. There's an agreement. So let's go with our theory, right? Because they had the rolling dice. All right, did she kill him with her hands in the glass, or did she kill him with the car? Well, let's say this. Let's go with our theory. He got killed inside the house, right? It's a fight. It went bad. Okay. Why didn't they call the cops? Who knows? But now you have a body. You have a body that's gasping for air. It's got to be a brutal scene. So they make an agreement. Okay, we're not going to save this guy. I don't know why. We're not going to save it. There's the agreement. You know what the overt act is? Putting him out and disposing of him.
Right.
Right. Now, how do you do that? You do that by their actions, by their communications. What did they do afterwards? You don't have to prove that they killed him. You just got to prove that was it reasonable for them. How'd the body get out of the house?
I'm guessing what I think happened is I think Brian Albert put the body in his car and drove his car over to there and dumped it right there. He's not going to get seen dragging that body across the yard.
It had to be an agreement. It could be tacit. It could be anything. The bottom line is, does their actions corroborate there's an agreement? We got to get this body out. I don't believe he carried it by himself, right?
I think the body was in a car. I think they put the body in the car.
But they had to get the body to the car.
True. Yeah. No, well, you can get to the garage where I'm sure his car was parked inside. You can get to the garage through the house. That's what I'm saying. Sure. I think that's what they did. I think they brought the body up from the basement, put it in the car. He backed out and he pulled in. And that the car would also provide like a shield from the the cameras across the street. Dumps it right there.
What I'm saying right now, they agree. Someone helps get the body up there. It had to be 2 people. Let's say it's 2 people. Let's say it's Higgins and Albert, right? They get the body up there. That's the overt act. Just got to prove it.
Yep.
Got to prove it. That's it. But the problem is, look at the evidence that was missed. Right? If they carried the body, there's transfer evidence, right? There's hairs, fibers. Look at the dog. Hairs, fibers, blood evidence. All that evidence was in the house. And it was on people's clothes. Right? Karen Reed gave up. Karen Reed, they didn't even get her clothes. Right? If she assaulted him, why were they looking for evidence of blood on her clothes? Why didn't they scrape her fingernails for evidence? That's Aiden. That's 101 stuff. Because let's face it, That was the first.
Well, they found a hair on the quarter panel.
That had to be the strongest hair that ever was created in the history of the earth.
A human hair. But they haven't said which human. They've had 18 months now.
Crazy. They want us to. This is the thing. All right. So did they put glue on the? There's a blizzard. It's wind. You got slush going up in the car. You ever see a car in a bumper? It's all slushy, and the hair stayed. The hair stayed. It's the magic hair. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Oh, Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. Melissa sent PayPal and said just a little something to show my appreciation for you. Oh, I truly appreciate that, Melissa. Thank you. You're amazing. Now maybe I can get some Coca-Cola. Thank you, Melissa. It truly helps. Thank you.
You have done so much, but here's the thing: like you said, why is it you doing it? Why are all of us? I'm going to tell you, the women in the background. I call them the warriors. The women from Karen. They're sleuths. They're warriors. They got this thing figured out. They're not even caught. Go
on the Justice. Yeah, what's the page called? Justice for John O'Keefe Facebook group. That's got the best content on there.
They're sleuths. These people are housewives. They're business people, and they're figuring this thing out. They don't need to be probed. It's common sense.
It is common sense.
And it's a shame. And like I said, I feel so bad for Karen. I hope someday I get to meet her.
She's stronger than me. I could not hold up under her condition. How she does it every day.
I just hope that someone comes to their senses and just says, we did an injustice. And I'll tell you right now, my skin in the game is only for justice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to fight. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to keep doing it.
I love it.
Doing it. And guess what? I'm
getting more people. More people to do.
Somebody should actually clip this and send this to Sean McDonough.
Any of your buddies, whatever, want to come on the show?
He just said that.
Whatever. People start coming forward. There's more cops. Feel safe. I feel like that's one thing we've done. We've made people in Canton feel safe. That the Wicked Witch is dead. You can come out now. You can say what you got to say. You don't have to be worried anymore.
And listen, I came out. There's nothing wrong with me. I came out. It actually feels good. It actually feels good to put your name to something, and you can actually, by your experience, by your beliefs, by your training, you can say, here we go. Yep. I'm going forward. I'm coming out of the dark. I'm coming out of the shadows. And I'm going to make a difference. All right. I don't care at this stage. I'm just sad that I can't be back up in Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm.
I've met a ton of people I haven't reconnected with in 45 years. This has been an incredible thing. Cousins I've lost, friends I've lost contact with. And it's all because of you, Aiden.
Oh, thank you.
I'm telling you.
Well, I appreciate that very much. And honestly, I don't talk to Karen Read, but I'm quite confident when this is all over that her and I will have like a bond for life almost. Like this whole thing. Like, I think we'll be friends for a long time, her and I. Let's put it that way.
Aiden,
I look forward to it.
I respect you. Listen, I know how you feel. I respect the risk you're putting yourself into. Okay. And I'll tell you, you just do what you do. Do what you're doing, and you have support. You have support. And I'm telling you, 15 Boston cops, I was told, maybe 40, I don't know, got brought onto that justice page. They're coming out of the woodwork, right? It may mean something, it may not mean something. But guess what? They're sensing there's an injustice. And that's it.
And
you did it. You did it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, John.
Listen, I've always wanted. I couldn't get into your group. I'm trying. I'm saying, let me in.
But you're in now. So I don't run the group.
I'm in now.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Aiden. And I'm so happy. I got to tell you, this way to get into this back studio was a mess, but thank God.
I'm glad you got in. Glad you got in.
Yeah. All right, Aiden.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, you're welcome. Thank you. Bye. That was awesome, guys, man. That guy was awesome. Sean was very informative, and that was a good discussion that we had there. But I do want to read off a couple turtle chats here. I don't want to forget people. Donna sends $15 and says, "I'm inspired by your courage, strength, determination, and tenacity. No one should have to fight this hard for justice." Well, thank you, Donna. You are too kind. I really appreciate that. K-Mac sends $25. Says, "Who lives at 34 Fairview now?" A nice Asian woman. "Are they willing to allow private investigators for DNA evidence? Money talks, willing to fund." She seemed like she wanted justice, and I don't think she would object. Let's put it that way. Bob sends $25 and says, "Framed is a brilliant piece of compelling journalism, edited to a succinct summary. If the jury saw this, they wouldn't even have to adjourn. Reasonable doubt? No fucking doubt. Your best piece ever, better than any network documentary." Well, thank you. And I definitely can't take all the credit for that one because that one was, I obviously did the voice for that, but all the editing and the cuts, that's all done by our YouTube girl, Laura, who just does such a fantastic job. And just the way she put that all together with the cuts and the constant pictures, I thought were great because when other YouTubers have done this story, that one chick with like the purple hair or whatever, she sat there and talked about it for 35 minutes. And even like the Note My Objection woman, she's very entertaining, very interesting, but it's just so different when you see pictures. Like the pictures really matter, and just showing the clips, like it was so fucking well done. Like I have watched that like 5 times already. If you haven't watched Framed Commonwealth versus Karen Read, just go on our video tab on YouTube and watch it. Send it to everyone you know. It is the most succinct retelling of the story possible. I did see some people in the comments saying, like,
Microdots.
it's too fast. You're talking
Gotta
about
give,
you can pause
always
it.
give
You
a
can pause
big
it, you know,
shout
like
out
that's
to
the beauty of this.
Microdots.
But just to keep people's attention nowadays, like that's how things are done. Like that's how videos are made. You know, you can't tell somebody read the 66-part series and then you'll get caught up. It's like, no, people want to consume it that way. You can consume it in one car ride. And like I did not even you know, I forgot what I was saying, but it was, I never thought this day would come. Like I've always thought I'd break big stories, but I've never thought I'd have a story fall in my lap like this.
Kasha says, was he talking about Emily Baker? I don't think so. He was talking
But
about
it's just so
his
big.
I think he was talking about Microdots, the framed video, but hold on, let me go back for a second. Let's see. Did I miss it?
So fucking well done. Like I have watched that. Like a fantastic job, and just the way she Bob sends $25 and says, Framed is a brilliant piece of compelling journalism, edited to a succinct summary. If the jury saw this, they wouldn't even have to adjourn. Reasonable doubt? No fucking doubt. Your best piece ever.
Okay, so the framed, he's talking about the article that Aiden wrote, and then Microdots turned into the video, I'm assuming. Because I did say this before. For anyone that doesn't read Aiden's, journal or articles, he is an amazing writer. I am actually sometimes in awe at the way that he writes these articles. Just excellent. And he was talking about other law tubers, the chick with the purple hair and my objection. Oh yeah.
Better than.
Hold on. Oops.
It's $15 and says, I'm inspired by your courage, strength, determination, and tenacity. No one should.
Thank
you.
Well,
they get into this back.
Are you welcome? Thank you. Bye. That was awesome, guest, man. That guy was awesome. Sean was very informative, and that was a good discussion that we had there. But I do want to read off a couple turtle chats here. I don't want to forget people. Donna sends $15 and says, I'm inspired by your courage, strength, determination, and tenacity. No one should have to fight this hard for justice. Well, thank you, Donna. You are too kind. I really appreciate that. K-Mac sends $25. Says, who lives at 34 Fairview now? A nice Asian woman. Are they willing to allow private investigators for DNA evidence? Money talks, willing to fund. She seemed like she wanted justice, and I don't think she would object. Let's put it that way. Bob sends $25 and says, Framed is a brilliant piece of compelling journalism, edited to a succinct summary. If the jury saw this, they wouldn't even have to adjourn. Reasonable doubt? No fucking doubt. Your best piece ever, better than any network documentary. Well, thank you. And I definitely can't take all the credit for that one because that one was, I obviously did the voice for that, but all the editing and the cuts, that's all done by our YouTube girl, Laura, who just does such a fantastic job. And just the way she put that all together with the cuts and the constant pictures I thought were great because when other YouTubers have done this story, that one chick with like the purple hair or whatever, she sat there.
Oh, there you go.
45 minutes. And even like, like the Note My Objection woman, she's very entertaining, very interesting, but it's just so different when you see.
Wow. I didn't even hear that. Thank you for bringing that up, Akasha, because he's talking, yes, about Emily D. Baker. And then he's talking about the girl. Note My Objection was the one that did the interview with Carrie Roberts and then bashed Aiden on his looks after literally talking on that interview with Carrie Roberts about how people are so, whatever she said about bashing women's looks and this and that, or people's looks. And then the very next morning, she goes on her TikTok and literally bashes Aiden on his looks. Like crazy. It's weird to hear him say that she was entertaining back then because I've never seen her. I've never even heard of her until I watched the interview that she did with Carrie Roberts. And I went over that interview right after it happened. It was crazy. I've been watching Emily D. Baker for quite some time. She was actually the second. I started watching Lawyer You Know, and the Lawyer You Know got me to Emily D. Baker, and then it spread out from there. But all the people that covered Karen Reed, all the law tubers that really got into it, like Brother Counsel, all the ones that I learned after the fact, really started getting in the Karen Reed case. They all deserve props for what they've done, and what they continue to do. I just wish some of them would cover Aiden's case more, because this First Amendment thing is very, very important, especially nowadays, because we all know what we get from mainstream media. A lot of people no longer pay attention to mainstream media because of that reason. We know that they're kind of fed a dialogue now, and they go with it. That's why there's so many YouTube channels and so many other social media outlets to get your news from. And I think in any topic or subjects or news report, I think everyone should do their due diligence in learning about a topic, a subject, or an event, or something that's happening in the world, whatever. They should take in several sources so you're not getting just one-sided shit. Yeah, a whole lot of bullshit. Exactly. With the stuff that's out there now by so many people, if you aren't doing a little bit of work to just hear different sides, and you're fed the same narrative over and over and over, and you just take it at face value, that's a problem. And this is so important right now, because if you silence an independent journalist, yes, he's more than an independent journalist, but we have to be, what we're talking about here is what he did in his journalism and spreading awareness about this case, about corruption, about all that was wrong in the Massachusetts State Police, in the Canton Police, in the Karen Reed case, in the court system. If you silence one and it becomes okay, just think of how many other people out there they're going to silence, because they're going to be too afraid to say anything against the grain. If you can send an independent journalist to jail for words, I think a lot of us think the same thing. When we see Proctor's text messages and how absolutely abhorrent, disgusting, they are, and all he got was fired. That's it. He can't go to jail for his words, and his words are way worse than anything Aiden said. And as we all know, there was no intent by Aiden to want them to not to testify. Witness intimidation, in my eyes, is when you're trying to get someone not to testify. That's all he wanted, was them to testify and tell the truth. It's crazy to me. So if you silence one, you're going to silence more than that. If you try to weaponize a witness intimidation statute against a journalist, there's a problem.
Pictures, the pictures really matter, and just showing the clips, it was so fucking well done. I have watched that 5 times already. If you haven't watched Framed Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, just go on our video tab on YouTube and watch it. Send it to everyone you know. It is the most succinct retelling of the story possible. I did see some people in the comments saying it's too fast, you're talking too fast. You can pause it. You can pause it, you know, like that's the beauty of this all. But
can
just to
always
keep
slow
people's
it down,
attention
too.
nowadays, like that's how things are done. Like that's how videos are made. You know, you can't tell somebody read the 66-part series and then you'll get caught up. It's like, no, people want to consume it that way. You can consume it in one car ride. And like I did not even you know, I forgot what I was saying, but it was, I never thought this day would come. Like I've always thought of big stories, but I've never thought of a story fall in my lap like this. That is just so big. It's just so absurd that like I was made for stories like this. Like this is what I was born to do, is stories like that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. We have another donor from Richie O, sent 25 and says, great show and great work this week. I say, get this guy back on for future shows. Absolutely. He was fantastic. We got Caitlin sends $10 and says, for Sisterhood of the Traveling Hair and Glass. I appreciate that, Caitlin. Luann Butterballs sends $10, says, can I see those nips?
Butterballs.
Kid, my nips? Was it my nips? Or whose nips are we looking at? Yeah, I mean, you can see my nips. My nips are all over the internet, unfortunately, involuntarily, thanks to some hooah. That was a little bitter that she couldn't have it. I don't know, but she's my videos are unfortunately out there, so you can watch them that way. We're gonna watch the Gen messages in one moment. Also, Brendan sends $25, says, truly was born for it. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Brendan. I appreciate that very, very much. So yeah, let me bring up a couple other things here. So we're gonna talk about the Gen thing. It's a long show tonight, so we'll probably be another half hour or so. Check this out. Okay, I hate even bringing this chick up, but the only person out there who is anyway advocating for the prosecution is a YouTuber by the name of Krusty Panties, and she has a Discord. And I got to show you this post today that she made. It is like peak losing her fucking mind. Okay, I'm gonna bring this up in an app called Discord. Check this out. He's got to show this, right? So there's my car. That's the Lexus. And it's like, there, she says. Her name is Butthole Bandit Enforcement. Okay. It's just there. New Lexus paid for with literal blood money. So I guess I paid for this car with blood money. And it says, and hooked up for home by Nate Reed, because Karen's brother, Nate, works at a Lexus dealership. Not the one I went to. He works at a faraway Lexus dealership. But I guess this is all part of the plot. I guess I'm getting a free Lexus. I don't know, like blood money. And she goes, now look at this. I'm pulling the restraining order Karen Reed's ex had to take out on her. So I'm looking forward to seeing this because spoiler alert, no one's ever had a restraining order on Karen Reed. That's a complete lie, just another lie. But I'm sure this will never get revisited. No one will ever ask. I've got stories from dozens of witnesses to her unsavory behavior. So she's a real investigative journalist, guys. She's getting to the bottom of it. So stay tuned for that. Again, I hate even bringing this person up because they're irrelevant, but I just laughed at the blood money thing. Like I'm fucking Judas Iscariot. Like I'm taking blood money. I don't like, I guess I killed someone. I guess I'm the killer. I don't know what she's saying. Anyway, let's talk about this. And actually, before we talk about this, let's read Jen's messages that she sent me today, because this is weird. This is really fucking weird.
Exactly, Akasha.
So
These people
this
are so dumb.
Okay. I'm sitting at home and all of a sudden, so I messaged Jen McCabe on May 12th. I go, hi. And then she obviously doesn't get back to me. And then this thing, she sends me this. And I'm like, I go, is that Matt? I'm like, what is happening? Why are you sending me? What is it? Then she goes, no, it's your boy, John C. And I'm like, who is John C? What? And then it goes on to say, sorry to bother you. Have fun in Mashpee. Mashpee? Anybody? So she seems to be she thinks she's slick. She thinks I'm down at the Cape. Jen, if you listen to this program, you should know that if I go to Cape Cod, I will never step foot in Mashpee.
And I also, here's something I've always wanted to say since you brought that up, Akasha, because people that say shit about Aiden buying his car, you know, there's a difference between his defense fund and the people that send him money like to his Turtle Chats, which is his income for his YouTube channel. And then, of course, he has income for his journalism, his website, and all of that. So, you know, he separates his income, his work income that pays his bills, like buying a house. He's still got to live somewhere. These idiots who are out there saying basically he shouldn't spend any money on himself, like, what? This is his job. Like, he makes a great living doing what he does. He is a journalist. He is more than a journalist, though. He's an entertainer. And he gets paid for it, rightfully so. So God forbid that he buys a car and a house, which is what normal people do with their income. So stupid. I mean, I could just see him talking to Karen missing her damn Lexus, and then Aiden decides, you know, what I think, I want one of those. It super irritates me when they keep telling him to get a real job. It's absolutely a real job. 100%, Akasha. Exactly. What do they expect him to do? Live on the street? Like, God forbid he buys a house. Like, everybody that's on YouTube has a way to make money. Whether they're monetized and get super chats, have a PayPal, the buy me a coffee, whatever. People have Venmos and Cash Apps and this and that. Everybody does that. And it's a way for them to get paid. Now, granted, like, this isn't my full-time job. It would be awesome if it was, but it's not, and I know that. But he has been at this, just like Will has been at these. They've been at this for years and years and years. They have every right to call this their job because they do this for their job and they make money saying, hey, I provide you a service, whether it's entertainment, whether it's reporting, whether it's comedy, it doesn't matter. All of these things are a job. Yeah, even Lawyer You Know. Exactly. I've been watching Lawyer You Know since before he even had 50,000 subs. Now he's at what? Probably over 500,000 subs. So, like, even back when he wasn't as big as he is now, he's still, yes, he's a lawyer. He has a full-time job, if you want to say a full-time day job, and does this on the side, but it's still a job. It's still a job. And when someone can make this their job and make a living at it, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It does help that he's very nice to look at. That's for sure. He does have a pretty face, I have to admit. God forbid you don't hate your job. Exactly. Like, they're just the people that want to bitch and moan about Aiden making money doing what he does are just fucking jealous. That's it. They're just jealous that they don't make money doing stuff like this. That's it. And they're probably miserable at whatever job they have and just see somebody making money doing something they absolutely enjoy and just are jealous. I won't tell them, I guess. Because we all know Lawyer You Know is all Jimmy's. Although, you know, Jimmy's been flip-flopping lately with Valhalla. It's silly. YouTube is a business and don't see it as a credible business. And that's it. And that's exactly, they're just jealous that someone can come on and make their living on YouTube. That's it. I totally agree with you guys.
Hate Mashpee and I hate Barnstable. I hate those two towns. I will go. You don't. I mean, the road, the highway doesn't even go through Mashpee. Mashpee, like, no offense to Mashpee, but I fucking hate Mashpee. There's too much traffic. I fucking hate it. Cape Cod doesn't start until you get to Dennis. That's the real Cape. Everybody knows that. Everything before that is just extra Wareham. That's all it is. It doesn't count. I guess Falmouth could be nice at certain parts in Sandwich, but the rest doesn't count. So yeah, I don't know what she thinks she's doing here, but and I'm like, I'm not in Mashpee, but I'll be in Canton soon. Are you still fearing? And yeah, so I wrote back to her. Let me just, now that she's answered my calls, I can call her. So now I can call her. So now she's answered my things. So I sent her a question. I go, did you ever figure out how long to die in cold? And she hasn't got back. And so I'm just gonna call her and see what happens.
Melissa, and that's it. Melissa says it's incredibly hard to make a decent living off YouTube. You have to be very good at what you do to make it. And that's it. You know, and you can't just start YouTube and expect it to be your full income. I mean, you have to treat YouTube as a hobby. And if you make it, you make it. And if you don't, you don't. And I said this, if you guys don't know my story and why I've decided to finally start my YouTube, I have been thinking about it for quite some time. But I didn't know, and I was concerned, and you know, but it was ironically enough, Melanie Little's badass affirmation of the day. One day, she read it, she picked her card, and it was something to the effect of, don't put off tomorrow what you can start today, because what's the worst thing you can do but fail? It was something along those lines. And I literally put a comment. I keep telling, when I've told the story a couple times, I keep saying I got to go find and look up that comment so I can clip it where she said that and show the comment, because I literally commented on it. Said, thank you for this, your badass affirmation for today. I said, because it literally convinced me to start something that I've been putting off for quite some time. And I started my channel the very next week. Like, I just went live and was like, I'm going to go live. And I did. And here I am. And I'm close. Mary B, the other Mary B is convinced on getting me monetized. I have my view hours. I just need subscribers. I don't know what I don't always check my subscriber count. I know I lost some with the whole Jess Machado thing, and that's okay. I mean, that's another thing. You have to, with YouTube, you have to understand, just like Will said, he's been through this a few times. You're going to lose subscribers when you say something other people don't like. And you just have to deal with it and move on. So, but you have to treat it when you start it like a side job or a side hobby, really, not even a job. You have to look at it like this is only extra. This is, hey, you know, because it costs money to stream, which is why I'm at where I'm at. Why I'm at this point saying I need to maybe limit this month because I can't really afford the StreamYard. It is what it is. You have to go with all of these things in mind. It isn't free to stream. And so that's another thing that people that watch you have to understand, that for you to stream, especially on a regular basis, it costs money. So I blame the expert for my YouTube channel. Melissa, I didn't even know you have a YouTube channel. Why did I not know this? Hold on, I gotta go subscribe if you have a channel. All right, well, I am subscribed now, Melissa. And I did not know you have a channel. See, this is what happens. I'm so glad I found your channel and now subscribed, and I will check it out. I'm very excited. You'll get there. I know. I know. And that's what I'm saying. I know I'll keep working at it. I'm doing what I can do. And, you know, losing subs and gaining subs just goes with the territory. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, it's just a channel for me to be an idiot on the internet. I love watching idiots on the internet. So I'll definitely be checking it out. I'm excited. All right.
I'll bring it up.
We got about 40 minutes at 1.5 speed left.
It's ringing. Probably can't hear it. But... Come on. She's not answering. Okay, so she's not answering. So again, if she tries to get an order on me again, I'm just gonna bring this up. Like, bitch is sending me nudes and shit. So I'm like, who the fuck is John C? I'm
This
like,
is
oh,
what
John,
I
the guy
wanted
that-
to
the-
get
the,
into because this is the did he just try to call Jen McCabe? This is what I needed to note down. So hold on, I'm gonna go back a second and hear exactly what he says before he calls her. Oh my, that's the
who is
picture.
John C?
Oh my God. Oh, you're welcome, Melissa. You're welcome. Yeah, I can't wait to check out your videos now. I'm all excited. All right, this little picture she sent him is just disgusting. Ew. This is at 2:18. Picture Jen McCabe sent. John C. and Speedo. Oh my God.
What? And then it goes on to say, sorry to bother you. Have fun in Mashpee. Mashpee? Anybody? So she seems to be on, she thinks she's slick. She thinks I'm down at the Cape. Jen, if you listen to this program, you should know.
Hold on, I gotta write that down. She also basically states that she knows where she's at, almost showing that she is trying to intimidate him. Sorry, I'm gonna write this entire thing down. Sorry to bother you. Exclamation point. Have fun in Mashpee. Okay.
If I go to Cape Cod, I will never step foot in Mashpee. I fucking hate Mashpee, and I hate Barnstable. I hate those two towns. I will go. You know, I mean, the road, the highway doesn't even go through Mashpee. Mashpee, like, no offense to Mashpee, but like, I fucking hate Mashpee. There's too much traffic. I fucking hate it. Cape Cod doesn't start until you get to Dennis. That's the real Cape. Everybody knows that. Everything before that is just extra Wareham. That's all it is. It doesn't count. I guess Falmouth can be nice in certain parts in Sandwich, but the rest doesn't count. So yeah, I don't know what she thinks she's doing here, but and I'm like, I'm not in Mashpee, but I'll be in Canton soon. Are you still fearing? And yeah, so I wrote back to her. Let me just, now that she's answered my calls, I can call her. So now I can call her. So now she's answered my things. So I sent her a question. I go, did you ever figure out how long to die in cold? And she hasn't got back to me. So I'm just gonna call her right now. See what happens. I'll bring it up. It's ringing. I can't hear it. But... Come on. She's not answering. Okay, so she's not answering. So again, if she tries to get an order on me again, I'm just gonna bring this up. Like, bitch is sending me nudes and shit. So I'm like, who the fuck is John C? I'm like, oh, John, the guy that the Canton guy. I don't know John. I know he is active in the Canton group, and I think these are like troll pictures that he posted on his Instagram. And so she must be cocked because there's tons of cars at her house today. They're having a party there again, and she got wasted. And just like, I'm gonna go. Like, this is how stupid this woman is. Like, the McCabe's are fucking retarded. Like, the way they're handling this couldn't possibly be worse. Now, let me show you what Jen, Carrie Roberts, Carl Dougal, and Paul O'Keefe all posted today. So Jen posts this. She goes, "Hi, everyone. I haven't been able to say much, but wanted to share this post from John's friend." Well, first of all, Jen, you haven't been able to say much. Why not? Why, like, haven't been? Able to is the key word, able to. What's stopping you from saying anything, Jen? I mean, why haven't you didn't do anything wrong, right? You weren't involved in it. You never Googled that. Why haven't you been able to talk, Jen McCabe? What's going on there? Maybe it's because the feds brought you into a grand jury and you testified in front of them. So maybe there's that. And she shares this post from Carl Dougal that has been shared by Paul O'Keefe, who we know is a fucking moron because he says shit like, what dog only bites with its top teeth? I mean, oh, I just can't believe that's fucking stupid. I can't believe he's a fucking. I mean, honestly, I feel the worst part about being John O'Keefe, the biggest tragedy in John O'Keefe's life after his sister dying is the fact that her dying left him with an only sibling of a fucking certified retard, and that is Paul O'Keefe. Like that is one of the biggest tragedies of John O'Keefe's life. And in general, is that the two good O'Keefes died, and the one fucking moron who got into a fucking drunk driving accident and nearly killed a man after being shit-faced in the middle of the fucking day and had his bail paid, not by his wife, not by his mother, but by Karen Reed. Fuck Paul O'Keefe, and fuck everyone out there who still feels sorry for this motherfucker. He's not a fucking victim. He's a piece of shit. That's what he is. He is the worst brother to ever live. Like, he literally, you cannot possibly have a worse brother than Paul O'Keefe. Enough with the fucking Paul O'Keefe shit. Anyway, so this is what Carrie Roberts copies and pastes from Carl Dougal, and Jen shared this as well. So Carl Dougal, if you're unfamiliar, is the moron who stood out. He's a Boston police detective who stood outside of court and harassed Karen Reed. He is a friend of John O'Keefe. He's a Boston police detective, so he should be smart, like Sean McDonough should be smart. But instead, he doesn't ask anything, and he harassed her outside of court at the last hearing date with his stupid wife. They've hung out. Let's just read his whole post here. This is what he posts. Many of you know John O'Keefe was killed about a year and a half ago. It's been a very sad and rough year and a half for all of his friends and especially his family. We're all praying the truth comes out and we can have closure. His friend Carl wrote the following post, and I wanted to share. His words blew me away. So I guess that's Carrie saying that. Okay, so now this is
Carrie Robert.
The morning of January 29th, I came inside from shoveling and I got a phone call that my friend John O'Keefe was found dead. I got off the phone and called Karen Reed immediately. I left her a voicemail saying I was sorry and please call him on my way. I drove to the hospital, then to John's house in Canton. By the time I got there, Karen was already gone. Okay, nothing about that paragraph is unusual. Like, so Karen just found her fucking boyfriend dead in the snow. She's going through trauma. She's also involuntarily sent to a fucking psych ward for mental health treatment. Okay, so that's what I'm sorry, Carl, that you didn't get a call back right away. I'm sorry that in this fucking panic that she's in and serious trauma that she didn't pick up your phone call because you're really fucking important and she should have picked up your phone call. And then he goes to One Meadows Ave and Karen is not there. We know that Karen is not there because she felt awkward as fuck. Peggy O'Keefe is there making accusations against her. And they're like, this is awkward. We need to get out of here. So he goes on to say, and this is a fucking detective writing this. This is insane. I have not heard back from Karen to this day. Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe because she's been charged with a crime. Why the fuck would she call you back? You're accusing her of committing that crime. No return call in the days in between his death and her arrest. I mean, poor Carl. Poor Carl. Carl deserved a phone call. This is literally where they're getting their entire belief that Karen Reed killed him does not ignores all evidence.
Like, all he cares about is her calling him. This guy, Carl, I'm sorry, you didn't call me and say, Carl, I'm sorry you lost your friend. She lost her fucking boyfriend. Oh my fucking God, I've never seen this before. Oh, Kasha says, and then to get to the house and everyone's assholes to her. Exactly. I've talked about this a lot before too, that, most of us women, most people, not just women, most people can get at least a vibe from a room, a physical, when you're physically in the room with people and you got your boyfriend's mother over there saying, oh, I think he was hit by a car. And you're like, what? And the entire room is treating you like shit. You feel not wanted. Not to mention, like he just stated, she went a little nuts because she just found her boyfriend dead in the snow. Most people would go a little crazy from that. And this guy, all he cares is that she didn't call him back in a day or two. Because then she has to worry about the fact that everyone's accusing her and now she's been arrested. What a douche. Oh, there's a goose in my yard. I do not have a goose. Uh-oh. There are geese outside of my outside in the grass area where my balcony ends all the time, squawking away. Technically not mine, but they're there all the time.
Doesn't come from any evidence. It all comes from the fact that these two grown-ass men, Paul O'Keefe and Carl Dougal, got their fucking feelings hurt by the way she acted afterwards. Like, that's all this is. She rubbed them the wrong way, and she hurt their precious feelings because she didn't call back Carl. Oh, no. No, Carl. No explanation of what happened. No, Carl. Could you please help me figure this out? Carl, I'm sorry you lost your friend. Yeah, Karen didn't call me and be like, I'm so sorry, Carl. Are you okay? Let's all think about Carl's fucking feelings. I cannot wait to see this fucking pussy the next time. Carl, I can't wait to see you, my man. I'm gonna have a lot more to say to you when I see you on July 25th. You fucking
I may have a
excuse for a man.
goose
You coward. You absolute fucking pussy. Hiding and blocking shit. You're not gonna be able to hide from me on July 25th.
Especially if it lays babies in your yard.
Fake cop. You're fucking pathetic. Everyone else in the Boston Police Department laughs at you. You're a fucking joke. Nobody fucking likes you. You fucking loser. Karen Reed didn't call me back. So I got my fucking feelings are good. Good. Why the fuck would she call back a fucking loser like you? Oh, I hate him so much. Anyway, it goes on to say, prior to that night, Karen was my friend as well. We're gonna get
Prior to that night.
Our house several times.
Okay, prior to that night, Karen was my friend as well. Oh, so she's not your friend because she didn't take your feelings over hers? Like, oh, sorry, she didn't prioritize your feelings. Jesus.
Times. She spent time with my wife and our kids. The fact that you reproduced is scary too. She went out with my wife and her friends. We had dinner, the four of us together, and watched Patriots games. She tearfully confided in my wife on more than one's occasion. John's family told me later that day that she quickly fled to Dighton. Not went to Dighton, fled to Dighton. That she fled to Dighton later that day.
Right? He's a douche at Costco. This guy's
not
a
long
douche.
after watching emotionlessly as John's folks told his niece and nephew that he was gone. So this is not something he witnessed. This is something he's being told by Paul O'Keefe and Peggy O'Keefe, who suck, who clearly didn't like this woman to begin with. Karen drove off, leaving the O'Keefes without John and a million unanswered questions. Why would she leave with John? John's dead. And a million unanswered questions. What questions is she supposed to answer? I just have to remember all the bad times, quote unquote, which you weren't there when she said this, allegedly, and will probably never speak again, is all she could say to them. Did she say that to them? I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. Neither were you, Carl. And quite frankly, a lot of people are misquoting her, it seems. So we'll see. Karen did not ask what happened or who could have killed John. So
even if she did say that, which again, nobody knows because you weren't there. But even if she did say that, like, she knew already everybody thought she was guilty or was blaming her. So why would she want to talk to people who treated her like shit?
Right there. So because Karen Reed didn't immediately, in the aftermath of John's death, immediately put the pieces of the puzzle together and figure out that, oh yeah, Brian Albert and then kicked the shit out of him and then placed him out there. Why would that ever occur to her? Why would that occur to anyone? It's so heinous and unfathomable that you don't even want to think that, no, Brian Albert couldn't do that. He's a cop. He's not going to do that. No. And the fact that this fucking retarded detective in Boston, no wonder the city of Boston, everyone wants to leave it. It's run by Michelle Wu. You got city councilors driving into fucking fences. Their kids are flying everywhere. You got city councilors suing award-winning journalists to find out their sources. And oh yeah, the fucking detectives in charge of investigating shit are literally retarded. No wonder property values going down. Seriously. She goes on to say that Karen did not ask what happened or who could have killed John, noting to that effect. And she certainly did not, quote, marshal any resources to find the truth. That is what she said on the steps of the courthouse. Karen already knew the truth. If it were me or any decent person who knew they did not just kill somebody, no amount of lawyers or concerned fathers or screaming and grieving mothers could drag me away from that house and that family until I found out what caused my significant other's death. So that's all this is. He's admitting it right here. Their entire belief that Karen Reed is responsible for killing John O'Keefe comes from the fact that she rubbed them the wrong way in the immediate aftermath of the death while she was experiencing serious trauma. I mean, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Maybe it's men being insensitive and not understanding. I don't know. It goes on to say, I would be shouting from the rooftops that I was not the person responsible. What do you think her attorneys are doing, stupid? Yep. So also at that time, keep in mind, Karen Reed didn't know. She's like, did I do this? Like, she doesn't fucking know. Because she's like, he's dead. He died somehow. Certainly, there's no fucking way he went in that house and then they kicked the shit out of him. That would never occur to her. So did I do this? It's just so obvious. Fled to Dighton. Unbelievable. Fled. I would be asking questions of anyone and everyone until I knew, well, she's doing that now, isn't she? It certainly wouldn't take me 18 months to give contrived, rehearsed statement from the courthouse steps. First of all, her attorneys have been making these statements for almost within months of her being charged with murder. When Steve Cooper from Channel 7 asked her if she was saying she did not do it, she froze. She froze. No, she didn't. She looked at him like, are you retarded? Of course. She's like, Steve, we know who did it. No, I didn't do it. Like, that's the best you're going with? This is similar to how she admitted when Steve Cooper asked her if she was saying she did not do it, she froze. Yeah. This is similar to how she admitted to hitting him that morning numerous times to several different people without even being asked. To who? Jen McCabe and Katie McLaughlin, who's best friends with Caitlin Albert. Oh, yeah. Good point. They sound legit. I know he is dead. Maybe a snowplow hit him. Is an odd thing to say to fringe acquaintances because she's fucking being like, how the fuck did this happen? Could he have gotten hit by a snowplow? She's trying to figure out what the fuck happened because it's unfathomable what actually did happen. You're proving the point, Carl, that what happened in that house is so heinous and so unfucking believable that somebody would do something like that it wouldn't even cross her mind. Thank you. Good point, Carl. Now Dr. Carl comes out.
Dr. Carl.
A Freudian slip, an error in speech, memory, or physical action that occurs due to the interference of an unconscious subdued wish. Guys, he's a fucking genius. He's Dr. Freud here, Detective Freud. There was no state of shock or trauma at that point, unless Karen had already driven by and saw him, or she knew she hit him hours before. So there was no state of shock or trauma. You haven't heard the 911 call. You haven't, and I bet you when you do, Carl, oh, you're going to feel so stupid. I wonder what Jen McCabe sounded like on the 911 call. I wonder. None of us have heard that yet, have we? None of us have heard that, right? I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, no. Stay tuned. She did it. She knew it then. She knew it when Cooper asked her, and she knows it now. Karen's attorney knows it as well, as he could not even speak the words she didn't. Actually, he did say those exact words. You're going to hear the 911 call. You're going to, and when, let's just say, I'm quite confident that when you hear the 911 call, I'm quite confident that all this other shit you've seen, how long did I call? You're going to be like, oh, this is the most damning evidence that Karen Read didn't do that. I'm quite confident when you hear that 911 call that is going to happen. I'm quite confident. Let's just put it that way. Goes on to say, she did it. She knew it then. She knew when Cooper asked her. She knows it now. Karen's attorney knows it as well. As he could not even speak the word she didn't, there is something else going on here when he and I spoke on the phone post-arraignment, parapraxis. So this is Yannetti. So I guess he spoke with Yannetti on the phone, and Yannetti said she didn't do it. There is something else going on here. So he denied it. Like this is literally all they have for evidence. Okay. Goes on to say, she is behind all of this. The leaked autopsy photos. There's no leaked autopsy photos, dude. They're in the court records. The Hail Mary misinformation campaign. Nothing about this is misinformation, and nothing about this is Hail Mary. Hail Marys get completed like 2% of the time. There is a 1,000% chance she gets exonerated. This ain't a Hail Mary, motherfucker. This is a fucking Tom Brady dump pass to James White in the flat uncovered. That's what this is. This is like, a dump off to Kevin Falk. That's what this is. This ain't a fucking Hail Mary. Like, I don't think you understand what a Hail Mary is. And there's no misinformation. There's no lies and accusations. The encouraging of social media cartoon characters, I think that's me, and their followers to attack and harass any witness, family member, or friend who tells the truth about what happened. So, poor Jen McCabe. She's being harassed. She can't just go out in public and, go to her kids' games with, kill someone without doing it, And Carl, like, I know you're watching this right now. Where was your car stored? That's what I'd like to know. And why did you call David Yannetti? Oh, right. Because Carl's got a nice car, I believe. A sport car, I want to say. And he needs to store it in a garage. And he needed somebody to store his car. And he needed to get it. So he called David Yannetti. So you can guess where his fucking car was at that point, can't you? Anyway, it goes on to say, so poor Jen McCabe and the fake GoFundMe page to fool the public. Fake GoFundMe? What's the fake part? She's got to pay all these legal fees. She has to pay Alan Jackson's flights. Like that, I'm sure that's her legal. I mean, Alan Jackson ain't paying out of pocket to fly here and stay in a hotel every time there's a fucking hearing. Like, somebody's paying for that. She's paying for that. There's nothing fake about that. We all gave, and we were happy to. We raised over $1,000 for her on this fucking show. A lot of people donated. It's great. It's getting close to $100,000 if it hasn't cracked it already. Goes on to say, it's her manipulating all of you the way she manipulated John. And this is the most damning line right here. It's her manipulating you all the way she manipulated John into staying with her longer than he would have liked. This contradicts what he said earlier about we were all good friends. This is the kind of thing you say when you don't like your friends.
Statement, Akasha, by you is the same. It goes for all this shit. How the fuck does he know any of this shit? He just said in one statement, he's like, she was my friend too until that night. Like, you're already saying right there that you had your opinion made that night, that she was no longer your friend. You thought she was guilty. Didn't matter what came out. You had your mind made up. And now you're spewing this shit that, oh, she manipulated people, like she manipulated John. What? I thought she was your friend.
I'm kind of lying. When you're like, oh, dude, he's trying to say that John came to me and wanted to dump her. Well, do you have the texts? Show us the texts. I mean, you must have them. That's your boy, right? He's dead. So what the fuck does he care if you show us her fucking text messages? Show us the messages where John said he wanted to dump her, but she manipulated him to stay in. How does that work exactly? How does that work? They weren't married. She had her own home. Like, it's a pretty easy breakup. And secondly, I'm sure John liked the fact that he's got this motherly figure to do the girl shit with his niece who is going through puberty and is trying to become a woman and learn how to become one. And it's nice to have a woman figure in the house. I'm sure that came in handy for John. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I'm sure he just wanted to get rid of her. First of all, why would you want to get rid of her? Like, you have this good-looking, successful woman who helps take care of your kids. Yeah, let's dump her. That makes fucking sense. Yeah, I'm sure John confided in you a lot about that. So we can go get some mediocre fucking Ashley Brady pussy. Right. And by the way, that's why she shows up, I believe, because she had a thing for him. So we know about that, Ashley. We know about that. You cheated on your husband with, yeah, we know. Okay. Anyway, it goes back to this. Manipulating my friend into believing her lies with her phantom brain tumor and constant need for attention. So now he's accusing her of lying about having a fucking brain tumor. That's what a piece of shit this dude is. How do you know it's a have you looked at her medical records? Because you said it's fake, it's fake? Okay. Just a couple of the many deceptions she spoke and continues to speak. I hope when this is all over, Karen Reed comes forward with paperwork showing that she had a fucking brain tumor.
Fucking douche.
And this motherfucker never works in the police again. To say that about somebody who's going through something like that and to accuse them of being lying and you're a fucking cop. Fuck you. You worthless fucking maggot. You fucking pussy. First of all, she's not behind any of this stuff. Like, her attorneys are. They're the ones putting it all out there. And because they're advocating for the client, and it's all true. Why wouldn't you put this out there? John was a guy who was salt of the earth, who no one in that house had an issue with, or whatever reason to strike, except for Colin Albert, who didn't like him, who threw beer cans on his lawn, who feuded with him constantly.
As we now know.
Yeah, besides that.
Higgins.
And besides, Brian Albert, who isn't going to stand for this man.
Because Higgins was going after his girl.
Maybe and the dog bite. What about the dog bites? Does he even address it? No, he doesn't. A person who would never leave someone in need. John was a great man and a friend who has been sadly forgotten behind all the sideshow nonsense she is fueling. Again, thank you for proving my point. This is all hatred of her. Please do not invoke his name during your next.
Tasha says, I think the only reason Carrie went along with everything, well, there's two reasons. One, she's still in love with John. I agree with that too. And she's jealous of Karen. I agree with that too. The second one, obvious, is because she got accepted by the popular kids. I agree with that too. 100%. Kasha, you hit it you hit the nail right on the head, right? Is that the saying? That's exactly it. I think she's always been in love with John, and she always wanted to be a cool girl. She wanted to be in with the cool crowd, the popular crowd, whatever you want to call it. And John McCabe gave her what she wanted. She obviously couldn't ever have John now, ever. So what's the next best thing? Jen McCabe gave her a welcome party to the popular crowd.
Pre-planned pep rally. Oh, we're going to be invoking his name and your fucking name. You insult his legacy. No, you do. His family. I like a couple of the Rizzotanos. I like Donnie Rizzotano. I like some of them who tried to help you that morning. How did they help her? The story that they have created out of thin air. Yeah, they made the Google thing up out of thin air. Orchestrated by her and Harvey Weinstein's attorney.
I've always wondered about that. Now that you said, I not always, but I've thought about that in the past, because I've asked when I was watching Trial 1. I remember asking specifically to get an understanding, besides the fact that they went to prom together, right? A lot of people think that they did the smushies that night, even though she said nothing physical happened, right? But we all know she was in love with John back then. No girl goes to prom with a guy and that they don't have some feelings for and wish that they had a relationship with, in my opinion. And then her behavior tells a lot. But I wondered, because of their friendship, she does talk about their friendship, right? They're such good friends. But how much did they truly, truly hang out? You hear her side of it. But I've always truly wondered, and that's why I've always wondered if we were going to ever see John's texts between everyone else. We've seen John's texts between him and Higgins. We've seen his texts with Karen. We've seen Higgins and Karen's. But it also makes you wonder, what happened to his entire phone extraction? Can we get it? Can we see his text messages to other people, including someone like Carrie? Like, I would be interested. Because she knows Carrie would have just kept spitting out those grandbabies for her. That's true. For sure. You know she would have. And we all know Karen didn't want kids, couldn't really have. I mean, all the medical stuff that she was dealing with, you know, being, especially at the, you know, her age, she wasn't getting married. She wasn't settling down to just have babies. So went to my junior prom with a friend who I absolutely have no feeling for, but also I'm weird. Well, first and foremost, I guess I should backtrack a little. I've gone to dances with people that were friends. I literally went to my senior year homecoming with a guy who took 2 dates. We accepted that. We were all good friends. So he took us both because neither one of us had dates. And so things like that, yes, they do happen. But prom, like especially your senior prom, most girls, men don't think about it that way, but most girls do. Most girls look at prom like, hey, this is our last, you know, school thing. It's the biggest night of the year. It's the biggest night of your high school, you know, ever. And most girls think that that night maybe something else might happen. Especially if they're in a relationship or dating a guy, or, you know, I think I don't have to say it, I think. You know, things like that. So going to prom with someone, unless it's prefaced beforehand, like, hey, I don't have a date, you don't have a date, you just want to go together. Because that does happen. But the majority of women, girls, teenage ladies, whatever you want to call them, are going to go to prom with a guy that they have feelings for. That's what I believe. And was it like a pity date? Because I'm pretty sure it sounds like John could have just went with whoever the fuck he wanted. Yeah. And that's exactly. Kind of like maybe his mother. You know, moms do that. Why don't you you don't have a date yet. Take so-and-so. And some guys might just do that because they don't have a date. They don't want to pick a date. They don't want to, you know, take a girl who they think might get serious about them when they're not serious about them. Right?
Ernie has to throw that in there. The poor, innocent, well-educated college professor with the great job who somehow tricked into believing she had killed her boyfriend. The unbelievable 100-person and a dog conspiracy to frame her it's first of all, it's not that many people when you get down to it. It's just the people in the house. And at that point, like, I mean, the police just didn't go after one of their own. Like, that's all it comes down to. It ain't the first time that's happened. But no amount of lies, accusations, terrorizing of witnesses towards Ed McCabe, or internet bullying will change the fact that Karen Read got drunk, put her full-size SUV in reverse, and at what speed? And left him incapacitated on the side of the road to die. Except he wasn't on the side of the road. He was 12 feet onto the fucking lawn, alone in the cold like an animal. I'd love to see who those people.
That's what I'm saying, Akasha. Because moms do that. They're like, hey, that nice girl Carrie, you know, you should just take her. And guys will be like, okay, whatever. because they don't think about it that way. And they're like, oh, well, I'm friends with her already, so she won't think of it as a date. You know what I mean? But guys sometimes at that age are oblivious to the teenage girls who are secretly in love with them. And I think John was oblivious to the fact that Carrie's always been in love with him. I'm good, Lily. How are you? I'm so glad to see you. Thank you. Just going through episode 593. We have about 15 minutes left. Taking notes of intent. And I'm just, sharing my opinions about things because these are very interesting to watch because I didn't watch Turtle Boy back then. And I'm actually getting more information this way as well about the whole Karen Read thing. Going back to trial 1, and you guys didn't know that I streamed trial 1 back to back with trial 2 because I had never seen trial 1. Watching these old videos of Turtle Boy is kind of helping me as well. So I'm enjoying my work, quote unquote work.
Are like it. Well, it's interesting because the Jen McCabe post, I asked the person who sent it to me, can you send me the comments?
Yeah,
I noticed all these fucking
that
comments
too,
here.
Akasha,
9
for
comments.
sure.
So let's read them. And I just want you to read. Like, I want to know everything about every single person.
Exactly. Expressing our thoughts and speculations.
Fucking list. Yeah. So here we go. So we have Polly Weeks. So it's a week. So there's a family member. Amen. Stay strong and we're behind you. So Alyssa Grossman, we can find out where she's from, who she works with. Like, I want to find out shit on all these people. All of them. Like, if you're going to openly support cop killers, you're not fucking innocent. Well, we can knock on your door too. Fuck you. Fuck each and every person who thinks it's okay to support Jen McCabe. If you fucking do this, that's on fucking you. Cut fucking ties with that miserable cop killing fucking cunt of a fucking bitch. Oh, I hate her. Kelly Kane, whose idiot husband also fucking believes this, says, we love you, Jen. We're all behind you and you won't back down. So,
yep, Lily, it makes me feel a little useful. Because, those that know me know I can't donate. So this makes me feel a little useful. Like I can support Aiden in a small way.
Here's my question. What are these people going to do when Jen McCabe's indicted? What are they going to do? Are you still going to have her back then?
Me too, Akasha. That's when I started watching it. Like I said before, I started watching Lawyer and he covered Karen Read, but I literally didn't watch any of those videos because like a lot of people heard the story that, oh, she accidentally hit her boyfriend. Oops, whatever. But then when I saw like the third video of Lawyer talking about something that brought up Turtle Boy, and I was like, who the fuck is Turtle Boy? And so I started digging and I couldn't stop. Once I started digging and found out who Turtle Boy was and started, I didn't really watch him even then. I watched trial 2. I watched a couple of his lives throughout trial 2, but I didn't really get into watching him on a regular basis until after trial 2 was over. And then I just couldn't stop. The more I started digging after her acquittal to go back and see where it all started, I just couldn't stop. Right? How do you really feel, Turtle Boy? Yeah, just skip that part. I won't note that one. Aw, thanks, Lily. Yep, every little bit helps. I do whatever I can.
Are you going to visit her in prison? I bet you won't. We love you and your family, Tammy Much Doyle says. Oh, is that the Much from the Much golf tournament? That might be it. That the Proctors attended with Charles Duty and Matt McCabe. I bet you it is. I'm sorry for your loss of your good friend. Sorry to John's niece and nephew. The lies, the erroneous accusations. Oh, yeah, erroneous. Yeah, the real erroneous. And storytelling. What else we have here?
I have to say, Akasha, I love Annie Elise. I've been watching Annie Elise probably as long as I've been watching Lawyer her 10 to Life, and then her serialistly. I can never say that word right. But she doesn't do lives, so I would always put her in my watch later when I started watching lives. But back when she was covering some of this, I just ignored anything Karen Reed until I started learning about Turtle Boy.
Michelle Reardon, I believe that's her sister. She might visit you in prison. Yeah, you're going to need to pray. Truth will prevail. Oh, it has and it will. We love you, Jen, says Billy Adams. I see a couple kids there. Take them away from Billy Adams, please. He's a threat to children and decent people everywhere. He's worthless. Noreen Rowland says, I'm sorry for all you and your family has gone through. What are you sorry about? What have they gone through? First of all, they're not even pretending this is their friend. What has Jen McCabe gone through? What, being made to be a little uncomfortable after killing someone? Yeah, fuck her and fuck you too. You worthless piece of shit, Noreen. Burn in fucking hell. Burn in hell. Kathy Galvin O'Rourke writes, we are behind you.
Like you said, Lily,
who's had to endure
how do you
senseless
really
pain
feel?
and suffering. All of you will continue to speak the truth. It's too bad she did not choose to do so and instead chose to ruin several people's lives and character because she is a coward. Kathy O'Rourke, if I ever fucking see you, I am going to fucking have a camera in your face asking you about everything about this, how you can support a woman who knew that John O'Keefe was dying and Googled how long to die in cold. If you have a job, you should lose it. If you have a house, you should lose it. You should rot in fucking hell for being the worthless cunt that you are. That's what you are.
Ooh-wee.
Trying to read this.
You know what's good to check? I was just thinking, did he ever put like, these are my opinions on his, let me see. I'm surprised that he doesn't have something on his page that just says like, these are my opinions, whatever that people do. But then again, terms of service for YouTube has changed over the years. Like literally the terms of service change by the month almost. I heard of it from a couple of friends. However, they were on the anti side. Ooh. Yeah. See, and this is what I was saying earlier, that nowadays you have to do your own research, because even if you hear it from a friend, you have to wonder where they heard it from. Did they hear it from mainstream media? Did they hear it from somebody who, like Kate Peters, Krusty Panties, who, is obviously one-sided? You have to, in today's, world of social media and independent journalists, you have to get more than one opinion. You just have to.
People saying that's her. Who's her? Wait. Is somebody in the comments? Who's her? People, do you guys know who these people are? Let's find out. Let's get
that arm wasn't another thing for me. I think it was for a lot of people. I'll be honest, I don't really remember the switch for me, but I never felt she was guilty. When I heard about it, I assumed they were trying to decide whether it was like murder or an accident. But immediately, and because it was already trial 2, and all this other information had come out, it was pretty quick where my mind was like, whoa, there's big problems here. But that was the arm was one of the biggest.
All right. What else do we have here? Next one, Kathleen. I think that's a family member, Kathy Galvin O'Rourke. Oh, that is, yeah. Okay, that is definitely, yeah. That's a much person. Anyway, yeah. Then we have this. Shannon says, "I've been thinking all of you. You're all so strong. We're all behind you. Love you guys." Is that a Higgins right there? Jean Tetrault Higgins. Who's she? Is she related to Brian Higgins? I'd like to know. Melissa Thompson. I'm so sorry you're going through this, Jen. What's she going through? And then this cunt. Michelle O'Toole Gallery says, "I'm so sorry what you all have been going through. It's not fair that you're all being used as collateral damage to fit his narrative. Turtle Boy will pay, and so will she. No, I will not. But Jen will.
Yeah, Lily, I didn't even hear about. I couldn't believe it. Because like I said, I hadn't seen trial 1. I only had snippets of information in going into trial 2. I watched the entire trial 2 and listening to everybody say, "Oh, there's no X-rays. There's no X-rays. There's no X-rays," and then at the end, being like, "Yeah, there is X-rays." Was like, what? And it was, I know during trial 2, I remember watching Scorty Bellows' testimony, and that wasn't the biggest one for me too, was the no broken bones anywhere, no bruising, no lower body injuries whatsoever. Like, I was like, no. I've been working for an orthopedic surgeon for 5 years now. I've seen the craziness of broken bones that happen with barely any impact or fall or anything like that. So you trying to tell me that somebody got hit by a car going, 24 miles per hour and didn't have a single fucking bruise on their body? No. Sorry.
Jen will.
Yeah, it was crazy, wasn't it?
So
that X-ray thing just blew
you
me
and Matt have done
away.
so much for this town. What have they done for this town? What have they done? Keep your heads high. And this is how Jen McCabe feels safe. She made this post because Jen McCabe is used to being queen fucking bitch around town. And now she's being made to feel uncomfortable in her own town. So this was all about getting some likes and comments and people telling her how great she is. That's all this was. So Michelle O'Toole Gallery has 2 daughters. They're twins.
Yeah, Lily, the watching trial 1 was pretty crazy for me because when I watched trial 1, I started streaming it back in March. So I watched it, March and April of this year. And having already seen trial 2 and then digging into all this information that's out there, clips from trial 1, but then watching trial 1 in its entirety was like, whoa. Especially watching them again back to back. That's why I streamed trial 2 right after I was done with trial 1, because even though I had seen trial 2, comparing them literally back to back like that and seeing the difference, the changes from the Commonwealth, like, how does the Commonwealth try a person twice with almost totally different facts? Like, they tried to change the entire story. It's crazy. Kasha says, I watched the first trial with Defense Diaries. I had no opinion either way. Neither did they. And we watched the trial and we didn't even get all the way to the end. We were like, this is bullshit. Yeah. Working for the city, knowing that there's nothing worse than a dirty cop. Yup. It's sickening. It literally physically made me ill the more I learned about this case and these awful cops. And then we all know what's coming out now. These disgusting text messages by Proctor is truly more than nauseating. I mean, this person has a badge and did have a badge and a gun. And there are still people on that police department, on that police force, with their badges and guns, who obviously knew Proctor was like this. You can't hide. We talked about this in the chat. I think it was Baker's chat when he was going over some of these text messages. I don't remember for sure, but when you have a guy like that, you cannot hide that type of hate. People knew. So that means there are other people still on the police force that feel the same way as Proctor. I was like, where's the blood? Where are the arm bruises? Exactly. The blood is another one. Yeah. Like, I talked about this a lot in Streaming Trail 1 and 2, that I, first and foremost, if you know anything about injuries to the head, even a minor cut to the head bleeds like crazy. I fell up some, I told this story a couple times. So if you heard it, I'm sorry, but I fell upstairs, up the outside stairs where I used to live, were made out of bricks. I missed the step and face planted brick stairs. I had 2 black eyes and maybe a 1/2 inch cut on my forehead. And the amount of blood that dripped out of my nose, my forehead, was insane. The entire step was just filled. It was just a puddle of blood that was just pouring out of my head and my nose. So how you cannot tell me that a guy bashed the back of his head and there's what, a couple specks of blood? No. That's why her name was terrified to be alone with any of those cops. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. The head bleeds like crazy. It doesn't take much. Fell up the stairs. Yep, done that more than once. Done that more than once too. But that was the one and only time like I smashed my face first. Like it was so fast that I didn't even have time to get my hands out. My face went right down. Just getting slapped on your mouth. You would think you would need stitches because the blood is insane. Yep. Could you imagine a bash? In the back of the head, blunt force trauma. Yep. Life is hard when you're a clumsy bitch. That's for sure. I tell people all the time, I am a clumsy bitch for sure. Especially with my 2 bad hips. You know, I got 2 metal hips. And one of them is in pain all the time. Bash. Yes, I figured that's what you meant. Yep. All right.
Yeah, they hang out with this fucking asshole. There's your stupid kids, Michelle Gallery. Your stupid cunt daughters. That's what they fucking are. Hanging out with this fucking worthless piece of shit, Colin fucking Albert. The fact that you're okay with that says everything I need to know about you, quite frankly. There they are. I think, is that one of them? Uh-huh. Oh, here they are with the McCabe girls. Okay, with one of the McCabes. So there's her. Oh, there they are. There's your stupid kids. Wait, Michelle, just because your comment, your stupid kids are going on the blog too. We're going to expose them. I mean, if you defend Jim McCabe, let it be known. You're fair. Like, you are entering the fucking arena. Bang, bang. You're entering the arena. Who do we got here? Oh, there they are. Again, I think that's a McCabe, one of the twins, and douchebag. He's got a fucking Albert tattoo on his fucking chest. Are you kidding me? I did not even notice this. Look at that.
Wow. I didn't know he had that.
He's got an Albert tattoo on his fucking chest with, I don't even know. Like dude, when your family is a cult, that's the kind of shit that you do. You get the fucking...
Exactly. And this is another thing. It's like, why is he the only one? Why is he the only one getting arrested and charged with these types of crimes? We all think it. There are hundreds of thousands of people who probably said what he has said. And there are at least hundreds on YouTube, if not thousands, literally saying this shit.
Family, whatever, the crest tattooed on your fucking chest. And I'm told that Michelle is related to Camp Police too. People are messaging me about her right now. There's Colin again with her stupid, useless twin daughters.
And I can't express enough too. I just have to say this again. I know I already said it once, and I've said it probably 100 times before, that when you do shady shit, like join the military, when you are supposed to have a deposition, it makes you look guilty. And yet they keep on doing shady shit.
There's that. Yep. All right. So, that's a prom photo. I guess this is a prom with Colin. Yes, I figured that one out. Yeah, the prom one. So I guess they went to the prom together. So that's how close they are. So that's fine. You can get some too, Michelle. You got an address too, right? We can knock on your door as well. Talk to your daughters. You can make things really comfortable. So you wanted to jump in the arena with Jen McCabe, you get the Jen McCabe treatment. That's how we're doing things. Because it is unacceptable in this day and age to be supporting cop killers vocally online. Unacceptable. And we're going to make it that way. So keep fucking with me. Keep running your mouth about me and defending cop killers. We'll see how that goes. Chris Albert says I'm going to get it. Chris Albert, when am I going to get it? Why don't you give it to me? You fucking punk ass bitch.
And one other thing is, what about all the people who call Karen Reed a cop killer? I know that's not technically witness intimidation. It's more the defamation case, but how many people are online calling Karen Reed a cop killer even after she's been acquitted basically twice? But they think that's okay. And now this goose is yours, huh? But that's different because she was charged. So I guess that's a different thing, right? Okay, this is what I'm saying. Like, just because she was charged doesn't make it any less, especially now that she's been acquitted. She was basically acquitted the first time. We all know this now after the jury came out and said what they said, even though the first jury was kind of dumb, in my opinion. But these people get away with saying Karen Reed is a cop killer. And she's been basically, in my opinion, factually proven innocent, not just not guilty, innocent. He was not hit by a car. That's what Mr. Butterow said anyway. Well, I don't get I have probably like 5 Nurse Kims in my to watch later list, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch them because I would like to know what Mr. Butterow, the mighty one, has to say. By science and medicine and physics and shit. Yeah. I mean, but that's not important, right? According to them. So dumb. I mean, when I literally, if any of you were with me when I watched some of the Ronnie the Juror interview, I literally had to turn it off. I didn't make it all the way through because listening to his kind of ignorance was really upsetting. Listening to them say that ARCA was a distractor? Like, what? You're fucking kidding me right now, right? So all these people that love to say that Karen Reed hit him with her car, yeah, that defies logic, science, physics, all of the above. But it's okay because she was charged, but yet was acquitted. I don't get that. Yeah, I know, right? It's scary. It's scary. Like, and this is why Aiden did what he did, and people followed because Karen Reed could be anyone. And you bet if any of these antis were on trial the way Karen Reed was, you bet they'd be saying the same thing. Like, Oh, how dare you use an averted video? How dare you think argon physics is a distractor? How dare, what? But no, they've got it stuck in their head. And for whatever reason, it's like science goes out the window, physics goes out the window, common sense goes out the window. Doesn't matter. Because in their head, Karen Read is guilty, which is just stupid. He was there, she was there, so she probably did it. Exactly. It's just ignorant. Ignorant. Yep.
Think I'm scared of you? Think I'm scared of your fucking thug piece of shit brother Brian? You think I'm scared of your fucking pussy son Colin? Oh, I can't wait to see Colin. I'm gonna have a lot of questions for Colin. And something tells me he won't be able to control his temper like you did. He can get some. He can get some too.
Yeah,
there won't be a dog
exactly.
there to back him up this time. I'm not afraid of your stupid son. Believe me, I could kick the shit out of your stupid son. So please, please, tell me when I'm gonna get it. Again, Chris Albert, tell me. Anyway, that's that rant. All right. Let me see if we have any more donos I could check. Got a couple more here. We got one from Ghost of, sends $25. Says, thank you so much for standing up for the truth. My pleasure, Ghost of.
Hold on, I gotta rewind that for a second because I don't know what exactly he was talking about. I got in my own head for a minute.
Prom photo. I guess this is a prom with Colin. Yes, I'm
Talking about Chris Albert coming for him.
Yeah, the
So
prom.
hold
So
on.
I guess they went to the prom together. So that's how close they are. So that's fine. You can get some too, Michelle. You got an address too, right? We can knock on your door as well. Talk to your daughters. We can make things really comfortable. So you wanted to jump in the arena with Jen McCabe, you get the Jen McCabe treatment. That's how we're doing things. Because it is unacceptable in this day and age to be supporting cop killers vocally online. Unacceptable. And we're going to make it that way. So keep fucking with me. Keep fucking with me. Keep running your mouth about me and defending cop killers. We'll see how that goes. Chris Albert says,
So
I'm
he's
gonna get it.
talking about at 2:53, talking about how Chris Albert and them is coming for him. Okay. Never seen an expert like Welcher. Oh, that ridiculous kindergarten blue paint. Oh my God. I mean, the state's own witness said, I can't prove anything. And then listening, oh my God. Speaking of that comment you made before about Trooper Paul. Oh my God, his testimony. Like, it just did. It just did. Not having any measurements, that ridiculous quote unquote map or what's the word, demonstration or whatever he did of the crime scene. Like, they didn't even have the exact spot where John was found. Just insane. Yeah, I love his rants. They are funny. That arrogant motherfucker. Don't get me started on Welcher. Okay. Okay. It just did. Exactly. It just did. Or the evidence talked to him. Yep. Oh my God. It's so horrible. How do you even put that on the stand? I just don't get it. I don't get it. Welcher made us miss Trooper Paul. I know, right? It's so embarrassing, though. But the thing, I even said this back then when I watched his testimony, because people were like, "Oh, it gave me secondhand embarrassment," and I said, "You know what? I get secondhand embarrassment pretty easy, and I didn't even get it for him because he knew what he was doing. He knew that what he was saying was a bunch of bullshit, and he did it anyway." So I didn't feel secondhand embarrassment for him at all.
Chris Albert, when am I going to get it? Why don't you give it to me? You fucking punk ass bitch. Think I'm scared of you?
Yeah.
Think I'm scared of your fucking thug piece of shit brother Brian?
They think they're just used to getting away with everything, that no one questions them and whatever. So when they actually have lawyers who try to challenge what they say and, give specifics, which is what you're supposed to be able to do to prove something happened. Yeah. He couldn't do it. I would have paid to have Trooper Paul testify again. It would have been funny.
Of your fucking pussy son, Colin. Oh, I can't wait to see Colin. I'm gonna have a lot of questions for Colin. And something tells me he won't be able to control his temper like you did. He can get some. He can get some too. There won't be a dog there to back him up this time. I'm not afraid of your stupid son. Believe me, I could kick the shit out of your stupid son. So please, please, tell me when I'm gonna get it. Again, Chris Albert, tell me. Anyway, that's that rant. All right. Let me see if we have any more donos I could check. Got a couple more here. We got one from Ghost of, sends $25. Says, thank you so much for standing up for the truth. My pleasure, Ghost of. Got another 10 from K Max. It's called Jen again. She is sloshed and will answer. Drinking with MS. She has a death sentence, so nothing to lose. Okay, don't know about that. Okay. Why don't we take any questions? If you guys have any questions, fire away.
And see,
Let's read some
that's another thing too, is that he reads all these comments, whether he agrees or not. And yes, he reads mostly the comments that are sent to him and using, people pay money to have their comments read. But he reads them anyway, whether he agrees or not. Right?
Over here on, I'm going to give preference to the Rumble if anyone has questions there. You're from New Zealand. How did you hear about Turtle Boy at 11:45 here? Yeah, we got a couple New Zealand people over there. Are these friends and family so gullible they believe Gemma McCabe about everything? I don't even think they're that gullible. I just think they're so obsessed with Karen Reed and just her rubbing them the wrong way that they're unwilling to even think about anything else. That's it. Has Uncle Proctor not advised Horseface to hand in her cell phone? She already handed it in. Oh, how did the advisor not do? That's a good question. That's actually a really good question. Okay, any other? Let me see. Is Brian Albert still on duty? I believe he's on leave. I can't confirm that, but I'm told he's not going into work. Sorry, I swore a lot there at the end. I just got so fired up when I saw that shit. I did see Trump parading around with Lindsey Graham today. It's fucking pathetic, and they're calling DeSantis.
I mean, just looking at this now, back then, in 2023, we didn't know obviously what we know now, or nobody knew. How many cops now is it that have either been fired, placed on leave, or quit, or resigned? It's a lot.
Homophobic, so they've turned into full-fledged leftists. So if you support that shit, I don't know what the fuck to say to you. Like, whatever. But it doesn't matter when it comes to the general election. Like, no matter every time the Supreme Court dominates, like they did again a couple days ago, fucking perfect decisions on everything. It's just a reminder of it doesn't. Whoever gets the nomination, we got to vote for him. Doesn't matter who it is.
And we know, Akasha, that they clip things and put them out of context already just by replacing the titles. We know they showed the grand jury clips of his shows that were retitled to produce bias, right?
DeSantis people will vote for Trump. But if the Trump people don't vote for fucking DeSantis, which they will, if they didn't, though, they would be fucking useless. And it would just be like, get him out of here. Like Donald Trump the best thing that could happen is Donald Trump dies. I mean, that's quietly, peacefully in his sleep. And then DeSantis can take over and we don't have to have a messy fucking primary and that's it. And everything will be fine. And by the way, the Chestnut trial is going on. Oh boy. The jury is deliberating. They had to, my sources tell me that they had to dismiss a female juror for asking out a court officer.
Exactly.
And that they don't have enough fucking alternates that have witnessed the whole case that they might have to redo the whole trial. I swear to God, if that happens, again, this is just what a source told me. I can't confirm it yet, but that's what I'm being told. No, I haven't called Tree Rafferty. Your guess is as good as mine about the pool. Yeah, that courthouse hearing, man, it's going to be July 25th, 12:15. We're getting there, 12:15. Hopefully we'll see some people there. Now, the McCabe nudes were those other pictures. So I said she sent me nudes. I didn't say whose. These ones.
That's so gross.
She sent me those. I got that. Like imagine just sitting there and all of a sudden I just get this. Like, how drunk are you, Jen, that you sent that to me? How crazy is that?
Yep. That's the one nice thing about Michigan. We have preliminary hearings. Now, I know from lawyers in Michigan, they basically say they can, what is it, the phrase they use? You can indict with, I don't remember now. There's a saying, I know this one lawyer in particular was talking about, you can indict with evidence that, fits in your pinky or something like that. Yes, the ham sandwich is one of them. But in Michigan, few lawyers actually that I know from Michigan said something like it has something to do with your pinky. I can't remember what it is, but like a preliminary hearing, basically it's something that can fit in your pinky finger, like it's the size of your pinky finger or something like that. That's how it goes, because preliminary hearings, it doesn't take much. But the bonus with preliminary hearings is both sides are there. You can't just get away with presenting shit that's been twisted like the way it was with Aiden's case. It's insanity that they even allowed that shit. Exactly. You still get to be there and call bullshit. Yep.
Townies, don't believe Jen. I'm sure there are so many people on Jen's friend list that just sit there and gawk. Like the majority of people know that she did this, but she's just too blind to see it. And she just needs affirmation from those retards. All right. Anyone else have any more questions? No, I mean, the beef was just, bad neighbors, grumpy neighbor telling him what to do, telling him to get off his lawn, yelling at him.
What they call him,
Albert, can't like that. They get fucking tattoos on their chest. The family crest. At least she didn't send your. That's the most. Does she not know that I have stuff out there? How has she not sent those? That's what I want to know. Is how is she not? How did you not lead with those? No, it's not a swinger party gone bad. That's ridiculous. Yes, I will be absolutely streaming that whole event. Absolutely. All right. So you already asked that Angry Rick, and I've already answered it, so as best I could. So we're gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, never cracker.
All right, guys. So it's a long fucking show, but great audience. And you got 1,200 people still. We got 1,200 people on YouTube. We got right now 250 more on Rumble. So man, we're killing it these days, man. And it's not because we're putting out compelling content that is legitimate, and that's why you people are here, because you're smart, you're not stupid, you're not followers, you think for yourselves. Great guys like Sean McDonough. We thank him for coming on tonight. He really made the show great. Oh yeah, give us a like before you leave. I'm never ever doing the like thing for money again, like ever. Either like it or don't like it. It has no effect on me, but I would suggest that you do hit the like button because that helps with the algorithm. So, and leave a comment afterwards. Those helps with the algo as well. Let us know what you thought. So anyway, guys, we'll see you all for the next episode of Turtle Boy Live on Tuesday. Take it easy, Turtle Boys. Peace and happy 4th.
All right, you guys, we made it through this one. I hit the wrong button. So yeah, are you sure, Aiden? Because I think there was some swinging going on, and that possibly could be part of the reason that John got all those psychotic messages from Karen. Yeah, people have talked to me about this before when I was going through Trial 1. I didn't know about all that until I started streaming. That someone brought up the upside down pineapple stuff, I guess means swinging party. I guess there's other things out there that mean that too. And then I think all of us who saw the interview that Karen Reed did with the Rotten Mango, when she brought that swinging thing up, it was like, I truly think there's more to that there that maybe she and obviously others are not saying, but I don't know if we'll ever know. In my opinion. Yes, in our opinion. I used to like Sean. It's funny because watching this he didn't, if you weren't here, Lily, the beginning of this video, he did an interview with Sean McDonough, Sean of the Gulf, and it's weird. Listening to him sounds sane. Because my introduction to Sean of the Gulf was him going on that nutso rant. Kind of going crazy. So him having like a very sane and logical interview point of view about all this was quite interesting. Dude, I was thinking about that shit before I even heard it from anybody else, because I was like, why are they being so sketchy about everything? And then everything. Well, she's not going to say that even if it's true, because that's going to be used as an excuse for why they were being shady. True. It's very true. And I mean, they were shady about everything, and it makes all I can go back and think about all this bullshit is, first and foremost, why people think you're guilty, because 1, he wasn't hit by a car. 2, he was found on your lawn. Okay, and then you got all the shady shit that happened after that, like cops saying that there's no probable cause. Wait, what? The dude was found on his lawn. If he was found on anyone else's lawn, if I lived in a house and a dead guy was found on my lawn, you can bet that those cops are coming in my house. And then everything else. I mean, that's just the tip, the very, very tiny tip of the iceberg when it comes to all their shady shit. I mean, we could obviously talk for the next 3 hours about the shady shit that they did, like the disposing of the phone and the phone calls, the supposed butt dials. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Your mother, for Christ's sake, right? I thought he was talking truth. But when it was a mistrial, he disappeared. Mistrial. Oh my God, I hate voice to text. Yeah, I get it. I still try. I try to do voice to text, and then I just never remember. I need to try it, but then I see everybody complaining about it, that it's just as bad as my fingers. Because my stupid fingers, I'm constantly typing in the wrong things, typos. I'm hitting the wrong emojis. And I'm like, screw it. I give up. It just is what it is. But I can normally get typos. I normally figure it out. If I can't, then I ask. But I have the same problem with my stupid fingers, and autocorrect hates me. I say that all the time. So anyways, guys, I'm going to take off for the evening. I'm going to go make some mac and cheese and get ready to, I got to work tonight. So I won't be on the tubes much. Got to work tonight. And then I'm going to stream tomorrow. We're going to get into episodes 596 and 597. We'll see how far I can stream tomorrow without getting booted out by StreamYard, since I gotta join do the free version. I don't know how long it's gonna. I technically I think I'm still on the paid version, because it just says my bill didn't get paid, and it says please pay, before you lose your whatever. So I'll stream as much as I can before it knocks me off, and then I'll just use the free version after that until I can pay for the monthly subscription again. But tomorrow, let's see how far we can get through. Akasha, Lily, everyone else that stopped in today and helped me get some bullet points down. I'm going to update the wonderful spreadsheet that Mo and the other Mary B worked so hard on. And then I'll be back tomorrow at 2:00, and we'll start with the next episode I've assigned myself to. Lily says, how about the call if someone was to call a 1013 officer down? Every cop drops and goes. Exactly. But it was just a guy passed out in the snow. Yep. It's just so much bullshit. So much bullshit. Anyways, have a great day at work. We'll be here tomorrow. Thanks, Lily. Thank you, guys. Have a great night, you guys. I love you so much. Bye, guys.